jump
does
away
look
back.
like one of those really
She looks like a lily.
women. No, she looks like those really from women, and that's like a wig.
Oh, fractals.
Yeah, I just have a lot of hair. Because, like, one time I got a haircut, and they asked me if I had thick hair, and I told them I didn't know. And when she was done drying my hair, she was so angry at me. She was like, you know you have thick hair.
Okay, that works.
I mean, she is a stylist. She should be able to do the work.
Ooh.
Just jealous.
What's the, why are you having pictures with
You
Danny?
can join me and come back when you can speak.
She left with Fractal. I think they went private, and they're collecting more photos of me.
Maybe she's not in the room anymore?
Up to you.
Who is collecting picture of you? Danny. Oh, she left? What the fuck?
Yago!
Yeah.
Let's go private.
Oh, okay. You want to get a room?
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. Oops. Oh, wait. Push the wrong button.
Have you seen the video that he made that shows Sahih Bukhari is technically, he's not a Muslim? Like he's considered a munafiq, which is an deviant innovator, because he believes that the Quran is created. It's not uncreated, and I'm pretty sure that those people have different aqidas but have an issue with that. So he actually goes through all the sources where Sahih Bukhari actually has different ideas about the Quran. Therefore, they've takfired them. And it's a really, really in-depth study. Like, honest to God, like nobody's ever thought of actually making a video about this. It's weird.
My opinion, the David Wood's video on the night train is probably the funniest video I've seen, where Muhammad gets rode by the 8 Al-Sud men.
Nabi Asli's best. I mean, the guy does video animation for crying out loud.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that where Muhammad's getting rode, yeah.
Alright, yeah, so, Charmaine, I have some more questions for you. Do you think that, let's see, eating dates protects you from magic or poison for the day?
Yeah, 7 dates.
Yes, I do.
Someone
we should test that.
Someone actually did that in a debate. Someone actually drank them. So, I don't know if you know, do you know Hatun Tash? Hatun Tash actually did a debate with a guy who actually had 7 Ajwa dates and then drank rat poison, and says nothing happened to him. But he didn't know that rat poisons are not supposed to kill people in the first place. If you want to try a poison, like drink bleach.
Cyanide,
Drink bleach. But drink Clorox or something like that.
It's just not poison, though.
Rat poison.
You might eat dates and get bit by.
That's venom. That's not even poison. That's not even the same fucking thing, you dummy.
No, what? You can take the venom
Well, they're vastly different.
snake and put it in the cup. You could do that.
Oh my god.
That was like a mechanic, and he got in his head to get bitten by as many poisonous snakes as he could over the course of his life, so that his blood itself would be an anti-venom. After 20 years and hundreds of bites, people took notice and they agreed his blood is extremely valuable.
By the way, yeah, that's why he's a millionaire. He's the only person that hospitals would actually get blood out of, so they can use anti-venom in hospitals. He's the only guy that they know for a fact that could create a multi-anti-venom like situation where
even in like India and shit, they drink like cobra venom. What are you talking about?
I just love the insane commitment and genius of that maneuver. That is insane. He got himself bit hundreds of times over 20 years, and his blood is the most valuable blood on earth.
Yes, and what's interesting is that it doesn't just cure one type of snake. It's a multi-purpose anti-venom. It's not just one type.
It's like broad spectrum anti-venom. That's like it's
a penicillin. Yeah, it's a penicillin for venom.
Penicillin, I like that. Penicillin.
Hey, Charmaine, can you type in on Google, is venom and poison the same thing? Like, real simple Google.
They're not.
No, of course they're not. I mean, there's people in India that drink fucking cobra fucking venom.
I'm gonna beat you now. Well, how do you know what the proper translation is? Venom. And by the way, his immune system.
Look what I searched
They
up.
say it's
Look
the
what I
best immune
Are
system.
venom and
on
poison the
planet
same
Earth.
thing? It'll say no.
Look what I searched up. I said, is venom poisonous to humans?
No. Is venom the same as poison? You fucking
Got
idiot.
you. Got you.
God, you're dumb. If you use the
Venom
prompt you
is
want,
a type of poison, meaning it's harmful and can cause various effects on the body.
you're really dumb.
Silly goose.
All right, so then the dates or figs or whatever will protect you.
Yeah, you should come to Texas. I'll get you a Eastern Diamondback, or a Western Diamondback. We'll try this out later 7 days.
You won't be able to harm me, but only Allah can harm
No,
me.
you need those 7 dates, and I'll put you in the room with the snake. You let him bite you on your arm.
It's that. Okay, if I were to do this to you, would you believe now?
Wait, if you survived a snake bite without any type of treatment? No, I still wouldn't believe.
Get him a black mamba. He won't survive.
No, I want you to drink poison.
Here are the terms of my belief. If after
You know there's people that have survived fucking snake bites, right?
we're gonna have a little table. On the table, there's gonna be 7 of the correct dates of your choosing and 7
Ojala
ounces
dates.
of arsenic of my choosing. You will eat the 7 dates and then drink the arsenic. If you survive, I will convert.
Oh, inshallah. Where you live, brother?
He's gonna die. You're gonna be responsible. Wait. Michael's okay. He's an attorney.
Everybody's gonna convert, right? Everybody knows faith is beautiful. I'm sacrificing my life and putting my life on the line. Don't worry.
No. You have to survive.
Migzed. Suna, Sam, Zalini, Elliot, Marcus, Phoenix, Migzed, and everybody has to convert. Not just Migzed.
I can only make the offer for myself. Anyone else can join in.
I will convert.
I guarantee they will be impressed.
Convert, Sam.
If you survive.
Convert.
Yeah, so just eat the Ojala dates and then eat the cyanide and arsenic and stuff, and then if you survive, I will become a Muslim. So good luck, brother.
May Allah protect you. Allahu Alam.
Allahu Akbar. Yeah, so some more questions about the.
He's gonna show up to hell, and Satan's gonna be like, I was your Allah, right?
She was in Louisville. Like, I would do this and stuff like that, though.
Yeah, I don't think you would. I think you would.
I'm not scared, bro.
I'm not scared. That's a problem.
So if I die, shit, Allah took my life. But
Yeah,
if I do
he's gonna show up to hell, and he's gonna find out that Allah's actually Satan. That's gonna suck.
I just don't understand how a person can look at the idea that you should wipe your ass with an odd number of stones, that God has 2 right hands, that you should, if you drink while standing up, you should puke, that Satan farts when he runs away from prayer.
Sam, I got a question.
That monkeys literally fucking stone other monkeys for adultery, that most people in hell are women, that Satan sleeps in your nose and ties hair into your nods, that angels avoid dogs, that rats are transformed into Jews because they follow kosher laws. Like, how can a fucking sane person believe any of this stuff? It's like literal childish bullshit.
Sam, so I know you're an atheist, so if you're willing to concede that God is real, what would your bets or your odds on Allah actually being Satan?
Allah forgot the suicidal touch.
Yeah, if God's real.
First off, I already told you he's not suicidal. He's asexual. Sorry, he's not gay. He's asexual. And then B, he's not generally suicidal. He's just grieving. No, I'm just joking. But yeah, besides that, there's also the fact that,
I got a better
trees
question.
can talk and are racist. That's pretty crazy.
But Sam, I got a better question. If God was real in your paradigm, which religion would be true to you?
Probably either Christianity or Hinduism.
Okay, and why?
Well, Christianity just has the most people believing it, so that's some Bayesian evidence that they got the correct answer, and then also the fact
And it's a guaranteed way into heaven.
Also, Christians act sort of the way I'd expect God to act, of like forgiving, loving, nice, etc. That seems like what I would expect divinity to be like. And then the Hindus, the idea that just everything is God and that we're all just part of the mind of God is kind of like very satisfying intellectually. That just explains what consciousness is. So that we're all just sort of, all parts of the one God that is God. We're all just in the mind
what
of
do
God.
you think are the odds of Islam being true?
Like zero, like fucking less than 0.5%, less than half of an eighth of a percent. Like it's like nothing. It's just like fucking childish religion.
Okay.
So you're saying it's a religion created by
It's actually not even a religion, given that they kill apostates. It's actually a cult pretending to be a religion because they kill people who leave it. What kind of organization is that? Oh, you mean like the cults that do that?
Just saying, oh, I feel like this is right because they treat me right. The heck? So it's true because they treat you right and they're nice?
Yeah, I mean, if you think that God is merciful and kind, maybe he wouldn't send a fucking warlord, pedophile, slaver to be the messenger of God, just maybe.
Or newborn babies to hell.
SubhanAllah. What if God told him to marry Aisha? Would it change anything then?
I mean, if God told him to do it, he should probably do it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, then. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, what's kind of hilarious that, he's like, oh, I get to fuck more women than all you, and also I'm a pedophile. And everyone's like, oh, okay, I believe you.
No, pedophile is someone who
rapes children. Yeah.
Search up the word pedophile.
Yeah, it's a child rapist, like Muhammad. Yeah.
No, it's not a child rapist. That's not what a pedophile is.
Muhammad
who likes just
raping children, like Aisha. Yeah.
I'm gonna search up the.
Anyone who sees a 6-year-old and says, I want to marry that 6-year-old, and then sees a 9-year-old and goes, I want to fuck that 9-year-old, is a pedophile and a rapist. So that's what he is.
What did you just say just now? You said that if God told him to do it, then he should do it.
Only because you don't want to burn in hell for eternity, but not because it's good.
Not because it's true.
Yeah, because it's good, just because you don't want to burn in hell for eternity. Like, literally, you got this guy who says, I get to have more wives than you, and don't marry my wives after I die, and I get to fuck children, and I get to fuck my stepdaughter, and, he's just constantly fucking everyone. And then you're like, oh, yeah, I bet he's from God. I bet he's not a liar.
Well, Sam, wouldn't like the same question be put back onto Sharmek? If Moloch was the real God, and he told you you had to burn babies on a golden statue altar, would you then do?
Now you're disrespecting. Now I'm gonna have to leave.
By saying if Moloch was real, he was actually the creator of the universe, and he told you had to burn babies on a golden altar, you wouldn't. How is that disrespectful?
Okay, exactly. Okay, now look at the term.
You just gave the same question to Sam, dummy.
Look at the meaning of pedophile, right? It is a physical, psychiatric freak. That's why English is not my main language. Disorder in which an adult or older experiences a primary or exclusive sexual attraction to prepubescent children. Okay, and how many wives did the prophet
Wait,
have?
aren't you African American? How's English not your primary language?
It's not. Somalia is. I'm not African American. I'm just fully African.
Born and raised in the United States, speaking English all the way through.
I wasn't born and raised in the United States. I was born in Canaan. Get your facts straight.
So here's what Muhammad had sex with a 9-year-old. He owned a sex slave.
What's the meaning of pedophile? Yeah. What is it?
Yeah, someone who has sex with children. Yeah.
No, you don't even. You speak the English language. Oh, there you go. Somebody who's sexually. How many wives did the prophet have?
12, 11.
How many of them were children? How many of them were children?
That was Muhammad's honeypot.
Okay, so
Here's the thing that you
all
don't need
his
to
wives
understand.
are
According
not
to
children,
DSM
only one
5,
of the men's, that means he's a pedophile.
according
You silly
to
goose.
DSM 5,
He's a
according
child.
to
A
DSM
pedophile
He's
is
a
someone
child
who's
rapist.
primary
He's a child rapist.
and
Child rapist.
exclusively
Are you gonna allow me to
sexually
speak?
attracted
Child
to
molester.
innocent children.
May I be allowed to speak?
Silly goose.
So according to DSM
Silly
5,
goose.
according to DSM 5, you only need to be attracted to one person who is a minor in order to be called a pedophile. You don't need to be having many
According to what?
multiple. According to DSM-5, this is the chart that uses in order to actually diagnose people in terms of psychological mental illnesses, including pedophilia.
Who?
DSM-5. It's
Yes, you only need to have one person to be sexually attracted to who is a minor. That in itself is called a pedophile. That's how we
phonics.
define
What's
it.
the
You don't
Oxford
need to have
Dictionary say for pedophile? Noun. Pedophile. Full noun. A person who is sexually attracted to children.
to children, and it only takes one child to be called a pedophile.
Yeah, I was supposed to say Muhammad. He's a 9-year-old. Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
slave named Maria the Coptic. He married a woman right after killing her husband.
You know for a
Yeah.
fact that.
Hold on one second. Just one second. Hold on one second. I mean, if you drop down, just start from the beginning. He had sex with a 9-year-old named Aisha. He owned a sex slave named Maria the Coptic, who he got as a gift. Which, usually when people give me sex slaves, I say no thanks because I don't want to have sex slaves. But he took her and fucked her. He married a woman after killing her husband. Her name was Sophia bint Huyay. He initiated aggressive military actions like at Kaibar. He owned slaves, and he traded 2 black slaves for an Arab one because he's a racist. So he's a racist, rapist, pedophile, warlord, slave-owning murderer, and you fucking follow this guy. It's crazy.
You should take the wife. You should take the taking the wife after killing the husband off the list because King David did the same thing.
I'm gonna respond to Sam.
Yeah, compare him to Jesus, Sam, and then now you know why Sam would choose Christianity over Islam.
You forgot about Sauda. So the story of Sauda goes that Muhammad actually. Hey, can I speak? Sam, may I speak?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just mute him.
So the story of Sauda goes that according to Aisha, Sauda actually became a huge fat lady, and so Sauda was worried that Muhammad was going to leave her and divorce her. So what she did was she gave away her right to be visited because Muhammad has to visit every one of his wives. So she said, "I'm willing to give you my right to visit Aisha." In return, that you keep, not divorcing me. And he said, "Good deal." So is that an example for moral society where if your wife fears that she might get divorced, that you give your time away from her, and you say, "Oh, good deal. That's a great deal right there."
Jesus Christ. And there's a risk that she would do it, that he would divorce her because she was just like fat and old.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me respond. Right. According to the definition, right, it's physiatric. What the freak is this word? How do you say this? Somebody help me.
Psychiatric.
Okay, diagnostic criteria. Is primarily or exclusive sexual attraction to pre-adolescent children. Okay, if we look at the Prophet's life and we look at what he did, we know that he had many wives, right? Way before he married Aisha, right? And we can take from the Quran that he was in fact ordered to marry Aisha. Okay, and Aisha, if this is what y'all claim that he is, let's look at the way she spoke of him, right? And then forget about all that before we get that. At the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right, his father, right, married a younger girl, right? This was something that was normal, morality-wise, was a norm to the people of those ages.
Pedophiles?
Maybe now. Oh yeah, I guess you can call them all pedophiles because they have some type of norm. Historically too, by the way, not just in Islamic, right, or in Arabia. Historically, we see this all over the world. Why is this? So they all pedophiles?
Yeah, they're all pedophiles. If they're
okay. It's good. It's okay. It just that's good that you're being consistent.
I'd like to see the source where his father actually married a minor girl. Go ahead.
I was trying to say that throwing you.
You search it up.
I'm calling your bluff up. I'm calling your bluff.
I read it from the Sirah of the Prophet. So
I have Alfred Guillaume's book right here.
It's a
I have
book.
the Alfred Guillaume's book.
Which one?
I have Alfred Guillaume, the translation for Sirah.
Is it green?
It's Sirah Rasulullah. I have that.
No, is it green? It's English, man. I don't know which one you're reading.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It doesn't matter if it's English or Arabic. It's translated.
No, the one I read is I think it was Prophet Muhammad's
Who is
father.
the translator? Who is the translator?
There's no translator. It's an Englishman.
There is a translator. Yeah, someone translated to English. Who was it? What's his name?
No, it's from an Englishman.
It's
a
Alfred
person that.
Guillaume.
Dude,
It's
who
Alfred
are you
Guillaume.
talking about?
That's
You don't have to do the research on that. I'll look it up.
Doesn't matter.
I'll look it up on Google. I'll look it up on Google. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna look. It might be wrong. It might not be his father. It might be somebody else. Hold up.
You're just
Okay, so you said he was like ordered. He was ordered to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, fine, but that's still not a defense. Like, for example, a lot of people that ran the Nazis are on trial at Nuremberg. Their defense they gave was like, in a lot of cases, was, well, I was just following orders.
Yeah, that's make sure I don't have a pedophile too.
You say he's a pedophile and he's sexually attractive, but the reason he married wasn't because he was sexually. He was ordered. So you're wrong. Allah told him to do it. So you're wrong.
How was he ordered exactly?
Allah told him, he commanded him to marry Aisha.
Where? Explain the story on. You don't know the story, do you? Let me tell you how the story went. So, imagine this. Imagine this: if I came to you and I see your daughter and I say, "Oh, by the way, I got a dream last night that your little daughter, your little toddler, was actually wrapped around the silk and was brought to me." And it was at that moment I thought that God told me that I should marry your little girl. That's how it was brought to me. So it's like, yeah, right. I ain't doing that.
Yeah, and if you would know who was Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam telling the story to, who?
His father-in-law, Abu Bakr.
Oh, okay, exactly. Okay, did Abu Bakr know he was a prophet?
He had his doubts. Actually, there are many cases.
Abu Bakr had his doubts about
yes,
Prophet Muhammad.
There are many hadiths that show that he had doubts. By the way, there's a hadith.
Show me, bro.
So there's a hadith that actually the same.
Are you
hadith
Arabic
says when
speaker?
Muhammad,
Are you an Arabic speaker, by the way?
Yeah, I am an Arabic speaker.
I can tell. This
It
is
doesn't
sad.
matter.
So you speak the Arabic, you know the Quran, and you still reject it. That's actually surprising. Is the Quran a miracle? Watch this. You have an Arabic. Guys, there's an Arabic speaker in here. It's not a miracle.
No, it's not.
Do you believe in God?
Dude, listen.
Do you believe in God?
See, this is what they do. They always like to divert when we're talking about.
My bad. I'm diverting. All right, good. Let's go back to the topic. I'm sorry. Go.
So the same hadith that shows that Prophet Muhammad demanded in this case for the daughter Aisha's hand in marriage to Abu Bakr. The same hadith says that Ali and Abu Bakr both asked for the hand in marriage of his daughter, and he refused because they were too young, and his daughter was 12 years old at the time. She was older than Aisha. So you're telling me that a 9-year-old girl, I can show it to you. I can show it to you.
We already know from the historical records, right? Aisha was already set to marry somebody else. She
Betrothed.
was already
She was
given
betrothed. She wasn't married. She was betrothed. It was different.
Yes, exactly. Betrothed, set to marry somebody else. That's exactly what I said.
But your prophet
Okay, exactly. And then
contract.
he intervened. And he said, "No, there was a prophecy that I had, so I'm gonna be marrying Aisha." That's what he talked about.
But there's a difference between writing a nikah contract and saying that he's betrothed to another person. Do you understand the difference? And by the way, the person that he was betrothed to was much younger than Muhammad, regardless. But
it's still older, though. Still older.
He was 54. He was 54.
It doesn't matter if he was 54. That she was already set to marry. That just shows you that. That's my point. That it was a norm in those ages. Right. That's it. That's all I'm saying. It wasn't normal. It wasn't normal.
It wasn't normal. No, it wasn't. What? Do you laugh like that?
Now you're being dishonest.
What if I can show you? What if I show you Roman court documents? Hey, brother.
It'd be good if you're being honest with yourself. But now you're dishonest.
Can you put this guy on mute for a second? Because you don't seem to understand. We actually have medieval records of every single thing that happened between the 5th, 6th, and 7th century during that time. And we can literally go to Roman court documents and Sassanid court documents to show marriage and divorce contracts that were in courts. And the vast majority of them were married around between 18 to 21, believe it or not. And they were in very exceptional circumstances that they were married, and the earliest number was 12. It was never 9, it was never 8, it was never 10, it wasn't 11, and that was on a very exceptional case because the person was going to battle. That was it. There is no other case. This was considered an anathema, and you have no idea what you're talking about.
Let me ask you a question. Did they marry children, yes or no?
It wasn't norm. It wasn't a norm back then. It wasn't like
did they do it?
Exceptional cases. Only between kings and kings and queens.
All I'm asking
only
is,
between prince and princess. But it was a very, 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 very specific political case. It was a political marriage. It was never.
Did they do it? Yes or no? That's all I'm asking. I don't care about everything else.
They even had consummated marriage contracts saying that they cannot be having sex until they were 18. None of them actually consummated their marriage immediately, or at least they were 2 years older. They all did it when they were 18 or 21. Even the contracts themselves stipulated they actually consummated those marriages at the 18 or 21 or 22 years of age. None of them says that we were going to consummate the marriage at the age of 8 and I'm a 54-year-old man. Nobody did that. Nobody ever did that. There was only one exceptional case where a 15-year-old kid married a 12-year-old. And that was King Ferdinand, I think it was, his son, that was actually given because they were going to battle against the Moors. That was it. Nobody else at the time did this. We have no other records of people actually doing this as a normal circumstance. When you need to be showing it's a norm, we have vast amount of records to show that it wasn't the norm. The merchant guilds didn't do this, meaning the people who were literally middle class, right? They didn't think of it this way. The peasant classes never did it this way. We have so many records, numerous amounts of records, to show that all of them got married between 18 to 21.
It's kind of funny that Muhammad, if he lived today, would be like put in jail and like raped in prison by people because they don't treat pedophiles well in prison. He's like one of the most revered people ever, but he lived to lay. He'd have like a mug shot. He'd be raped. Like it would just be like a whole fucking mess.
So, can I read you something? Do you remember I talked about mufakhada? Sam, do you know what mufakhada is? Spying.
No.
So Muhammad, because he couldn't stick his penis inside Aisha, so he used to prepare her sexually in order to
get her to that age when he could fit his penis, which was on the age of 9. So they used to do something called thawing. It's a sexual act. It's like dry humping, but using a cloth, right? So this is a hadith right here that I have. This is from Sahih Bukhari, volume 1, and it's number 302. So this is narrated by Abu Rahman ibn al-Aswad on the authority of his father, Aisha. Whenever Allah's messenger wanted to fondle any one of us during her period menses, he used to order her to put on an izar. An izar is basically a cloth on, and start fondling her. So this is, he's putting a cloth on his penis.
Begin
And
working
then
on
Aisha
yourself.
added, none of you could actually grab his penis as the Prophet could.
It means sucks. And you suck.
So she even books it like Muhammad's a good penis grabber.
Can you give me the hadith that I can read it?
So it's on my
Jack in the Mean Bum?
Alright, let's take
It's on my PTR, man.
Okay.
Begin by unfucking your anti-American brain. Begin
Whenever
working on
Allah's
yourself
messenger wanted to fondle anyone of us during our period, he used to order her to put on the izar and start fondling her. Order her to put on izar and start fondling her. Aisha added, none of you could control his sexual desires as the Prophet could. And then what's the grab his penis part? None of you could grab his penis as the Prophet could?
It was a mistranslation that they put because they tried to mistranslate in order to avoid the embarrassment saying about grabbing a penis. It says which means that he's holding his penis or grabbing his penis, and they translate it as grabbing his desire, which is not true. It's actually not. It means his penis. They're pretty shady. Like seriously, some of these translations are absolutely shady.
I don't know. I don't feel like I'm not feeling nearly as good anymore after seeing.
I'm trying to see which hadith, which AI services I put in the dumb hadiths into them will agree that they're kind of plausible. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's because the can corroded.
Interesting.
Oh, so we dip it in.
I don't know, man. These hadiths are not really that persuasive for a lot of Muslims. They have like a lot of plausible deniability. Gotta pull it out of the Quran, man.
Hey Sam, can you read this thing on my PTR that I just posted?
Sure.
Let me just wait. Hold on. Let me just see if it. Nope. Can you see it?
Yeah. So it's upside down for some reason. Ibn Abbas says the Prophet relieved himself, and then some food was brought to him, and he ate it and did not touch water. And he said to the Prophet, "Are you not going to perform wudu?" And he said, I'm not going to pray. Why should I do wudu? So he's like, he doesn't wash his hands. He's a shitter, and he shits and eats. But it's also what's funny when you include in that you can have people lick your fingers.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's where the dysentery comes, right? So they said, hey, come on, he's doing it with his left hand, and then, You know, of course, you have to watch it, but your prophet never did that. So if he's your better example, your own better example never did it himself. Which is kind of funny if you think about it. So now we've established that you can wipe your ass with odd numbers of stone and then go straight to eating food, no problems, without washing. How do you feel about that, Sam?
I just think that it's utterly bizarre that anyone believes any of this stuff. Like, how dare you, like, abuse your reason like this? Just not even care about the truth at all. Just an assault on reason itself. Like, that is the most ridiculous, obviously false shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, how dare you believe me?
You know what's funny? Like, I am not the most controversial guy. I don't like to push buttons. But what I don't like is when people tell me that what I'm reading is absolutely taken out of context when I have comprehension skills far better than any other people on planet Earth. I take my comprehension skills very, very seriously because I've been told since I was a kid that I was a dumb idiot. Now I speak 4 languages fluently, and all of a sudden, everyone has issues with me reading words on a page when I'm actually reading Islam. Islam is the only book that when I read it out loud, people start to tell me that I have comprehension skills, and that pisses me off. So I wish it wasn't the case, but it was the Muslims who started this when they tell me that I'm stupid and I'm dumb and I don't know how to read words off a page. And that's when I actually started, okay, I'm just going to read words off a page. You know, I'm just going to read, as God Logic would say. We're just going to read. So that's what pisses me off, is that I literally didn't want to fight people. I don't. But when you start telling me I don't know how to read words off a page, you're trying to tell me something. You're trying to tell me that you don't give a damn about the words that are mentioned. You want to deceive me, and you want people to be deceived. That means you're trying to pull the wool over my eyes and wool over everybody's eyes. And that, to me, that brings that makes me stand up a bit, you know, and I start to have a spine, and I start to become defensive. Rightfully so. Anybody who tries to trick you or deceive you in any way, you would start putting up your guard. Arguably so. So when I say that I have comprehension skills and I'm just reading words off a page, and you have a problem with that, and the first thing that comes to your mind is racist, Islamophobic bigot, that's when things start to actually piss me off. And I'm just going to keep reading. I'm just going to keep reading every single word that would trigger you and button you, because quite frankly, if you cannot handle yourself, because I can't say words on a freaking page, then I'm just going to keep saying it until someone shuts me up physically. Because that's the only way. If the only way you could shut me up is either I'm dead or you're dead. One of us is going to die. Because I'm definitely going to keep reading. So you might as well take the first punch, you know?
Peace, brother. Keep speaking the truth, man. It's good.
My freedom to say what I want is the only thing that I can actually hold dear to myself, and the confidence and self-respect that I have for myself. That's it. Nothing more. The freedom that allows me to say these words and to say it without any reservations is what makes me a person who has self-respect for myself and my self-esteem. Because when people try to gaslight you most of your life, like I have been, especially in Islam, it's when you start taking courage and talking about this stuff. I want to air out all the dirty secrets out. You know, I just want to air the dish, everything out to Islam. Because if this is something that drives people mad and insane and want people to kill themselves over, I want to normalize it to the point that when people get so numb in the situation that they wouldn't try to commit atrocities in their name. Or in the name of others, mostly these, lefty liberals who want to actually kill other people to keep other minorities as if safe, you know? And we've seen that happen many times.
Absolutely. Now, I just want to know how to spread these ideas to the Muslim world, because it's not like what access does people in like Iran and stuff like that and parts of the Middle East have to, information? Because I would love to put my 45 reasons not to believe in literal Islam out there, but I don't know how to get to them,
Start a YouTube channel. That's the best way.
Yeah. Can they get YouTube? I guess they can on their phones.
Yeah. I've seen people actually starting YouTube channels and blowing up, talking about things that nobody wants to talk about. If you're brave enough to say it, it will blow up. 100%. 100%. And you live in the United States, you have nothing to fear. The Constitution is backing you up all the way. And trust me when I tell you this, it hurts them. It hurts them bad. Because you know how to read words off a page, it hurts them bad.
Yeah. It reminds me of when Scientology got exposed by various people, like going clear in South Park and stuff. It really hurt their numbers. So, yeah, exposés.
Tom Cruise pulled out the marketing because at the time Paramount owns Comedy Central, and they also were trying to promote the new Mission Impossible movie, and Tom Cruise actually threatened to pull out of the marketing because it was a $300 million budget movie. They can't make a loss on this. They bet the entire farm with it, right? And so what happened is that because of that, South Park had to take it down on Comedy Central, but they put it on their own website because they have their own website where you can actually watch all the South Park episodes. But they took it down from Comedy Central, which, by the way, was a breach of contract for Comedy Central, and they're willing to take that on the lawsuit, and they actually settled outside the court, which made Trey and Matt Parker $50 million more just for this one episode, which is insane. So they did pretty well in that regard. But the problem is freedom of speech was stifled. The Muhammad cartoons was another thing. The Muhammad cartoons was even a bigger issue. There were no reprisals. There were no reprisals against the Muslim community who threatened South Park. None of them were arrested. None of the people who went on a rampage in Nigeria and in Pakistan, where in Pakistan they literally burnt down an entire street, including the new BMW showroom that was there in Lahore, and a nun was killed in Nigeria. No reprisals from the America to sanction any of these countries for their despicable behavior, and because they did absolutely nothing. So these are the stuff that people actually get pressured into doing. And even today, the 3 episodes of the Muhammad cartoons. One was a bear, apparently named Muhammad, that caused a riot. That in itself shows that Islam still has a grip on us, because those 3 episodes are still not up on their website, on the Paramount website. Those were the only 3 episodes that they asked to be removed for their video on demand Paramount Plus, and the Scientology episode was back on. It was just those 3 Islamic episodes where Muhammad was like a superhero or something called the Super Friends, I think it was, which is really hilarious episode. I love it. So it was, and I wish that more people would take more jabs at Islam, because it really needs it. If someone was brave enough to go to the Laughing Factory and just read all of these hadiths, not even rehearse a single moment, just read some of these hadiths, I'm pretty sure they'll get so much laughter out of it.
I'm looking forward to AI movies being made, and we can show all the fucking funny shit that happened with Muhammad. You know what I mean?
I've seen people just make AI, a complete AI music video, slash music on just like words, like 100 countrymen versus one gorilla, all that sort of stuff. Like, and it just makes an entire video based on that and the music. So I think we can do a lot with AI music.
Something that was sad is that story you just told me about Sauda, who's like feeling fat and old.
Yeah.
She's like, don't divorce me, Muhammad. I know you're my husband, but I know I'm ugly, but yeah, you can fuck your child bride instead of me. Just don't divorce me, please. He's like, okay.
Yeah, and guess what?
Like, look at that. Think about what that says about him as a person. Think about what that says. He could have said, no, don't. Of course not, babe. I love you. Like, I don't care that you're like a little big. I don't care. Like, I love you. I'm gonna keep visiting you. I love you.
Yeah.
No, he was like, okay, okay.
Divorce you. Yeah. What do you mean I'm gonna divorce you? I'm not a scumbag. I will be with you for the rest of my life.
Yeah, you're my wife. Like,
yeah, you're my wife. Good deal. And Allah approved it, by the way. Allah also approved it. Says, hey, good job, Sauda. Good job for saving your marriage.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
I swear to God, Allah is Muhammad's sock puppet. There's no other way of looking at it.
Obviously. Do you know about Nawabian, the cult of it?
Who?
The Nawabians. Okay, so the Nawabians were like a black. It's called the Nawabian Nation. Okay, and it had like a literal compound with like a child sex. It was like a pedophilia, like I don't know how to explain it. Like he just had the whole community built around him raping children. And
I have no idea who this is. Sounds like a Jim Jones character.
Yeah. So,
yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Alright, so so this guy named Dwight York, and he's a cult leader who had the Nawabian Nation, who was a child molester, and he was one of the largest, most effective child molesters in like the last 100 years, because he had a whole cult. You know what I mean? Oh, he said, had cut down the number of cases against York, which numbered over 1,000 to 200, because a jury wouldn't believe the magnitude of York's evil. So, yeah, I mean, sounds familiar. Building a cult so you can have sex with children? I don't know, sounds kind of familiar to me.
Yeah, and here's the funny thing. A lot of these Islamic cults are all born out of, out of America. Like, no other, because they can protect them from the Muslim community, because there were many cults that were actually formed in Muslim-majority countries, and they were all repressed, and some of them were saved. Like, some of them actually wasn't saved. They survived because of international pressure. For example, the Ahmadiyya community. The Ahmadiyya community actually started in Pakistan area, but the thing is that they survived because they fought with the British in World War III. World War II. My apologies. And so they created their headquarters in the UK, and it survived. So it almost got extinct. Literally, they were going around killing Ahmadiyyas. There were massacres in these communities, and they were saved by the British Army after World War II because they gave them refuge in the UK. So all of these sort of stories that you hear of these different cults that were formed around Islam came after U.S. intervention or Western intervention. Sorry.
It makes sense. Alright, I'm gonna go, brothers. It was good talking to you guys.
Y'all little niggas got me dead right now.
Yo, seriously, can we just have like an IQ game for the stage or something?
This room is really fun.
So we can. I think there's some trolls in the room. I'm not sure what's going on yet.
Hey, yo,
so
hey,
I'm gonna listen for the
IQ so much. What was your IQ, gang?
Y'all remember earlier when I said if AWOP was a serial killer, he'd intricately lay out that if they failed the IQ test, he'd kill them. This is it happening in real time right here.
I mean, Cindy, think about what he does for his day job.
Right.
He delivers shit. He can get rid of bodies fast.
Exactly.
Listen, I'm just saying, man. Don't be playing with AWOC. He got them federal benefits. I might go post up. No, AWOC, you want to be a stepdaddy? I know you got them federal benefits.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm down.
Yo, she straight call him a stepdaddy.
Only if you get a chance.
Alright, BHI, I'm your white savior. It's okay.
The Hebrew Israel.
Well, dang it, I try to make him. I'm sure there's somebody in here who likes it, who hates.
He's just Jewish.
That's a Jew?
Yeah, did you see that do-rag yarmulke thing, bro? It's kind of badass.
Well, he's still shorter than me, that's for sure. I'm 6'11", so you know.
Yo, Soda Regan, I'm thinking you Soda Regan over there.
You just keep getting taller, huh?
He changed his fucking height, so I had to make it higher again.
Like, did your rabbi kick you away or something, James? Are you getting, like what's up? Why are you so difficult? Why are you so ardent? Why are you so edgy? Why is everything
what's up with you? What's up with you?
Yo, James, I got a question for you. Do you think that it is un-American to wave a Mexican flag at a protest?
It is American once Mexico becomes a state, and then they can wave that little flag all they want.
So how do you feel about when politicians wave the Israeli flag or put it up outside of their
that one is a little different, because I don't want them to be a state, so no, they shouldn't do that.
Look at that, look at that. How is that any fucking different?
How is that any different? Do you see Jews in the streets throwing Molotov cocktails, starting fires, you fucking idiot?
I mean, they're getting Molotov cocktails thrown on them.
Why is it the relevant feature, dumbass? Like, the kind of idea is, like, what are the acts of an American just by simply waving the flag, not by, committing acts of violence, right?
What I want to see is Israelis and Israel flying the American flag, and I want to see my flag on their offices. That's what I want. I want to see it reverse.
And Jews only throw those cocktails in tunnels anyway. They're not on the streets.
Anti-Semitism is getting out of control, guys.
Yo, what the fuck?
No, this is pro-Semitism. I want to see American flags across all the Semitisms there is.
Wait, is that my homie?
Including the anti-Semitism.
Yeah, what's up,
Thank you for proving my point.
Support them all!
Fucking around on the internet, come through, see what you guys doing. Not too much on Israel. You guys just hate the Jewish people, man.
So if a
Israel
protester,
and the black guy that lives down the street from me, and he works at the gas station, and we can go after him all we want.
One thing has got nothing to do with the other. Just because you're talking about Israel doesn't mean you're talking about Jews.
Wait, hold up. What was my question? How was my question negative towards Israelis?
why don't you repeat your
obviously
question?
Well, John, it seems like you're saying that these things are analogous, right?
You guys don't know Edmund. He's just trying to create drama for his podcast or his.
Oh, really? It's just drama. You're an anti-American traitor. You're a moron.
What's this guy sound like we should deport you back to Israel? What's this guy sound like a complete faggot? That's the
I'm
real
not
question.
Jewish.
We should still send you there. Trump doesn't care if you're Mexican or Venezuelan. You're still going to El Salvador.
Well, what do you?
Have you guys heard of the Insurrection Act shit that happened recently, or did you guys already talk about that bullshit?
Oh, we had a little ceremony earlier where we sang "God Bless America."
You see my profile picture right now?
It kicked me.
Oh, John Kitover is here. Hello, John Kitover.
Hey, John.
What up, abuela?
It's been a while.
What's that PTR?
Mine?
Pussy is so important to so many. Full bolista.
John, would you trust Rabbi with investment advice later on?
Yeah. I mean, I would. I would give you 10% of my net assets to manage.
Do what?
Yeah, I'd give you 100,000 to start.
No, I don't think you would.
Why not? I think you're probably a pretty good trader.
I am a good. Yeah, I don't have trading investment. I don't have trading ratios, but I do have good investment performance.
Yeah, I don't mean like day trading. I mean portfolio management.
Yeah, I think I would kick ass at that. Shit.
I think
What?
so too.
I appreciate that, John. I didn't expect you to say that.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you work with a financial advisor, you really gotta like the person because it's like a friendship in a way.
Would you trust?
Let's go home.
Hmm?
Dig it out. Where's that bug? How am I talking? Can you tell this nigger to shut up? John, would you trust Rick Tabasco?
No, not really.
Come on.
I think he
Really?
would. I think he would actually make worse decisions than you.
Yeah, big time. Can you please tell him that? I'll kill him. I'll kill him so much.
I mean, I think maybe together you guys would be more effective as a team. Most of these financial advisors team up now.
Fuck that shit. Tell them, show me your numbers, nigga.
Mowed the lawn, he just left it open. Because it does latch. But then,
He buys high and sells low.
Yeah, brutal.
I'm turn my car off before I just learned.
I've had
Well,
many.
I'm gonna hold you accountable to that. You did say you'll give me 10% of your money so I can manage it.
Yeah.
I think after the 10%, like in 6 months, you will want to give me like 50%.
I mean, what do you charge? 1%?
I charge 3%.
Damn, that's high.
Yeah. That's not high. 3% is high. I charge 3%, but I can tell you something. I mean, I'll make you a lot of money, and you'll be able to pay the government all the money they want to garnish.
how did that develop?
Dude, I'm sitting here still worried about all this stuff.
It still didn't stop?
No, this shit is permanent.
Okay, but like, where did it end?
It didn't end anywhere. I'm sitting here doing nothing. Like, they can't garnish nothing, but they fucked me. Like, they have put me in a corner, and now I'm just meditating. But the moment I start going in different directions, they come at me again. But we'll see how it all plays out. There's a chance that I'm just not worth it anymore, or I'm not, in their, out of sight, out of mind, basically. That's what I'm hoping for.
As far as they're concerned, you're either unemployed for life, or you are someone who will work for free, basically.
Basically.
And you choose to be unemployed for life, and you make the money from the government, like the money, like they can't garnish that.
They can't take the VA money now.
But is it enough for you to live?
Well, the term, I was laughing today because it's like, the term income, it's like you literally can't be income without income.
That's right.
You can't have a love life. It's too expensive.
But you have tenants. Like, what happens with that?
Well, they garnished my tenants. They sued my tenants to hand over the rent to them. It's so unconstitutional. It's just it's unbelievable. So.
Oh, they are. So as long as you have tenants, so now your tenants don't pay you money, basically.
No, my tenant moved out. They said, we don't want to do this to you, so we're gonna move out. I was like, okay, thank you. Because they didn't, they're not gonna want to listen to music at 3 a.m. because I'm angry that they're not paying me rent.
There's that also, and they can't do anything about it. So they just don't want the headache. They'll just leave.
They just left.
And the government ends up, you don't care because you're not getting the money anyways. The government doesn't get the money though. Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
They've put me in a difficult. They've basically, made my life uncomfortable but not unbearable.
Yo, you're lucky. I mean, you have your VA shit.
Yeah, I know. I mean, if I didn't have the VA, I would just file bankruptcy and be done with it.
Or become homeless. Okay, but why can't you file bankruptcy now?
There's only Chapter 13, which is a 3 to 5 year repayment plan, and you have to literally give them every fucking penny you make and live like a poor person for 3 to 5 years. Chapter 7, it's a total liquidation, and then you start from scratch again. I've heard people that go through Chapter 13, with the payment program, it doesn't work out, and they end up having to file Chapter 7 at the end anyways.
But I don't get it. Why can't you just file bankruptcy?
Because if I file bankruptcy, I'll have to sell my house, and then I'll have nothing.
You will have to sell your house.
Yeah, they liquidate it and they'll take the capital in it. I have about 100,000.
But your house is okay. But your house is you have multiple units.
Yeah.
How many? 8?
2, 3, 4 units.
You have 4 units and you're residing in one of them.
I have 5 total. I'm residing in the biggest one. Yeah.
Okay. So that property is worth a lot. Can't you sell like 2 of them and still
no, you can't. You can't chop it up and sell parts of it. It's like it's a whole property. It doesn't. You can't divide it.
You can't sell it as a condo.
No, because there's a lien on the property. The moment I try to sell it, they'll just take whatever I sell it for. But you can't really chop it up anyways. That would require like very complicated shit to make that happen. I don't even know if it's possible.
That's pretty up. If I have different units, I have the fucking right to sell it as a condo. The fuck. But okay, fine. So you can't chop it up. But if you sell the whole thing, because how much do you owe? You owe like 300K.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's not the end of the world. I mean, if you sell your 5-unit building, you're gonna get much more than that now.
Dude, it's not paid off. I have a $500,000 plus mortgage on it, and I paid $600,000. So there's only $100,000 of equity in it.
You have holy fuck. You
you have a 5-unit building, and it's just 600,000.
No, it's worth 700,000 now.
Yo, I can tell you one thing, dude. Like if I want a condo here, I'm gonna pay 700K.
I know. And plus, I don't have to pay property tax. See, the reason why I'm not going to capitulate is I don't have to pay property taxes.
And that's in Chicago?
Yeah, do you know how much property tax is here? It's like $16,000 a year. I don't have to pay
Why
that
don't you have to pay?
because I'm a veteran.
That's beautiful.
I know. I'm basically I'm a rich broke person, and so I'm okay with that. I don't really need much. I don't have a wife. I don't have kids. You know, I'll sit here and I'll be a hermit. I don't really, see, the craziest thing is even if I went back to work, it's just so nuts. Like, you know how hard you have to work just to pay the property taxes. Over a course period of 10 years, that's $200,000. It's like, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I wonder how high the property taxes here are. I'm pretty sure they're probably higher.
They might be. They might be lower. You don't know. I don't know.
And that's retarded. Like, if you own a house and you don't have tenants, like, you are in deep shit. Or you're retarded.
You can't stop working. You have to keep working just to pay the taxes. It's insane.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm starting to think I maybe should work with the military, man.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's never going out of business.
No, but I'm not gonna go as a soldier. It's gonna be an office job.
Yeah, that's fine too.
Because that's kind of what you did, right?
Well, I didn't have an office job. I was in the infantry and then in the intelligence. The Army is the Army. You're in a forest getting bitten by mosquitoes, digging trenches, training to fight, to do combat.
Yeah, but you didn't do that. You're military intelligence, you said, no?
That was after I graduated college. But even then, it's technically all the same shit. And the funniest part is when you get into an intelligence, there's no intelligence there. It's just a bunch of black women. It's all DEI. It's all minorities. It's a jobs program. It's not real. It's not real fighting. It's all fucking bullshit. America's cooked.
Well, come to Canada and then you'll understand what cooked is.
Yeah.
But I can tell you this. I mean, if I can have an office job in the military, I'm pretty sure there's something.
Never underestimate the military's ability to kick you out of the office and put you into a forest in a trench.
But what? I mean, I'm not that type of guy, though.
You'll have no choice. You're going to be with your buddies and they're going to say, come on, we got to go. Good luck with that. Just stick to finance. Stick to finance. Stay in financial services. Stay in wealth management.
Yeah, but dude, if I can do something like not finance at the military, but more like economics related, strategy, etc., like Pentagon type of shit, and I can get the benefits of being a veteran and shit, like, come on.
It's not worth it. I'm a very rare case. Not many people have the benefits that I have. I have better benefits than people that have their legs blown off. Can you believe that?
How so?
I'm 100% disabled. Look at my PTR.
I don't get it. No, like, for real.
I'm just telling you, I'm a very lucky individual. If you're bald like me, it's a sign of luck.
What got you that privilege that even those who have their legs blown off, like, don't have your benefits? I don't get it.
It is so random, you have no idea. The VA, the military, after you get out, it's called Veteran Affairs. It's so random. There are people that spend their entire lives trying to get their rights and their benefits, and they never get it. For me, for some reason, right time, right place, put in the paperwork, and I got it. It's so random, man, I'm telling you.
Okay, but like, you're not really disabled.
Well, I have a diagnosis.
Yeah, but that's mental shit, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm telling you is like, it's not physical. I didn't, have my face ripped off in an explosion.
It counts as a disability, and therefore it is.
Yeah, it's psychological. It's a psychological disability.
And they pay you more than fucking people who got their like legs blown off.
Some people who have very traumatic injuries, they have a lower disability rating than I do.
You know, a lot of people claim erectile dysfunction just so they can have like an extra 10%. How much is it?
Yeah, I applied for the ED and they didn't give it to me. I'm like, you guys didn't check my dick. How do you know?
So if you don't mind me asking, like, what did you get diagnosed with?
Bipolar.
You got diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and that got you all these benefits?
Yep. Welcome to America. The land of the fucking land of this country is so fucked. I'm a perfect example of why the system's totally broken. You know, we are just like spending so much money on all these illegal aliens who, you know, are on disability, are on Medicare, Medicaid, and they don't work, and they're not even American citizens.
Are you actually bipolar, or do you just have like hypomania and mania, whatever?
I would say that I fit the diagnostics for bipolar, but I might be. It's like being an autist, but being a functional autist.
That's Asperger's. I mean, that's what I am. But like, I don't see you as bipolar. I do see you as hypomania, though.
Well, that hypermania is like, you know, one of
the symptom.
Yeah, I mean, it is bipolar. Bipolar is basically being manic and being depressed.
I just never saw you be. I don't know, dude. I never saw. I definitely see you being like manic or hypomanic, whatever. I don't even know the difference between these two. But I do see you there. I don't see you as. Though you're depressed.
I mean, he doesn't show it. You can't tell him.
I've been very depressed for the past couple
I've never seen
days.
you cry before. You must have never cried.
I've never seen you hardcore depressed. I never got that feeling.
Oh, I've been like suicidally depressed the past couple days.
Are you hug? Attention.
No, it's true. I mean, I have a gout flare up in my foot, and I haven't been able to walk for like 4 days. The pain has been so insane. Like, I literally haven't been able to leave my house. It's been unbelievably painful, but I got medication. I'm just saying that like gout is so painful that like you just the pain doesn't end. It's so crazy. Like I understand why some people kill themselves because the pain is so intense.
Fly me up there and I will I'll serve you in a recliner until it goes
You'll just blow me and get my dopamine up so that it overrides
That's not what I meant, but that'll work.
Nigga, do you use drugs?
Yeah, I smoke cannabis and I drink alcohol.
No, like actual drugs, dude. Fuck cannabis.
No, I don't use any other substances, no.
Would you say but you don't have trauma, right? Like you never really served in the sense, like you're not a combat.
No, I didn't go to some village and kick in doors and say, "Get out of your house, Mr. Muhammad. We're gonna blow it up." And then I didn't, have my buddy Charlie over there have his face turn into a puddle of blood, and I didn't have to scoop up his body and go shoot a child who had an RPG pointed at me. No.
Sounds like you had trauma from not having that.
Well, see, the thing is, you go through a very intense training, and so I have like the conditioning of a combat soldier, but I didn't actually deploy. So many people died, you have no idea. I see it in my Instagram feed all the time. This girl, she was 23, she was a fighter pilot, she went to West Point, she died over here, this girl died over there, this guy died. Thousands of people just died in all these combat zones, and it's like, for what? So these Democrats can sit here and see, this is what is really making me angry, is the enemy was not overseas. The enemy is internal here in the United States. It's these Democrat, liberal, communist cocksuckers.
You know what? That's one thing I like about you, is that you understand that military is a scam. A lot of military men don't understand that.
Do you understand that the Republicans are just as bad, though?
Oh, yeah. I know how bad they are. I'm fighting them, and you have no idea. Like, here in Chicago, my friend Max and I and his father and other people, we are, like, personally attacked by the Republicans, and we're attacking them back. They're the biggest fakes you've ever met. Some of them are pedophiles. They're criminals. They're terrible people.
As far as online people go, though, you got to be one of the biggest fakes on Clubhouse.
No, he actually was in the military. But
Yeah, but like I don't know what to know with John sometimes because he's always got a different profile and a different story and a different, he's always trolling.
I don't have different stories. I sit here and I record people and I mock people for being fucking losers who waste their time here talking about nothing all day long and can't focus on anything because they're on here all day long talking or listening. I mean, Rabbi, look at the title. Come shut the fuck up and study. That's what people need to do, but people can't seem to do that anymore. They just fall for the low-hanging fruit, the dopamine. App is a drug delivery mechanism system.
I'm working with the Bayes formula. The Bayesian formula. It's amazing. Probability.
I build houses while listening.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh my God. You're a highly functioning person, then.
You really need to build faster because this housing situation isn't right, man.
Yeah, all you gotta do is pay me.
Yeah, but that's the whole problem. You see that? Like, that is exactly the problem, is that we can't pay you to get it. It's already too expensive. I mean, this John guy here, you see him? He has like a 5-unit building.
Okay, but the material and labor isn't the problem, right? It's well, other than inflation, but like the land is a problem here. Like fucking Canada's very communist with the land.
Yeah, but it's the second biggest country and it's the least populated country on earth in terms of population density. Like the fuck.
Yeah, but nobody wants to move north to the cold climate to save money. They all want to live in the city. Well, what do you expect? You can go to like a newer city like North Bay and get something for cheap, relatively cheap around there. But like nobody wants to go north, man.
I would rather stay in Montreal.
But there's cheap spots. So if you don't have a lot of money, you can find a cheap spot. Just nobody wants to do it.
Yeah, but what about the bitches? I'm not gonna get bitches if I go sit with the natives.
Find one woman and commit and have a family and raise bitches for other boys.
No, I want bitches for me. I want like 5 bitches.
Yeah, well, if you enjoy hedonism, reap the rewards.
See, Rabbi, the reason why they couldn't get me killed overseas was because they couldn't scam me fast enough. It wasn't successive. I had been through too many experiences prior to the deployment where I knew I was getting scammed. And I was being led by incompetent, terrible people who shouldn't have been there to begin with. And so I lost all morale completely and entirely when I started getting yelled at by black women who shouldn't have been there to begin with. And they were, going to get me killed.
Go up there and go up in that mountain and take a position and hold that position. I don't care how many times you get shot at. You hold that position.
Okay, ma'am.
So that's like, wait, where did that happen? Like that's when
that happened in Arizona, and this is the thing: is it's not like successive.
Yeah, who's shooting you in Arizona?
No, it was this black woman who was in charge of our training division. We're running up a mountain, and she's on a golf cart screaming at me. And I looked at this guy from West Point. I said, all right, man. I was like, I'm done with this shit. I'm going to go see a psychiatrist tomorrow. I was like, you probably won't see me ever again. And that was the end of my Army career.
Okay, and then you got like dishonorably discharged?
No, medically discharged.
Ah, you went to the psychiatrist and they got you discharged.
Yep. I told him, I said, I'm gonna cut this bitch's head off with a sword in front of everybody. And I said, there's insects crawling around in her face. And they said, oh, you sound bipolar.
Oh, look at all the niggers.
Well, we were talking about you today, T-Reps, how you got N-word Tourette's.
Did you kick them?
No. I wasn't.
I was asking Ryan.
No, I didn't. Maybe he saw Ryan, that's why he ran away. Yeah.
Ryan, would you blow T-Robs for $1,000?
Yeah, for free.
Maybe.
He does have Tourette's of that, eh?
Well, Randy
Have you
kind of
seen what
has
it looks like
Randy
first,
kind of has
actually?
it too. All right, I gotta order dinner.
Hey, Diego.
What's going on? Don't mod John. But don't mod him. He's gonna end the room.
I'm not gonna end your room. I don't care.
Yeah, you always do that shit.
What's the point of even modding me though? What does that fucking even do for anybody or anything? It's pointless.
It's just when
It pisses off T-Rubs.
when someone.
I like it when he says it himself.
Randy, NVIDIA handed you your ass.
NVIDIA?
Yeah,
How did NVIDIA hand me my ass?
just collapsed, dude.
No, it didn't. Shut up.
Collapsed. Look at that thing.
What are you talking about? It's
Show
one
me that thing.
It's at an all-time high.
Just look at it. Oh, I know. He's pricing it in Bitcoin. That's right.
But I have a lot of Bitcoin.
Good. Then I'll see you at BTC Conference China.
No, I don't go to that shit, dude. I find
Do you want? No, but legit. Do you want a free ticket? I can give you a free ticket. Yeah, but what about the one in Montreal?
I just think the Bitcoin people are very friendly, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
I can get you a whale pass, dude. Do you want it? Do you want it or not?
What? The China one?
Yeah.
When?
Hold on. Let me tell you the ad.
Are you going?
Yeah, of course.
Well, I'll go.
Let's go.
When is it though? Depends on what it is.
Hold on. I think it's in November.
November.
What did BTC? Wasn't there some kind of legislation passed? I saw Adrian Dittman put something out today.
Well, tell me. I'll go. If you go, I will go.
Let's do it. Tickets are free right now if you just want general admission. Let's see. When is it?
Oh, he's promising me a free ticket, but the ticket is free. Look at this faggot.
He's more Jewish than the Jews he criticizes.
That's fine.
I literally thought that like he has special like access to
Oh, with that attitude, you didn't even listen to what I actually offered you, but now it's revoked.
What were you gonna offer these nuts?
I said a free whale pass, you idiot.
What is that?
Oh, the whale pass. It's for whales only. No, they have these exclusive areas that only the high rollers can go to.
Yeah, but well, I'm not a whale. Am I? What am I?
No, but knowing you, you have no shame in pretending like, or acting like you're one. So, you consider yourself a whale to be. A whale in the making. Am I wrong about this?
Okay, I am not a dolphin. I'm not a dolphin, not a shark, not a whale.
There are a lot of sharks in Bitcoin. But you got crabs.
I'm none of these things. I'm not gonna tell you what I am, but I am either a fish or a shrimp.
You get eaten by whales.
What are you?
No, I'm a minnow myself.
You're not a whale, you're not a shark. You might be a dolphin or a fish.
I think that I am also like I'm a crustacean because the Jews hate me.
No, but these are okay. So shrimp is less than 1 Bitcoin, fish is 1 to 9 Bitcoins, dolphin is 10 to 99 Bitcoins, shark is 1,000 Bitcoins, whale is more than 1,000 Bitcoins.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so when you say whales, that means people who have more than 1,000 Bitcoins.
Well, in this case at the conference, whale is just someone that pays $10,000 to $18,000 for a ticket.
Sorry?
It's $10,000 to $20,000 per ticket for admission into this exclusive area. So you get to hang out with Michael Saylor and all those people, you know?
What a waste of time.
Grant Cardone was there with his hot ass wife, and you know people like that.
You're wasting $20,000.
Yeah, you can just talk to them on X or Clown House any day of the week.
Daddy, what is wrong with you?
What a waste of time.
What a waste of damn time.
What a waste of time.
That is a waste of damn time.
I mean, what would you tell the... You wouldn't say anything to Grant Cardone even if he was standing right in front of you. You have no conversation with him, right?
No. I say wink wink.
You could
I
ask.
I think he would love me if they meet me, dude.
You could ask him if he's gonna run for governor of California.
No, I think if they meet me, they would want to hire me.
He's homeless, John. His house burned down, I thought.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Man, he must hate Karen Bass with a fucking passion.
I don't think you guys understand. We're literally on military lockdown right now. Is this the first time that real troops are on the ground in America?
No.
No,
Fucking
it's usually the National Guard.
fucking Ferguson, they had to call out the fucking National Guard.
Yes, dude, but we have Marines on the streets.
Thank God.
Yeah. Thank God they didn't send the Army.
What do you mean they sent the Army? The National Guard is the Army.
The National Guard is 2 weekends a month.
Dude, they're
1 week a year.
a lot of those people are fucking former active duty soldiers.
Yeah, I know, but you know, the Marines are a different breed, you know.
Yeah, I know. Fuck around and find out, California.
The Marines are the dumbest of the bunch.
Yeah, so they do unscrew their heads, but that's what makes them a lethal force.
Yeah.
Are they lethal?
That's why they're called jarheads, yeah, because
Trump-
they have to like.
Trump told them if they spit, we hit. If you spit, we hit. And we
Okay,
hit
tell me
hard.
this, because I don't want to sound like a retard, but I genuinely don't know. Maybe John, you can have a good one. What is the difference between the Marines and the Rangers? And aren't the Rangers supposed to be the ones who go do the things on the ground?
Rangers are like elite special forces infantry units.
Okay, so who's better though?
Can you kick Jack from the room? Because he got me kicked from the room like 3 times today.
The Marines is just a branch. Like the Rangers are like special forces within the Army.
There's a debate as to whether it's the Navy SEALs or the Rangers that are the best of the best.
Okay, so because the Marines are part of the Navy, but which is weird.
No, they're under the SOC.
They're nothing.
Yeah.
I thought Marines are Navy, dude. No.
Technically, they are like a division of the Navy, but they're actually their own independent military agency.
Okay, so the Rangers are better than the Marines.
Yeah.
So why do you guys say that the Marines are the whatever?
I don't know. Marines have their own like special forces too. Marines are very, very extreme. They are like PT heroes.
I thought Green Berets were better.
Are they more extreme than the Rangers?
The Rangers are they're like a step away from being should you choose to accept the mission type of thing. They don't have to they don't have to cut the hair short. They can wear beards. They can bring their own weapons.
Oh, okay. So you're saying Marines are niggers, basically, and
No, because Marines actually, they're the most clean of all the military. They have to shine even the areas that you don't see on their uniform.
Jack, where in Chicago do you live?
I don't really want to say that, but I just went to Harry Carey's right now for the first time.
Downtown? Oh, you live in River North.
I'm in River North right now. Where you at?
What about the Air Force? Are those guys like that? Because these are the ones who get all the pussy, aren't they?
Yeah, Air Force gets a lot of
I know
pussy.
this shit.
Well, they're the smartest ones because they don't die. So
yeah, it's true.
They call them the Chair Force.
The smartest ones are the ones who want nukes or some shit. Like from all the thing, they can like hit you with a missile all the way from Arizona or some shit. or Nevada.
What did you get at Harry Caray's? A burger?
When you're in the Air Force, Randy, everybody's an educated man. Everybody has college degrees.
What are you talking about? There's corpsmen that fucking. There's so many people in the Air Force that aren't officers.
I'm just saying, that's the general culture. People are smart in the Air Force.
See, I was telling John that I think I should join the military. But like get an office job or some shit at the military. That'd be the jackpot.
I mean, at the end,
To get your nationality?
I just want them. I just want a good paying job that's actually like pretty damn good, but also at the same time get all the like fucking benefits from military. Holy fuck.
don't you smoke a vape pen? You know how many fucking miles you're gonna have to run? Your heart's gonna explode.
Yeah, but that's what I'm telling you. I want like a sissy boy job, like at an office, like Pentagon type of shit.
It's never sissy. The basic training will fucking destroy you. And how old are you now?
28.
I mean, you could do it. But you don't want to do that. It's a bad choice. Maybe Canada's better, though.
I think I could do it, but I would rather. I don't want all that gay training and shit. I just want like.
It's forced. There's no. It's about breaking down your ego, destroying your identity, and incorporating you into a unit.
Yeah, but they will never send someone like me to the battlefield, man.
Yeah, you say that.
John, did you join? Are you a veteran, John?
Yeah, I was in the Army.
Ah, okay.
You think they'd send someone like me to the battlefield? Like, come on, I'll be the first to die anyway.
Well, this is the irony of life. You're on Clown House talking about it. 3 years from now, you're deployed. You'll probably be in Jordan, and you'll fucking call your cousin and be like, hey, guess what? I got deployed to Jordan.
Oh, that would be so awesome, actually.
They have a military base in Jordan next to my family's house there.
I'm just saying.
That's Americans, though.
I'm pretty
sure Canadian ass.
No, fuck yeah, no, I would join the American military. I'm pretty sure they have positions where people like are required to do some like fucking like.
Yeah, you can get into finance in the military. I mean, there are people that specialize specifically, you know, in payroll and accounting, everything. It's a whole branch of the Army. It's every major agency has their own financial services.
These guys also have to dig trenches.
Well, yeah, pretty much in the basic training, yeah.
My friend Jordan does logistics, and she works from the bar at the hotel on her laptop.
Why would you let like these and shit? Man, you're not gonna send me to war. That's the thing.
What was that? Was it in San Diego where that Jordanian terrorist killed like a bunch of people on base? Where was that? Was that Georgia?
I think that was in Jordan, wasn't it?
Was it in Jordan? He was a psychiatrist, wasn't he?
Oh, that might have been in Texas. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of it's happened too many times. I don't know which one.
That's the problem with the military. They bring in people who are so unqualified because they can't find anybody to even join.
Yeah, but that's why they would pay me a shit ton, no?
What do you think? Like there's fucking bonuses and you can make a request on salary or something? It's a graded fucking job. You can look up how much you're going to make right now as an enlisted soldier or an officer. It's not even going to come close to what you're making in finance.
Like what I would...
Well, he would be an officer. I was an educated man.
Yeah, that's like $65,000 a year to start.
I know.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Randy, I can't believe you're even playing with this, because I literally just talked to a college student not 30 minutes ago, and I convinced her to become a CFA.
Yo, but the thing is,
everybody's becoming a CFA now.
Like, I'm just telling you, I would take the 65K entry. I would take it if I don't have to pay property tax, if I don't have to pay like, all that shit, like all of that. Yeah, I would take it.
Listen, my tax.
John, you got USAA, right?
Yeah. Well, I got debanked. I got debanked. They took my USAA checking account. They debanked me.
Welcome to the party, pal. Welcome to the party.
Yeah.
Wait, why, John?
I got sued because I have a foreclosure, and It's called the default judgment or deficiency judgment, and so they fucking
You didn't
they
show up.
debanked
Oh,
me.
that's why you need to own Bitcoin, nigga.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
That's exactly what it is. No one can take that. You can't garnish that shit.
Where, in Chicago?
Yeah, I had a house in Chicago that I lost to foreclosure. I bought it in 2008, and I lost $150,000 in the course of a couple months when the real estate market collapsed.
Hey, but you're still here, though.
I'm still alive. I'm breathing. This party's still going.
Yeah, you're making content on Clubhouse.
You can't take this Clubhouse content from me, can you?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. We can and we will. That's right.
No, you know where John will be unstoppable is if he gets a secret Plus account.
Yeah, I'm coming. I will. Trust me, Jake. You'll have to monitor my YouTubes just to find out if I'm monitoring you.
At that point, we have like a little Mossad agent on Clubhouse. I saw your title yesterday. Mikhail Simic.
We don't tolerate anti-Semitism. You can say nigger. That's fine.
Yeah, you and
Have you seen the Dave Portnoy drama, John?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know who Cacamigo is?
But you said what, Lou? You can or you can't say nigger?
No, you can say nigger, but there's no anti-Semitism allowed.
Yes.
Naturally.
Well, what's the new Portnoy controversy?
He was going off about some anti-Semitism or something on one of his employees. And so he's getting roasted online. And this guy, Cacamino, he makes like diss tracks. He made a hilarious one.
Did you see that they just discovered how small this motherfucker is? He's like 5'5" at best.
Yeah, he's like tiptoeing in every picture.
Oh my god, dude. It's so crazy, dude. I had no idea.
Yeah, he's interesting.
So, John, didn't you get like any special treatment for being a Yiddish guy?
In the army?
Yeah.
Of course he did.
Well, in college, I went to a southern school, and I experienced anti-Semitism for the first time at dinner, or at breakfast. I said I don't eat bacon, and he said he was a southerner. He says, "What the fuck you mean you don't eat no bacon?" I said, "Sir, this kid at private is Jewish." He said, "Jewish? Where's your fucking horns?"
Was he drunk or what?
That's hilarious.
I mean, I grew up
That's
not.
one thing we can relate on right there.
You're telling me you keep cooking? That's
No, I mean, I grew up, and my dad didn't eat any, tray for bacon or shrimp or lobster, nothing like that. So I didn't grow up eating any of that shit. But I wasn't like Jewish. I mean, I got baptized as a Christian when I was in high school.
What?
Yeah, I got baptized when I was a senior. Because I was stupid, and I read the Bible, and it says if you want to get into heaven, you got to get baptized. I was like, well, I'm going to check that mark. I'm going to check that box.
Oh my god.
It doesn't even say that. But yeah, you're not a Christian though.
No, I'm a baptized Christian. I got baptized by a black man at the YMCA.
Yeah, so we're all the crypto Jews in Spain, Randy, but that doesn't make them Christian.
No, you believe so, and your values are not Christian.
They can do that. It's like the taquilla thing where they can lie.
My mom's not Jewish. My mom's Christian. My grandmother's Christian. My aunts are all Christian. My cousins are all Christian.
Oh, that makes more sense.
Wait a second, John. Can we get a note check?
Yeah, but you go to a synagogue.
I don't go to a synagogue.
You said when you were. I don't know.
I go to Chabad occasionally for social events.
It's like date for him.
Yeah, I'm basically looking for chicks. I don't know what kind of world you live in, but I like to live the good life.
Oh, so you want some Jewish ass? Dude, I never had sex with a Jewish woman. It was never like good.
Never? Oh, you have?
I have had sex with Jewish women, but it wasn't good. It was never like. I never had sex with a Jewish woman where I wanted to do it again. Like, I won at wedding. I'm telling you, the Jewish women are all over. Like, they're everywhere in Montreal. Especially in the kink scene, Diego.
Really?
Yeah, they're everywhere. It's not the Jewish. There's zero Jewish men. They're all Jewish women.
Very interesting. I wonder why that is.
I don't know.
Well, because the pet life thing is for single people, right? So Jewish men are having sex with
not
non-Jewish women.
Not necessarily. I was telling John, there was a Jewish woman who was cheating on her husband with a man, and she is supposed to be monogamous with that man, yet she wanted to cheat on him with me. And I suppose with others.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I just found out about this, Rabbi. She really sent you that video, by the way?
No, you don't. No. I'm talking about a woman I know in real life.
Oh, okay. But the other chick from Clubhouse, she sent you that shit?
Who, Danny?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Danny actually sent you a photo of her a video of her fucking?
A video, dude. It's a raunchy ass shit, too.
No. The only reason I say this is because she told everyone, and everyone knows, and apparently everyone has it. She's open about it.
Hey, I want to see it too.
She sent me something of her pussy being eaten by her husband.
Oh.
But you don't even see her pussy. You don't see any. It's not as bad as people are making it seem.
I have a better picture.
It's not as bad, dude. She doesn't.
For everyone to see.
I'm just saying. It's not as bad. Anne was sending me full nudes. You know, this one isn't like.
From Clubhouse?
Huh?
From Clubhouse?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
Yeah, but this one isn't like doing that.
What does she weigh? Like 85 pounds? Is there even any meat on the bones?
She gained weight. I mean, she has love handles now.
Ooh.
Yeah.
They need to delete this out.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. People love to sex with Rabbi Jack.
So wait, what I don't understand, like you're Palestinian, but you're Jordanian. Like when I went to Jordan, I mean, I went with Jordanians who do not claim they're Palestinians. They claim they're the original Jordanians. So who do you think is better, the like real Jordanians, or real Palestinians, or is there even a difference?
Yeah, there is.
There's no difference.
I mean, the Jordanians are more hospitable than us.
Doesn't it?
I mean, I'm raised in Jordan.
Doesn't it just technically come down to whether or not you're?
True. I wish that was true, Rabbi. Not that we're better, but
isn't the
bar
biggest?
must be so fucking low.
Isn't the biggest differentiator?
No, the Jordanians are more hospitable than us, but we're smarter than them. They dominate the public sector. We dominate the private sector. Like there are these differences. We're not necessarily. We're much cheaper than them. Like we're more like fiscally conservative, let's just say.
Well,
the Jordanians are very simple people.
Isn't the biggest differentiator really just whether or not you're a Christian or a Muslim?
There is that difference also, but no, there's differences between no. Even Muslim Palestinians versus Muslim Jordanians or Christian Palestinians versus there are still these differences. Like it is a Palestinian thing versus a Jordanian thing, regardless of your religion.
They're basically the same people, other than these like little things.
You'll still Jordanians and Palestinians?
Yeah. Well,
other than this, no, I wouldn't say
not much different.
I wouldn't say that because, for example, we're not tribal. They're tribal.
Some of them are.
Jordanians are tribes. Jordanians are all tribes.
Yeah, I guess so, but even then, it's not much of a difference.
We're city people and farmers. They're more like Bedouins and farmers.
No one's really a Bedouin anymore, so.
They do exist, not in the city, but they do.
Dude, that is. I've been to Jordan twice. I have hung out with Bedouins in the fucking rocks while they milk goats.
They exist. I'm just saying, in mass, there's not like it's. The Bedouins today, even, like, listen, you got a cell phone, you got, like, this modern technology, you're not much of a Bedouin.
Dude, they don't even have showers.
It's not. It's not like it used. Like it is more. You know, they're not as they're losing it, but they still have. It's very strong. Still very strong.
Did you go to Birthright, John?
I did Birthright, but I also been to Jordan twice with my friend Salim Fakhouri here in Chicago, and his son Jamil Fakhouri. So I was good friends with a Jordanian family here in Chicago, and I've been to.
What happened?
Well, nothing.
You're not friends anymore?
No, we didn't have a falling out or anything. Everybody goes their way. He's got fucking 6 kids now. I don't bother people with kids.
Jack, listen to this. John, what does Kitover mat Alil sayed? What does that mean?
Too many bunny hops, not enough hunt.
No, it has nothing to do with bunnies. Too many jumps, not much hunt. Too much jumping, not much hunting. That's a better way to say it. Kitover mat Alil sayed.
Hey, does Uri make them like a Kohanim?
No, he's technically. I think he told me they're from like Lebanon originally. But they grew up in. He grew up in Al Samt. Huh?
Are they priest class? Is that what that means, Randy?
Who?
The Huri.
Huri is priest. It comes from the Greek word kuria. The Fakhouri is not the same as Huri.
He hates Muslims. He would tell me when we drive around, he's like, I grew up, we had to do forced, Islamic education. He's like, I fucking hate the Muslims. I fucking hate the Muslims.
Is he Christian?
Yeah.
Yeah, Fakhouri is a Muslim Christian family. I know Fakhouris. They dominate the banking sector.
Yeah. They're very successful.
Don't be racist.
No, they're not. They're just like me, dude. I told you, like, we're forced to learn Islam, and we're forced to do also,
I was joking about dominating banking, but never mind.
Oh yeah, Fakhouri, they're known, man. Fakhouri, they're very wealthy.
Dude, the Fakhouris own what street? Hubbard Street. They own all the buildings on Hubbard, and as well as River North. They're very wealthy here in Chicago. Yeah, you can see their names on the street signs.
It's because we taught them Islam.
Oh, no, but that's not necessarily the same Fakhouri, because there's another Fakhouri family from Lebanon. Fakhouri isn't just from Jordan. So it's not the same family necessarily, but they're Christian. Fakhouri is a Christian family.
You know, the Arabs are taking over Chicago.
Say what, Diego?
What is El-Khoury?
El-Khoury is the priest.
Okay.
Khoury is priest.
And Fakhouri is what?
Well, there's these families. There's the Khoury family, there's Fakhouri family, and there's El-Khoury family. Khoury is priest, El-Khoury is the priest. Fakhouri has nothing to do with priest. Fakhour. It comes from Fakhour, not Khoury.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
That's why Fakhouri is the one from Fakhour.
Okay.
Like Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. Baghdadi comes from Baghdad.
I've been getting called a fake Jew my whole life. So I did Birthright, but on the application I said my mother was Jewish. So when I was in college, I got called into the chaplain's office at the church, and he says, I hear you went on a free Birthright trip to Israel, John. I said, yeah. I was like, it was amazing. I saw everything, this and that. And he goes, but you must have lied on the application and said you're Jewish. I said, well, this is America. I said, Thursday I'm a Jew, Friday I could be a Christian, Saturday I could be a Muslim. What's the difference? He goes, get the fuck out of my office.
Really? Fucking guy.
Yeah, he wanted to get me kicked out of college because you can't lie, cheat, or steal.
Yeah, that's so loud. All of things. So wait, if you said who your dad was, they wouldn't have let you go.
No, and this girl on this trip, this fat chick who died going up Mount Masada, she was like, I'm a patrilineal Jew, and everybody was like, ah! People were having panic attacks, and I was like, oh, I ain't coming to her defense. I ain't saying shit.
Yeah, you're alone. Fucking Sheikh Sama.
That's right.
They didn't like Jews in college?
No, they let Jews in Target. There's no discrimination in
You
U.S.
said
colleges.
there's no lying, cheating, or stealing.
He did steal. He did all these things.
There's nothing new under the sun. Everyone here is a criminal.
I'm not a criminal.
Yes, you are.
I'm the most law-abiding man.
I don't mean criminal. I mean everyone here is not perfect. That's what I'm saying.
No, he's a criminal too. I don't even worry, John. This guy told me stories.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Far be it from me to do such a thing.
Listen, if there's one thing that's true in life, it's the love of a beautiful woman.
This nigga's lying to you.
Amen.
Are you calling Ryan a liar?
Yeah, Ryan's got some issues.
I'm calling Jack for her to butterfly.
Neither would I. So good.
I only hurt women when I like whipping. That's it. Child. What the fuck does that mean? Ah, okay. Okay. Sure. Okay, that's amazing.
When I was in Jordan once, I'll never forget this. We were like going to all these like plantations, and there's like basically impoverished people, Egyptians and Palestinians working these plantations. We go and we have Shai with this Palestinian in his like metal box that he lives in, and outside of his house is like a field of garbage, and there's children playing in the garbage, completely filthy. And I'm just like, I've never seen such poverty in my whole life. This is insane.
Where?
Yeah. Where's that? Pretty bad.
Where's that? I don't get it.
I don't know where we were.
Jordan.
It was somewhere in Jordan.
Yeah, it depends where. There's areas that are very rich, areas that are very poor. There's like that happens over there. It's not like uniform, you know.
I've seen some shit like that in Nigeria too, but not like mass piles of trash.
You can live like a king, or you can live like a dog. Like, that's just the situation.
Have you ever seen videos of people in India or China that work at these like recycling places where they literally sift through garbage, live in garbage?
Yep.
It's unbelievable.
It's honestly sad as fuck. I don't watch that shit. I like to pretend that doesn't exist.
Keep pretending, motherfucker. Let's see where that takes you.
My whole life a lie.
Let's see where that takes you, ass nigga.
Everywhere.
Everywhere is nowhere. You know that as much as I do.
That's where I'm trying to go, man.
Trying to go nowhere?
Oh yeah, fast.
Child. What is this? What the fuck is... there we go. There we go. There we go. Oh, that's pretty fucked up.
What's wrong?
The math isn't mathing. I feel like
it wasn't either. It wasn't earlier. It won't be. Somebody wants to come up. What's their name? Rosie? Oh wow, you're leaving her in the dirt.
Oh, well, get her up then. Yeah, the screen.
I got you, girl.
look up from their balls. So.
Why would we stare at our balls?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, that's not true. That's not. It's okay. That's why I fucked up. That's exactly why I fucked up. Child. Ugh. There's a lot of slave work tomorrow, man. I'm so pissed.
Like what?
Like, I have to work, and then I have to study, and I have to eat. That must mean... That's right, motherfucker. .05 divided by 0.41 multiplied by 0.25, which must mean... If I fail this shit, I'm gonna kill myself.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, I should. Imagine Rico passing and I fail. Dude, that really deserves, like, Bring in Rico.
I told you if you didn't, if you focus too much on Rico and not enough on yourself, he's going to.
Dude, that means that, like, either he's cheating or I'm super retarded.
No, that's just how this situation is going to play out, obviously. You're wasting your time running your mouth and he's studying. That's what happens. What else would you think happens?
I'm studying every day, nigga. What are you talking about?
Okay, cool.
What are you talking about? This nigga has no clue what he's saying.
What is science parallelism?
What'd you say?
What is today's tire lesson?
Order lesson?
Well, we're not doing Torah today. We've done that yesterday.
But a day without Torah is a wasted day.
I'm surprised you care about waste, because you're wasting your seed every damn day, motherfucker.
Projecting much?
I'm not projecting. You spend more time on Pornhub than you do on Torah. What are you talking about?
I'm a cultured, refined individual, sir.
That's beautiful. I support you in your endeavor. Now, Diego owes me a free ticket to the whale meetup in China for Bitcoin.
Randy.
That's right. I'm gonna write it down.
Good luck getting that, motherfucker.
It took him it literally took him ages to pay me the fucking $25 he owes me. Now I wonder how long it's gonna take to make this thing happen. I don't believe we're going to China.
It could happen.
If you go, I'll go.
Let's go then.
Where in China?
That's a good question. I don't know. Hold on, let me check.
Is it in Wuhan? I would love to take a selfie in front of the Wuhan virology lab.
I want to take a selfie in front of you.
I want to take a selfie in front of Wuhan virology lab. Would you do that? That would be an amazing Instagram photo.
Randy, it's going to be in Hong Kong.
Oh. Yeah, I'd go. I got my American Express ready. Let's go.
Let's do it.
But you said it's a free ticket?
It's free, yeah. Right now. You buy it right now. It's free. Do it. It's you don't have to buy it. You don't have to give anything. Just register right now on their website.
Well, send me the link.
It's still open, as far as I can tell. Alright. It's b.tc.
Just send it to me. I can't check it now. But I would like to.
But this is probably going to run out. The biggest one was free for an hour, and then they canceled it. So, yeah, FYI. Now it's whatever it is, $400 a ticket, and it'll keep going up.
Oh, they canceled it? Now it's not cheap? It's not free?
Yeah, so the Vegas one was free for an hour. After the conference ended. Yeah.
Well, after the conference ended, it became for what that makes through.
Yeah, after the conference was ended, they posted free tickets, but it only lasted an hour, and then everybody bought them, and then they.
Why would I buy a ticket? Why would I buy a ticket after the conference?
Because everyone that goes to these conferences, apparently, I'm learning about this myself. Everyone that goes to the Bitcoin conference knows that at the end of the conference, they basically give these tickets away for people that went to the conference. They put these QR codes up on different screens as a courtesy to someone that went. And then after that, it just gets really expensive. It becomes $500, $600, $700, $800 a ticket. But they're all gets closer.
This is not going to be anything like Vegas.
Well, the last time I was in Hong Kong.
Are you going for sure? Oh, Dan Howard's going. Are you going for sure?
I'm going for sure, yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to go and then you're not going.
Actually, look at this. It's August 28th to the 29th.
So which one is it? Oh, there's the whale pass. You said you can give me a whale pass.
Maybe I could give you a whale pass, but you passed on it, man.
No, I didn't. I don't think you can give me a whale pass. You're lying.
I can give you a better than general admission, whatever the second tier is, for sure.
Bitcoin Asia 2025 Pro Pass.
The Pro Pass, yeah, I can give you the Pro Pass. But
I'll give it to you if you're legit going. I'll give it to you.
I am legit going if you are legit going.
I'm legit going.
Yeah, then I'll do it.
Let's do it, dude.
But you're going whale pass for you? Or are you going pro?
I'm going pro.
You're going pro. Okay. And you get like free pro tickets?
Yep. They had them free for a little bit. Now I can see they're at $200 a ticket.
Okay, so how can you get me a pro ticket then?
Because I just used 2 email addresses and I got 2 pro tickets.
How bad do you want?
Oh, you got pro. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, when they're free, you can sign up with as many email addresses you want and just get them.
Then why didn't you sign up for the whale pass?
The whale pass is never free, dude.
Okay. Okay, so then I should...
It is for some people.
Let me tell you the type of women that you can expect in Hong Kong. You got 2 types of women, right?
I'm not into Asians. I don't care about women. But I can tell you
No, that's the thing you don't know. These Macau Portuguese women.
Ah, then I'll do it.
They're basically Portuguese that moved there like 200 years ago, but they stayed in their own community.
That's right.
The best legs you're ever gonna see, dude. I don't know what it is about that genetic pool, but they have the best legs.
Who has the best legs?
These weird Macau Portuguese women.
Look, as I told you, man. Okay, so then in that case, I shouldn't register or anything.
Well, if you're really going, and I have the pass for you.
I am going if you go, but you need to give me the dates. So you give me the dates in advance, so I can go. How many days is that?
It looks like it's just 2 days. It's a smaller event.
2 days, so that means we're gonna spend what, like 2 nights, 1 night or 2 nights there?
Yeah, I'll probably go for a few more because the last time I went, the jet lag is insane.
Well, I'll probably go 2 nights.
It's like a 20-hour flight, dude. No joke, it's the longest flight I've ever been on.
Hong Kong.
Yeah, well, from New York, it's like 21 hours or something. And that's on a straight flight.
I can travel business class.
Really?
Yeah. If Air Canada has a direct flight, I'll take that one.
Pretty good. Let's see who else is gonna be there.
All them niggas. No, I only saw one interesting character, Dan Hell. Honestly, I see it more as a networking thing than anything.
Of course. That's what it is.
Oh, fuck.
You should go to all of them.
Normally I wouldn't go to such a thing, but if you're going, I'll go.
You should come to the Vegas one, man. The Vegas one was off the chain.
Yeah. Wow, that's amazing. I don't even need a visa to go there.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, I'll go.
Alright, let's do it.
You said when? November what?
Hold on, no, it looks like it's sooner, dude.
When? August 28th.
August 28th.
August 28th.
That's right. What are you eating? Celery?
No, I'm eating chips. Where are you staying at?
I don't know yet. Let's see here. It's gonna be like, have you ever been there, by the way?
No.
It's a beautiful city, dude. Ooh, nice.
I think it's worth going to Hong Kong before the Chinese like fuck it up.
I mean, it's owned by China now.
Yeah, it's gonna be high season though. It's gonna be high season, so I hope I can find a suitable flight. But
What are the COVID rules there?
sorry.
I went there before COVID, so what are the COVID rules? I hope it's not like you can just say I have COVID cat.
You have to prove your vaccination. Otherwise, you've got to go to internment camp.
I would go to Hong Kong, nigga.
Strict World Health Organization policy.
Okay, it says they do a temperature check. That's it. All other restrictions are gone.
They do what?
Temperature check on your forehead.
Don't you run hot, Randy?
Yeah, but they don't get vaccinated.
Yeah, it looks like they don't need a vaccination, so we're good to go.
I feel you're gonna bitch out in the end.
Yeah. One of you will.
You feel like what?
I said I feel like you're gonna bitch out.
I don't think so.
Thursday.
So are you saying after the conference is over, there's free tickets for the next conference?
At least in the Vegas one, yeah. That's what everybody told me. And then no one bothered to tell me that they were giving away free tickets at the Vegas one, so I ended up having to buy next year's ticket for $200 or whatever.
For how much?
200, I think, and then they raised it again, and now it's like 600. The Vegas one is built for comfort, you know what I mean? Because like the casino's right there. You can gamble anytime you want. All the food is amazing.
Yeah. So I just need the hotel reservation, and that's it. No worries. I'm gonna use Marriott Bumble, so I'm gonna go anything Marriott related.
Don't even get a hotel. Just open up Hinge or Bumble when you get there and find some girl and just stay in her hotel room.
There you go. That's how my dad used to do it. I mean, it was before Hinge or Bumble, but it's the same concept. Go to a bar. Randy, I think the Marriott is where I stayed, and I think it's one of the nicest buildings in the whole place.
Are you gonna bring Nora?
No, Nora does. Nora's on time out.
Well, I'm just saying, there might be Jews over there.
You don't want to have an elevator incident in China. You think it's bad in New York City? Wait till they see what you're doing to you in Macau.
Let's go to Macau, dude. Randy, you better bring a big extra bag because you're gonna come home with a lot of electronics.
Make sure you bring.
No one does it.
Make sure you bring condoms manufactured from the U.S. or Canada. Those Chinese condoms do not work.
Oh, that's nasty. That's nasty.
That's right.
I got this 19-year-old conservative, unvaccinated, half Mexican, half white girl coming to my boat on Thursday. We're gonna make a baby.
If you don't pay your taxes, you're gonna start living on that boat.
What are you talking about? Pay my taxes? I don't have to pay taxes.
It's for plebeians, right?
That's right.
I pay my income taxes, but I don't have to pay property taxes. You can thank Abraham Lincoln for winning the Civil War on that one.
There you go.
I've never been to a Bitcoin conference.
I can't tell you whether this is going to be a good way to start.
Do what?
I cannot guarantee to you if this is going to be a good start.
Why?
Because I only know the American ones. I don't know about any of this Asian stuff.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Las Vegas is more lit, but Hong Kong is Hong Kong, dude.
Hong Kong is Hong Kong, dude.
Like, the way I see it is as a mini vacation, that's all.
There you go.
Especially if you're telling me I can go to a conference and I don't have to pay shit because the ticket is for free. I can travel business class and pay like $200 just to go and come back.
Really? Is that how much you pay for the ticket?
Yeah.
Damn. Jesus.
Yeah.
So someone invites you to the United States, you can't go, but you.
In a bad situation, I'm gonna have to go like economy class, but that's horrible. I'll be really pissed if I have to go because that's a very long one, dude. That's just.
It's a very long one. I have a 30-hour trip coming up July to Bali. This shit's gonna suck.
From where? Fly in the cargo hold just to see you.
It'll be an adventure of a sort, you know. And then what do I?
When you say cargo hold, is that like an anal cavity thing?
Okay, so yeah. So the one you want to stay at, I think I stayed at this one. It's the Ritz-Carlton. That's the one.
Yeah, but I don't have points with the Ritz-Carlton. I'm gonna go to Marriott.
Or the Mandarin Oriental.
Oh, it's my friend Honey Badger. You came for the self-roast, I see.
Mandarin Oriental.
What is that in your PT? What is that in your PTR, Honey Badger? Is that a barbecue?
Or is that Hyatt? I don't think that's Marriott. Marriott's like the residency and the fucking, you know what I mean? Yeah. Airfield Suites or whatever the fuck. It's a weird place, man. When you go there, it's a very weird place. You know, they drive on the wrong side of the road and stuff. What's that?
I might go 3 nights.
Well, what are you going for, Rabbi? For fun or business?
Networking.
It's fun. I mean, Diego told me that there's a conference. If he goes, I'll go.
Oh, Bitcoin conference?
Yeah.
With your fucking $10,000 portfolio? I'm, diversified.
You know who you should bring with you is Kazi from this app.
Kama?
Do you know who Kazi is? He claims he has like $18 million in Bitcoin.
You know who we should bring, Diego? We should bring Kasha. Wouldn't you like that, Diego?
You guys should invite some Jewish friends. They probably know what they're doing.
Jews are diametrically opposed to Bitcoin.
honestly, I don't give two damn shits. I mean, it's just the ego's going. So I go, honestly, like, if anyone goes, I'll go, really. It's not about the conference to me, you know?
It's about the journey.
Yeah, because I don't like the Bitcoin people. That's not a Bitcoiner, but I find the Bitcoin people to be very cramped. Personally.
Yeah, they are. They fucking suck. It's
But
like
so
any.
Zachary then. I thought the same way, Randy, and then I went to like my first conference and I actually had a great time.
But it is cramped. It's like, I don't know. That's my personal opinion. I just find
I had the same opinion. I didn't go for years, dude.
And that's what Michael Saylor stick and all that. I just don't find it to be appealing.
No, but it's all about the after parties.
The after party of the Las Vegas one apparently wasn't that good.
There were many of them, dude. Let me send you a list. Hold on. I'm gonna send you a list just so you can see how many after parties there were. This was a secret list that a friend of mine shared with me.
I think the parties I usually go to are much better.
Where the fuck? Tell me if any of those appeal to you, Randy.
Wait. I'm having a situation now. I'm having a real situation. Oh. Say what?
Tell me if any of the after parties from this Vegas one appeals to you. And they're over now, but this was a secret list.
Hey Jack, be careful when you go to Bali. I heard there's a lot of Mossad agents over there looking for targets.
What are you saying? They need my help looking?
No, I'm just kidding. Do you think Bali's still cheap? I've heard it's affordable, but is that really true?
Yeah, it's still pretty cheap. It's, there's like, me and my friends are getting a villa for like a week and a half, and it's like a 4-bedroom, really nice spot for like 1,200. No way, I think it's 800 or some shit like that.
For a week?
For what? A week and a half.
Jesus, that's like $90 a day.
Yeah.
That's
There's
what-
only 3 of us. Got an extra bedroom and everything.
Child. My God, that's how much my Airbnb was, and I was surrounded by niggers.
Where?
New Jersey.
With Nora?
I mean, it wasn't quite that much, but it was just for 1 bedroom. It was like $600-700 for a week for 1 bedroom. There's niggers everywhere.
Don't say that, please.
I apologize, but it's, if you can't handle the truth, I don't know what to tell you.
Wait, Lou, aren't you black?
Yes, I am. Which is exactly why I know that I don't want to be around other people like me.
That's racist.
Well, it is what it is. I said what I said.
You sound like Pepe now. It's true.
make enough money to get out of their own neighborhood.
Everyone had a little bit Raboy Noise Shaloy. I think they'd be a lot better off.
Yeah, but not many people have enough for binance. That's the problem.
They need a slice of these nuts, right, Rabbi?
Sorry?
They need a slice of these nuts.
I refuse to comment on that. Yeah, I'm not gonna comment on that one. I'm sorry.
You disgust me.
Oh man, that's so retarded, dude. Holy fuck. I'm so retarded, man.
I know.
956, that's the one. There you go. I'm so dumb. My brain isn't thinking right. I'm gonna solve these and then I'm gonna stop. Fuck it.
We don't give a fuck, Ben Sharp.
Mother God?
Of course I give a fuck. I told you. Oh shit. Thank you for reminding me.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I have to do my laundry.
Musty ass motherfucker.
It reminds me of laundry, dude.
Wearing the same drawers for the last 3 days. Shit. Yeah, who's that in your picture? Is that the guy who runs PSG?
Oh, my picture?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm claiming that that's me. It's a new sign.
I know, motherfucker. I know it's not you. You look like a fucking Bedouin hippie. Who's that?
Some people think it is me, though. They think I'm like rich as shit.
Because your name is in the picture.
Not because of my Maserati and shit.
Yeah, I think you can get those for pretty cheap these days, by the way.
Does this guy in my picture look broke?
I haven't decided yet, you know what I mean? Like, he could easily be a guy who got caught up in one of those pyramid schemes. It's hard to tell these days.
Well, that means you've been hanging out with some, like...
Yeah, did that ever happen to you, Rabbi? You ever get caught up in a pyramid scheme?
Sorry?
You ever get caught up in a pyramid scheme?
Yeah.
That sucks. What was it?
Bitcoin.
I had a friend that was doing a drug pyramid scheme where he was claiming that he needed to borrow money to go to import cannabis. This was before all the dispensaries. And so he was running a Ponzi scheme with people and like actually showing them really good returns. But then he just upped the borrowing to like as much as he could. And then he just fucking scammed everybody.
Did he go to jail?
I'm not sure. I don't keep in touch with him anymore.
Is his name Scotty?
No, he was an Indian guy.
Oh, gee, adventure. Yeah, I got in a fight with one of my friends in high school because he joined a pyramid scheme, and I told him, and he was very defensive about it. It led to a fist fight.
Yeah, I had a successful business going on in college, and when I graduated college, a classmate of mine wanted to meet me for lunch, and he tried to get me to invest in like some kind of a pyramid scheme, and I was just like, "You just graduated college. Did you learn nothing?"
That's so sad. Wait, where did he take you out? Where did he invite you out to?
It's Starbucks.
Oh, hell no. Yeah, I hate when they it's someone you haven't heard from a minute, and it's like this very nice message, and then they invite you out, and you gotta know what's coming at that point. They're about to sell you some fucking energy drinks or Herbalife.
Yeah, the energy drinks was popular.
The worst part is like.
Yeah,
dude. My friend, bro, they got a sponsorship in that whatever league, NBA or something. I'm like,
I love the shots that they had. The Vima, what's it called? I don't remember.
I just remember they were promising people BMWs or something. I was like, these bastards, they're gonna get everybody.
I went to one of their like little meetings, and I just like, dude, I didn't get it. To me, it did not make sense at all. It seemed very obviously it was a pyramid scheme. And any question you asked would just like kind of just be like deflected, and well, we have examples of so and so. It was very. I was willing to miss out on the good opportunity if that's what it was.
You can't feel bad for those people, like unless they don't speak English or something. Like, I'm sorry, if you're in Scientology or a fucking triad or whatever pyramid scheme, you deserve it. You're a fucking idiot. I hope you lose it all.
The entire United States government is based off of a Ponzi scheme.
True. Yeah. Who's at the top of that, John?
It ain't you, nigga.
Jews. Your dad's side of the family.
I don't think so. Is Chairman Powell Jewish? No.
But who?
Jerome Powell.
Chairman Powell. Jerome Powell.
No, he's not Jewish, but everyone else is. Like Ben Bernanke is a Jew. What's her name? Is it Jeff Dillon is a Jew? So on and so forth.
Oh yeah, Janet Yellen is a big Jew. That's true.
They're all Jews.
Well, shit, I guess they lost power then. They got whoever this Jerome Powell is. He's the dirty goy, and he stole the Jews' wealth.
It's crazy, bro. I was completely oblivious to Jews before like October 7th.
They didn't lose power. The only reason Jerome Powell is the chairman is because Janet Yellen went from the Fed to the Treasury, which is, by the way, not okay. The head of the Fed shouldn't be able to be the head of the Treasury because these are two independent groups. Anyways, yeah. That's communism, motherfucker.
Motherfucker. Who's this anonymous? Come here with. They got the Nagog emoji. Come in here with your real account, pussy.
I was thinking that there's technically like 4 stages of human financial development. One is gold and silver. The second is paper or trees, basically. I guess there's only 3. And then the database. Like, we've essentially digitized, wealth creation or currency creation. And as a result, we have a moral currency because to harvest silver and gold is very difficult. Paper and trees is much easier, but databases, it's effortless.
How do we get in on this, John? Tell us.
I have no good solution for you other than, I don't know, the more you know about Torah, the more you'll know about how to create value.
I thought that was the Talmud. Which one helps you create more value?
When I say Torah, I just mean wisdom. I don't care where your wisdom comes from as long as it's good wisdom. But it turns out the more you study wisdom, the more you realize it's the same wisdom all around the world, whether it's India, China, US, Israel, Palestine. It doesn't matter where it's from. It's generally the same exact concepts.
I don't think there's wisdom in the Israel-Palestine thing, but I'll take your word for the rest.
Well, I've got about like 10,000 books sitting on like 15 book racks in my house, and I can assure you, you don't know shit. I don't know shit because I don't even have enough time to read all these books.
Ignorance is bliss, brother. I mean, I'm tired of learning shit. Every time I learn some shit, I get more depressed, more fucking pessimistic. I want to forget everything. Almost everything.
Well, you need to mix that because, yeah, the more you know, I understand that, but I don't know. I would just work on exercise, the gym, reading books, and playing music, making love to women, poetry, movies, making movies. Be creative. The more
John, what would you rather have? Would you rather have little Haiti sucking on your dick or Randy Boswell?
Ooh, I'm gonna have to go with little Haiti licking my balls, other than herpy ring finger Ryan.
Which one would you choose, Randy Boswell or little Haiti?
Little Haiti, because she's barely verbal, so as she's like sucking my balls, she'd be like moaning like.
Yo, what's up with that shit?
So would you choose little Haiti or Big Mama Jazzy?
Oh, Big Mama, Jazzy.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So then would you choose? Oh, okay. So would you choose Big Mama Jazzy or Stephen Beta?
Stephen Bader hates me for some reason. He kicks me out of every room he ever creates her.
He hates anyone who's not on the Trump train.
I don't even hate you, but I kick you out of every room. I don't know if it's because he hates
I'm on the Trump train. I just don't think he wants to be recorded because he's like in politics.
What do you think
He
about
thinks
this
they're gonna
whole
blackmail
Elon
him.
situation? I think Trump is being a total bitch with this whole Elon situation.
Why is Trump being a bitch? Elon's a fucking drug addict bitch.
No.
What's the whole idea that he? Why are people saying he's on ketamine? He's on ketamine.
He is on ketamine. He never denied it. No, not all the time. He does it once a week, once every 2 weeks. Because it's prescribed.
Doesn't it make you like lazy though?
No, he microdoses it. It's prescribed for his depression. That's
But that makes you even more crazy. I know someone who microdosed ketamine, bro, and they lost their fucking mind. Started getting super paranoid. Started getting in fights with all the friends.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened to Elon. Yeah, I've been recording him every time he goes live. He goes
My friend got on FaceTime with a group of like 15 of us, and then drove to the other friend's house and busted in his door and tried to fight him in front of his family. It was nuts. That's all off the strength of some K.
That's wild.
It's funny, he'll sit there in his X spaces and say, oh yeah, marijuana is absolutely terrible. Nobody should smoke it. And then he's sitting there doing ketamine and going hyperverbal, talking about God knows what, saying a million words a minute, and all his little lackeys are just like, yeah, don't say anything bad about Elon. Don't hurt his feelings. Maintain his space.
Dude, the Twitter space lackeys that he has is just so disgusting. I hate those fucking people. They just suck his dick all day.
He literally, they're not even real people like he knows in the real world. Like he's such a fucking moron in many ways.
Yeah, I'm very skeptical of Elon.
Dude, make it seem like something it's not. Elon Musk does not have an issue with the bill excluding the electric vehicles. He said it in 2021 that he recommends them not to give the credit.
He did.
We don't need the credit. Okay.
Yeah, but
that's not his issue. His issue is that
he also said that oil and gas should lose the subsidies too, though.
But that's not his issue. That's not the problem.
His issue is spending, but he's not a naive little bitch, and I don't really believe that he's that naive to think you're gonna they spend more every fucking year, and it's just. You thought you'd join the Republicans and Trump and they would stop spending? Are you fucking retarded?
It's kind of funny because his ego is so huge. It's like him versus America. It's like, who did he think was going to win?
Trump is more practical, Elon is more principled. The thing is, if Trump is lying about this, what else is he lying about?
The Epstein files.
Well, he's lying. Trump is lying about the situation with Musk. That's not Musk's issue. He never had that issue.
Yeah, you know what my favorite part of it was? Is that like they were saying there's a genocide in South Africa, and when he crashed out, didn't he tell Elon Musk to go back to Africa? Like, get your ass back over there, bitch. They gonna kill you. I think Elon's sobered up though, because he like calmed down.
Did you see apparently Trump fell up the stairs too today or recently?
I'm not gonna lie, I would fall up those stairs. I'm 30 years old, bro. I do this shit all the time. Now, if your fucking bitch slaps you in the face and then you walk down the stairs, that's a story right there.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Trump anymore, man. After this whole situation.
Why?
Again, because he's a liar and the bit.
What did he lie about?
I told you.
Oh, the EV thing. Yeah, it's possible that. I mean, Trump. I was surprised at how tame he was in this whole thing, but yeah, he's just gonna say whatever. You know what I mean? Like when he's in a fight with someone, he's not gonna tell the truth about that shit. But I do think Elon's a jackass. So like, did you expect any different?
I didn't know he's this obnoxious. You know, he literally shoulder checked Scott Bessent, who's like the head of the Treasury, attacked him, and that's why he had that black eye at the meeting with Trump in the Golden Key.
Is that why?
Yeah, he attacked his fucking.
I saw that. Yeah.
And when he did the Brett Baer interview, he like this is why he has like inflation of the brain. He's bipolar basically. He's like, this is the biggest revolution since the first revolution. Like he actually thought he was co-president because he really thought he got Trump into office.
What a little bitch. It's good to see him humbled a little bit.
But it's not humbled at all. It's actually smart. Right. Who beat him up?
Scott Bessent, he's a pretty big guy. He fucking decked him in the face after he got shoulder checked in the ribs. He gave him like he tried to tackle him basically.
Why did he beat him up and why didn't Elon shoot him?
Because Elon attacked him. They got into a shouting match. They got into a shouting match and he fucking rib checked him with his shoulder and then he got jacked in the face.
Why did Elon attack?
Probably because they were arguing over disbursement of funds or something. Who knows? But he said
his son punched him.
Yeah, that's what he said. He's like,
you got no idea how strong his little fists are.
Wow.
I've listened to him for over a year on X Spaces, and he's incredibly annoying, incredibly obnoxious. He'll sit there and eat a steak for 30 minutes and burp in the phone as if like he has no consideration for other people. He's just a very obnoxious person.
I hope the rest of these South African immigrants that they're bringing are nothing like that. These people, man.
Those are probably great people. We're lucky to have those people. Compared to the MS-13 fucking rampaging in Los Angeles tonight.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm so glad I'm not there for that bullshit. They're probably gonna have that in Chicago pretty soon. I feel like.
Yeah, tomorrow. Tomorrow's the day of protest. The governor called everybody to the center of the city, right at my fucking work.
Why? They know America. What are they protesting? ICE?
Yeah, deportations and shit. Bro, like the governor is a jackass for doing that though. They know exactly what's gonna happen. Okay, you're gonna call people to protest. There's gonna be all the shitheads who show up, and then it's GG. They're gonna send in the National Guard.
Dude, if I was an illegal immigrant, that's the last place I would go to is one of these protests.
Oh fuck yeah! But they come. So in LA, as far as I saw, that they came to LA, whatever agents, and started like arresting people here who were illegal. I guess I don't know. I feel bad for my friend's mom. She's illegal as fuck.
Why do the illegals go? That's so stupid.
I don't think that illegals necessarily went.
It's literally a trap.
they came to go arrest some people, and the protests were to like stop these people from being detained and arrested.
Oh, I get
As
that.
far as I know.
Like, if you are an illegal, why would you go protest?
I would assume they don't, but
Earl got it in the basement.
Yeah, sort of.
Until this whole shit show's over. I mean, come on. Or go somewhere else. Go somewhere else. Go to another place where, you know.
They do need to do something about that border. But we benefited for a long time from these fucking illegals. But yeah, it's time to go.
Benefited how? Can you prove it? Can you even prove that the money that we spent on these fuckers equaled the actual income we generated? It's not true.
Well, I know a lot of them
That's
pay
not the
taxes.
benefit.
And
The benefit
cheap
is
labor.
the fact that the more people you have, the more. So basically, illegals don't vote, but illegals are the ones who give electoral college votes because the way it works is based on the census. The more people you and they are included in the census. The more people you have, the more power electoral college votes that the state has. So California.
Let's fact check this bullshit.
Oh, 100%. So California benefits big time because they have a lot of illegals. That means they have a lot of electoral college votes. So the illegals are dictating your elections. Yes, they are.
Let's see.
Go on ChatGPT and check it.
Yes, undocumented immigrants, often referred to as illegal aliens, are included in California's census count. The Bureau counts all people, regardless of citizenship, legal status. Please.
That's why we want them.
Is there any other country? Is there any other country in the world that does what we do? No, there's not.
Oh, remove electoral college and see how quick the Democrats will let go of all the illegals.
Yep, it's true. But you know what? How many illegals are in California? Let's see. That we know of.
You guys didn't know this? You didn't know that the illegals are counted in the census, and the census is what gives you power in the House?
Oh, I knew that, but I didn't know that they were counted in the census in terms of getting the House members. There's only 2 million unauthorized immigrants in California.
Yeah, right. Try like 10 million.
So the next time someone tells you illegals don't vote, like,
you know how many fucking... There's like 40-something million people in California. 2 million is not.
How many
It's gotta be at least 4 million.
From California alone, how many electoral college votes does it lose? Same goes for every other Democrat state. In New York, how many electoral college votes does New York lose? So if you do the math, every single Democrat state, they're losing tens of electoral college votes.
Let's see.
This was Musk's point.
The whole country.
The whole thing is a scam, nigga.
It's a huge scam. They have to. If you're here illegally, you have to. Did you see the head of the #1 TikTok artist? He self-deported today.
Yeah. Because they detained him.
Yep. Guy's worth like $100 million.
I can't believe you guys didn't know this, dude. This is absurd.
We fucking know this, Rabbi. I used to work at the Census Bureau. It's the only agency in the Constitution. There's no CIA in the Constitution. There's no FTC. There's no SEC. There's none of this shit is in our Constitution.
And there would only be a change in one House vote and one House seat and one electoral college vote in 2020.
In New York, in California?
Multiply that by like 4 at
That's
least.
in the whole country, bro.
No, that's not.
Listen, it says, for instance, California and Texas, states with large unauthorized immigrant populations, would each have lost one House seat. Conversely, states like Ohio and Michigan, which have smaller unauthorized immigrant populations, would have gained one seat each. However, these changes would not have influenced party control in the House Electoral College. Therefore, blah, 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 I don't know. Let's just ChatGPT. You know how
Each
sometimes...
Democrat state gets one additional seat just because of illegal immigrants. I mean, come on. I don't believe it. I don't think it's just one additional seat, and that's average.
Do your Googles, motherfucker. Do your Googles.
I'm not sure I believe it, like those numbers, but like I think California gets more than 2 electoral college votes, simply or seats.
Let's see.
They get more. They get more than 2 minimum. I don't think they get less than 2.
Do you know any other country that does this shit? No.
That's what I'm saying. Your vote doesn't count. The illegals are the ones who dictate the vote, even without voting.
Rabbi, what's it like when a
Sounds so like, bro, it doesn't sound like influential though. Like they're tipping the scale.
Rabbi, what's it like in Jordan when somebody from out of the country comes into Jordan? What's the first thing you have to do?
Nothing.
What are you talking about? You got to go to the fucking local police department to register your presence.
Oh, I don't do that because I'm Jordanian, so maybe that's why.
I know, but what I'm saying is here in America, it's completely the police cannot enforce immigration, and they absolutely. Trump has to fucking suspend habeas corpus, pussy comitatus, and marshalize all police to enact federal alien immigration control. This is insane.
But the police actually did that whole sanctuary state shit. That wasn't even like some liberal fucking like.
These cops sit in their cars all day long looking at their cell phones. To have them go after lawbreakers.
Yeah, but then when people break the laws, and let's say someone sees a murder, right, or a fucking stabbing or whatever happened, the illegal immigrant who saw that happen is gonna turn the fuck around, and that case is going cold because that motherfucker's gonna get deported if he talks to you. So they started saying, "Hey, we'll talk to you guys. We're not gonna fuck with your immigration. If you talk to us, like, don't worry about it."
The police don't fuck with people's immigration.
That's why I just explained why.
It's not because they're rats for murders and they're looking for intelligence. The fucking mayors, the governors specifically tell the police you are not allowed to comply with ICE, with any other form of federal legislation.
Dude, trust. I'm not gonna say trust me, bro, but look it up. See who came up with the sanctuary city shit.
Yeah, Jack is correct about that.
Oh, really, General?
If you took away all the illegals in California, they'd still have the largest population. But the Electoral College goes against big states with big population anyway. So the whole they're stealing vote in the Electoral College with illegal immigrants just makes zero sense.
Well, if all the illegal aliens in the whole country immediately disappeared, then it would probably be the way it is now. But nonetheless, it's unfair to Republican states.
No, the Electoral College is actually unfair for Republican states. It's unfair against Democratic states because quite literally your vote in fucking Vermont or Maine or whatever bumfuck shithole that no one cares about does in fact matter more than anyone else's. So, yeah. This is actually like a broken reality where I'm seeing Republicans complain about the Electoral College. Wonder shall truly never end.
I don't know. Do you think they should just do away with the Electoral College?
Yes.
No. I don't think they should do away with the Electoral College. I think they should.
Don't you think it's weird though that the voters don't actually choose the president? It's a fucking college of people, or a separate organization.
I think that's good.
It's good if they actually just chose it of their own will. But
the people are retarded.
No, it's not even that. You see, what the voters choose how many electors that the candidates can choose. So, yeah, if it was straight up just undemocratic, I would prefer the Electoral College to be that way. But no, you're basically voting for how many people Biden, Harris, Trump, or whoever get to pick the vote for themselves. So it accomplishes neither democracy nor does it accomplish an actual change.
It's not a democracy. It's a representative constitutional republic.
Yeah, but it doesn't accomplish that either, dude.
This isn't North Korea. We have standards here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It accomplishes both and nothing. So it's neither democratic nor does it actually serve it as a check against the stupidity of the people. It's just an undemocratic democracy.
So how do you define a republic?
It doesn't matter how
I'm asking you a question. What is your definition of the term republic?
I go off the Wikipedia.
Take the frog out of your throat and tell me, what is a republic?
I go off the Wikipedia definition, too.
Okay, then read to me the Wikipedia.
The republics are homosexual.
Do you think Israel is a republic?
No.
What is Israel?
Israel is a special country.
I know. What is their form of government? Is it republic?
It is a special country with a special form of governance that is not really defined. It's a parliamentarian system where you have a president. It's like more closer to the French system. It's called the PR system. It's like proportional representation. But Israel is the only country in the world that is the country of those that are not even its own citizens. There's no other country in the world like that.
What? That doesn't even make sense. What are you saying?
So when Netanyahu, may Allah bless his hands, when Netanyahu comes to the U.S. Congress, he says, I speak on behalf of the Jews, not Israelis, on behalf of the Jews. So the Prime Minister of Israel is more like a pope situation for the Jews. Israel is the only country that is the country of those that are not even its own citizens. Period. There's nothing like it. So it's not just like people who say Israel is an ethno-state. Like Israel is an ethno-state, but it's more than that. It is something else also. We had other ethno-states in the past, but we never had anything like Israel.
Well, isn't Russia an ethno-state?
No. But Russia is the state of the Russians.
Isn't that an ethno-state?
Russian are the citizens.
They
of
look
Russia.
pretty white to me.
But Russians are the citizens of Russia. The Jews are not the citizens of Israel.
But doesn't it all just depend on your definitions?
No, citizenship is a concept. Citizenship is an actual thing. Like France is the country of the French people. The French people are those with a French citizenship. Israel.
I know, but aren't you taking it too literally? That's what I'm saying.
It's not me, it's Netanyahu.
American Jews are Americans. They just happen to be Jewish.
Yet Israel speaks on their behalf as their country.
They don't. They don't represent American Jews. They represent Israelis.
They don't. That's the rabbi's point. They don't claim to represent Israelis at all. Whether they actually represent American Jews.
Okay, let me look at the Netanyahu speech at Congress and see if he addresses the world Jewry or as himself as a representative of Israel.
Yes, and it's not just Netanyahu. It's really their constitution. Their constitution defines themselves as the state of the Jewish people, irrespective of where they are, who they are, what citizenship they hold. Russia and other ethno-states.
It's literally what it is. The Prime Minister of Israel is a Jewish pope.
He's a Jewish pope?
Yes.
Is he Italian and Catholic too?
Just like every Catholic is under the Pope, every Jew is under the Prime Minister.
Oh, do you know? I didn't know this, but my algorithm on YouTube showed me. Do you know there's an actual... Hold on a second. Do you know there's another Pope in Spain that broke away from the Catholic Church? Do you know who this guy is? I had never heard of it before.
But that's the thing. If you're Catholic, you're under the Pope, but you can stop being Catholic.
No, there's a second Pope in Europe, but nobody talks about it. It's on YouTube. I saw it. Let me show you the second Pope who claims he's the real Pope of Europe and the Christians in the world. Do you know who this guy is? It's a big church. They got a whole city built around it in northern Spain.
That's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. It's interesting. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but I'm telling you, if you're a Catholic, you can stop being a Catholic and you're no longer under that Pope. If you're a Jew, you cannot stop being under that Pope. Because you cannot stop being a Jew.
Oh, whatever. Jews don't... Do you know how many Jews dislike Benjamin Netanyahu on this app? It's like 8 out of 10 Jews don't like Netanyahu.
Okay, I get that, but it doesn't matter. Because Israel speaks on their behalf. Even if they're not her citizens.
Yeah, but that's ridiculous. Some Jew in Atlanta, Georgia is not connected to the state of Israel.
But this nigga doesn't get it, dude. The general can take it, dude.
It's not about whether the Jew actually is connected to the state of Israel. It's what the state of Israel claims.
I know, but just because you say something doesn't mean it's real.
Like, I understand that, but we're saying that Israel is unique in the fact that it even claims that France does not claim to represent any of the Barbo.
Okay, I get it.
Whatever, any French origin people in the New World.
But then you're just complaining about fucking words. What's the difference?
I think it doesn't get it.
I'm not complaining about the words. It's actually just shows that it is, even among, like, I don't particularly agree with ethno-states, but even amongst ethno-states, Israel is uniquely bad in this regard. Russia owes a loyalty and protection to all.
I know, but what's the... That's a you problem.
This nigga doesn't get it.
Listen, I don't see any downside in it because, you know, at some point, I mean, I could go to Israel and be like, hey, I'm home, everybody! Have you been to Israel?
My parents actually have, yes.
Well, did they tell you that Larry David is on every street corner walking around and you're like, oh my God, everybody looks like El Normo?
This guy doesn't get it, and that's fine.
But what is your criticism of that unique status that Israel claims to have? What is the problem with somebody making a unique claim?
It's not only an ethno-centrist country like the Nazis. It is more of it's even a post-national country. It's post-national because it is not the country of her citizens.
Well, what's the analog in Islam, though? I mean, Oman, Saudi Arabia. I mean, is MBS technically the Pope of Arabs and Muslims?
There is no analog in Islam since the days of the Caliphate. Now that the Caliphate is gone, which would be the closest analog, there is no analog to it.
There's always an analog. What the fuck are you talking about? There's no analog. What do you think an analog is? Tell me what an analog is.
I'm saying that no other people operates like this in the entirety of the world.
That's an all or nothing claim, stupid. Do you know what the problem is with all or nothing claims?
I'm just telling you, we never had the country like that. That's all I'm
The
telling you.
fucking Jews used to have the country 2,000 years ago. It's already existed before. I mean, didn't the Romans make the same fucking claim?
No, definitely not.
Okay, so they're the only people who have ever made this claim, and, you know, I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
There once was a dream that was Rome. You just whisper it and it would disappear. Maximus, Rome shall be a republic again. Would you accept this great honor?
With all my heart, no.
That's why it must be you, Maximus.
You guys are retarded.
Randy's just trying to get his CFA education in here. We're distracting him.
Oh, no, I don't care. I just think it's stupid. You just don't want to acknowledge that there's something else going on.
We don't want to acknowledge that you're always right.
Well, then what is something else that's going on here? What does that mean?
That is besides the point. Sorry?
You realize the problems this creates for you as a Jew.
Creates for me as a Jew? I'm not Jewish, stupid. My mother's gorgeous.
Doesn't matter. Israel
Doesn't matter?
No, yes, because Israel defines you as a Jew. Now, when Israel...
See, you're so polarized, you're retarded. I'm an American. We're agnostic to all this shit. You're the one has a problem. It's a you problem.
No, it really isn't. It actually creates problems for you. It creates far more problems for you as a foreign-born Jew than it does for the Israeli. Because when the Israeli government does rogue things, for instance, against the American government, it doesn't just do them claiming it's doing them on behalf of Israelis. It claims it's doing them on behalf of Jews, which includes you. So, when
I'm not Jewish.
Oh, we did. But Israel defines you as Jewish.
A lot of Jews who are opposed to it.
I don't care what Israel defines me as in terms of your opinion.
He doesn't understand you.
No,
It's like people think I'm gay. So if someone thinks I'm gay, does that mean I stick my dick in people's asses? No, of course it doesn't. I don't care if they claim that I am, and that's what I do. And they're basically using my personage for their whims. And I think that's what John's pushing back
See,
against.
you guys hate the special claim. I mean, what does the Vatican claim?
But I told you the Vatican, okay, correct. It's exactly like the Catholics, but the Catholic can stop being a Catholic. The Jew stop being a Jew.
But that's so stupid. I mean, you know atheist Jews on here. I wouldn't call them Jewish. And people will say, well, doesn't matter. You're always a Jew. It's like, shut the fuck up.
Okay. But you're an American Catholic. You do have a Pope in the Vatican who speaks on your behalf. Now, you can choose to stop being Catholic. The American Jew is the Prime Minister of Israel speaks on his behalf. He cannot stop being a Jew.
Okay, look.
You are under. Israel is the state of those who are not even her citizens. Why can't you understand that?
Let me help explain. I'm kind of on John's side here. A faggot can be homosexual, and a faggot can be a loser, and not be gay. So Jew can be a Jew.
Country of her citizens. France is the country of the French. The French are the citizens of France.
So if you're a 1/8 nigger, does that make you nigger?
Israel is the country of her citizens. That is the
Yes, it does.
who are, but it's also the country of her non-citizens. That is the Jews. That is fact. There's no opinions about it.
See, I guess what bothers me is instead of celebrating an ethno-state, you guys don't like it. And I'm like, I think it's awesome that they got an
Remember I
ethno-state.
told you? I'm telling you, it's not just an ethno-state. It is an ethno-state, but also a post-national state at the same time.
What is post-national?
I literally just told you it is a state of those who are not even her citizens.
Yeah.
So John, where on your documentation does it state that you're a Jew?
It doesn't. My mother's gorgeous. And according to Jews, your mother's got to be gorgeous. You have to come out of a vagina triangle that's labeled J.
So maybe there's a difference between what's in the zeitgeist and what's recorded in law.
And in Israeli law, you're considered a Jew. So.
Not really. I'd have to do an Orthodox conversion.
No.
They don't accept Reform conversions.
No, not according to Israeli law. According to Israeli law, you have a Jewish grandparent. That's it.
But you know, I'm kind of a highly annoying person, so I'm pretty sure if I went to Israel and be like, hey, everybody, I'm Jewish, I'd like your citizenship, they'd be like, not this guy, not you.
That's not the point. When Israel gets caught having 180 undeclared foreign intelligence officers hovering around the CIA, NSA, whatever, and they get caught and people get angry at them, Israel isn't doing this on behalf of Israelis. They're doing it on behalf of you.
Well, that makes me feel very special inside.
Well, General, you're a faggot. You're a faggot, so you join my club. Okay? And I'm
all right.
Pope Faggot. So
all hail Pope Faggot Sasha!
On my side. So when I go and I lobby on behalf of faggots, I'm going to bring General into it.
That was all lovely. Anyway.
Is my logic right, John? Like, is that what they're saying? I'm not good at this, by the way.
Where's Abuela? We need Abuela to weigh in on this new faggot papacy.
That's so retarded. This is just so stupid.
This is stupid. You guys just got sour grapes. That's what it is. It's salt and sour grapes.
Junior faggot left. I guess he's got to go hook up his sleep app machine. Maybe he'll come back.
Yeah, I can see him using a sleep apnea machine, right?
Yeah, the fucking guy's deviated septum and his fat fucking lips and his undersized tongue and swallows. He's got not only sleep app, but he puts a fucking mouse guard in that holds his tongue from fucking going down his throat. Even though he's fucking junior faggot, he's sucked more dicks than I have. Bigger ones too.
Damn, you could have roasted him with all that. That would have been awesome.
I don't know him well, so I feel uncomfortable. I only do that for my closest friends.
I really find the way he talks to be annoying, but you know, whatever.
Yeah, the guy's definitely over 270 pounds, and he's about 5'6", 5'7". He's fat. You can tell.
No, I don't think I've seen a picture of him. Well, I don't know with certainty that was a photo.
Luigi, don't ruin my fantasy. Don't ruin our fantasy, okay? I'm having fun with it.
Okay.
See, what I'm saying is, Rabbi, when Benjamin Netanyahu makes a post-nationalistic claim, it's just spam. You're falling for the spam. And he's not the only one who's making these claims. People all around the world do the same shit. They all have lobbyists in D.C. Iran, Saudi Arabia, China. All these people spend billions and billions of dollars lobbying congressmen and senators to do the same exact shit that Israel does.
You're intentionally not understanding that
It's not intentionally. I'm disputing what you're saying. I understand at this point what you're saying.
You are intentionally not understanding.
They're making a super universal claim, which I agree is ridiculous. But everybody does it.
You're intentionally not understanding that Iran is the state of the Iranis. The Iranis are the citizens of Iran. Israel is the state of Jews, whether they be Israeli or not. Huge difference. If you can't understand that, I can't help you. It's that simple. So
isn't Iran essentially...
Nobody does that. There's not a single country in the world that is the country of those who are not her citizens. There's not a single country. That's not what it is.
I understand now better. I think you're coming a little bit more centered.
Go ahead. You explain it to me through your lens, then, Sasha.
Basically, these two nations that Rabbi's discussing, and I can't back it up because I don't know, but I'll take it at face value. Basically, proclaim in the name of all of their peoples, regardless of if their so-called peoples claim allegiance to said state, that they act for them. I guess Jordan doesn't do that. I guess Canada doesn't do that. The United States doesn't do that.
Of Jordan.
Sure.
So the Jordanians are the citizens of Jordan. France is the country of the French. The French are the citizens of France.
Mm-hmm.
Israel is the country of the Israelis, but
which are all Jews.
The Jews who are
regardless of if they prescribe to any religion, they're just like.
It's not about regardless.
Yeah.
Of
okay, I get it now. So you were looking at it. From the politics of the country. I was looking at it from the individual, the subjugated individual. It's a little bit it sounds like slavery to me.
That's the definition of a country. There's the modern state, 1648. There's something called citizenship. If you are not a citizen of a country, that country is not your country. Israel is a post-national state. It is ethno-state, but also at the same time a post-nationalist state. This idiot is telling you, the Russians are ethnocentric. Well, number one, the Russians are not an ethno-state. But if they are an ethno-state of the Russians, who are the citizens of Russia. Israel is an ethno-state of those who are not even her citizens. That's why Netanyahu speaks on behalf of Jews.
I understand. I know why I had a problem with your definition, and I stated it before, because I'm thinking of it from an individual, like if I was a Jew and I did not want to be part of that ethno-state, I feel like I wouldn't be part of it.
You're fine, but I'm just telling you, legally speaking, Israel does not fit the modern state model.
Whose law?
Israel is not a modern state.
Whose law? Only Israel's law, not by international law or anybody else's law.
Yes, according to the definition of the modern state, characterized by.
Yeah, that's pretty dirty. I don't know how they get off doing that.
Israel has no constitution, because the constitution entails rights of the citizens and obligations of the citizens. Likewise, the government has obligations towards her citizens. Israel has obligations towards non-citizens, and Jews have obligations towards a country that they're not even a citizen of.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. I understand that. Okay.
John doesn't have an obligation, does he?
No, there is no agreement or disagreement. These are facts.
Yeah, I get it. I understand.
But it didn't take you that long to get what he was saying. You're like way more intelligent than me.
Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm just trying to have fun here.
That's what we're
This is a deviation. They don't like it.
Let's change topics and focus on Nuha. Hello, Habibti. كيف حالك حبيبتي?
Bilbo.
Hello, little Nuha. You are such a vigorous defender of your Islam. I am so impressed.
The ethnocentric nature of Israel's state.
No, we are changing topics to you, Nuha. I said earlier today that no one would listen to you if you weighed 300 pounds and were ugly and didn't sound cute.
It's true. No, that's true.
No, I actually intellectually cook. That's the problem.
Nationalist. It's not just ethnocentric. We had ethnocentric states in the past. This, like Nazi Germany, was ethnocentric. This is not ethnocentric only. This is also post-national. Why can't people understand that? I don't get it.
Right, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because even today, Germany, if you think about it, they are arguably ethnocentric in their concept of nationality.
But post-nationalism. What I'm saying really is.
Yeah. So is it morally because one can say that the current orthodox nationalist conception of who's a citizen, one could just say it's obsolete. What makes it the morally superior model, and why do you have an issue with the Israeli one? I'm just trying to stillman the Israelis. I mean, I disagree with their concept, but
it doesn't fit the definition of a modern state. It doesn't like a state.
But can't one argue that we have transcended the modern nation state anyway? Why do I scare all the hoes away, bro? I'm literally having an I'm having an intellectual conversation. People don't need to discuss intellectual topics with them. It's really sad.
Or maybe they just don't like when a woman does it.
It is the claim is that Israel is just a state like all the states.
That's not true.
Israel is unlike any state. It does not behave like a state according to the definition of a state. They don't have Google it. God damn.
Who got anger for you? I got a fucking question. So the question has and we never
kick that Lonzo rat looking motherfucker with the pubic hairs on his face out with that polished fucking
border.
Type of shit. And I locked into the character, using the framework of English or communication and using the characters that were available. I locked into it.
It's not.
It's so stupid.
So that's how you define borders?
No,
how other countries
Can you just read the damn definition of modern state?
LA is now happening in Milwaukee, Oakland, Chicago, New York. What? Boston. Yeah.
No, it's not. Stop it.
Okay.
No.
They're all calling for Donald Trump to be removed from office for no reason.
Sure, they don't want that victim shit.
Bro, you want to start Civil War 2.0? Try to remove Donald Trump.
Well, he's gonna get removed, and not from office, but they're gonna have to hide him because I think they're coming to the White House next.
Well, he's got a fucking bunker with nuclear weapons.
Dude, all the Georgia people really want that to happen because we're gonna come up with a whole bunch of beers and shotguns, and we're gonna fuck shit up.
Did you see when they had the mayor in, and they were really trying their damnedest and hardest by giving her so many softball questions to help her explain herself so thoroughly, and she totally dropped the ball. Especially when they asked her about the interview from the police chief, who was like, you know, we've been seeing this and it got so bad. We were so overwhelmed. We needed help.
That's why I said what they're not telling the truth about is that they asked for the National Guard, but now they're saying they're about to sue Donald Trump tomorrow for employing the National Guard. They say he has no authority to do so.
Yeah, then some federal judge will just shoot it down. It's a waste of
You have no
time.
idea how the authority of the like, you know.
Wait, let Edmund talk. What'd you say, Edmund?
No, Doc is actually saying the correct thing. They don't understand the authorities, and it'll just get shut down by a federal judge because he has the authority to do these things.
Yeah, it's the second article of the Constitution that gives the executive order for him to be able to do what he's doing.
It needs to happen. I'm sorry, I know what's going on, and it needs to happen. They did it for the George Floyd crazy rioters, and this is worse. And I'm like, oh, the police are setting fires. I'm like, yeah, I believe the police is setting fires, but are the ICE agents setting fires? No. And they're the ones that are getting beat up. Like, I'm sorry, I don't want to hear it. No.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. And then, because that's what people kept saying, oh, this wouldn't have started if the ICE agents wouldn't have came. And it's like, well, what? The ICE agents are doing their job. Like, so you want them not to do their job? Because they offered you an opportunity to, you know, work with them.
Self-support. They would pay for it.
Well, hey, can I tell you how?
And here's another part, especially when they want to hold up these flags. Like, well, why don't you want to hold up a California flag? Why do you want to keep holding up some other foreign fucking country's flag?
Hey, I'm going to tell you right now, you've got 2,000 National Guard that have been federalized by U.S. Central Command, and they are federalized now. And you brought in, and like Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, just sent in 500 2nd Battalion Marines from like California that are like, you're talking about some of the most egregious Marines that we have, and like he's sending them in, and I guarantee you, like New York or LA, it is nowhere near as small as fucking Gaza, and I guarantee between those 2,500 and the ICE agents, we're gonna fuck shit up. And fuck Gaza, like, we're gonna do it American style. If you think that there's genocide going on in Gaza Strip with Israel, we're gonna show you how fucking America gets down.
Doc, nobody wants to talk about what you're talking about. You're being very freaking radical right now.
Well, I mean, so are the people fucking throwing rocks on the cop cars.
They are, but the National Guard's got it.
No, the Marines got it now.
Yeah, whatever. They don't need no help.
Well, actually, the National Guard were kind of getting their ass kicked.
They're gonna need help. They're going up against MS-13.
Yeah, well, they better stop being pussy then and just start dropping bombs.
Well, you're talking about people that want to be in the Army, but they go 1 weekend a month and 2 weeks in the summer. They're not, like, that's like, you know, when National Guard went to Iraq, I used to laugh at it because I'm like, we're literally going against a team that trains every fucking day like the New York Yankees. And, like, yeah, I get it. You know how to play baseball. But you only go, like, 1 weekend a month and 2 weeks in the summer to play with each other. You don't even know how to fight against the New York Yankees who train every fucking day. And, like, MS-13 train every fucking day.
In Chicago, they're having a mass rally tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. and it's going to cause chaos. And you know, I don't. This is like
but
this.
Think about this. They're causing dissension on purpose. Like, honestly,
It's the governors that are doing this.
Yep, they are, and they're mad because he's cutting their federal funding, and he also stopped FEMA from giving them money for them to launder, right? Like, come on, man.
Girl, why do you think I gave you that podcast with Gavin Newsom earlier?
First of all, Gavin Newsom shouldn't be on no podcast while his city's burning down to the ground. It just makes no sense to me. You're on a podcast.
All these people do is create content. You know, AOC, every politician's job, they don't do anything. They just create fucking Instagram reels.
I think America failing in this way allows them to bleed real Americans dry and fund all their homelands. And this is what they wanted forever.
No, this is political. Gavin wants to be president.
Gavin couldn't shine my shoes.
But I'm just wondering, who are these people that's going outside? Didn't Donald Trump win the presidency? And then, what's her name? Someone came in here earlier and was like, they're kidnapping people. Jinx, kidnapping? They have warrants. When they take black niggas out their houses with a warrant, they're not kidnapping them then, are they?
They're saying they're taking three.
Jazzy, the protesters kidnapped 6 fucking ICE members.
That's the part that always pisses me off the most. Because then you're like,
why is nobody talking about that?
Get grabbed up off the street. But people go undercover all the time and get locked up with warrants or whatever they have probable cause getting you handcuffed and apprehended. So, like, we're not stopping everyone getting apprehended. We're worried about some people that already broke the law, that knowingly we know broke the law. Everyone else that broke the law, like, if I go outside and I break the law, I'm getting locked the fuck up. Like, what are we talking about? So
if I miss a court date, there's going to be a warrant out.
I was about to say that for you, Jazzy.
Yeah, like, I was arguing on TikTok. I told him earlier, someone was telling me, oh, look up on May 5th, 2025 in Miami. They took a legal citizen because she missed, no, they didn't say because she missed a court date. They told me they're kidnapping people. So I go and look it up, and it's this Cuban woman that missed her court date in 2019, and her kids were born here, so they're citizens, but they detained and are about to deport her. And they told her kids could stay, but she said, I don't know what she said. But the point is they didn't kidnap her. She missed a court date.
So it's her
fault. She missed a court date.
And like we all know, if we miss a court date, we get a bench warrant, and if you get caught up with a bench warrant, where do you go after that? You're in jail. And if you're here illegally,
you're not a citizen, right? And it's she's not even here illegally. She's not here illegally, but once you miss your court date, you kind of are.
Yeah, well, in the immortal words of Jazzy, at that point, you better look up.
I don't know. This is not good what the media is doing either, because the media is playing into the narrative that he's kidnapping people. When Obama was kidnapping people for real, they didn't say 2 words.
Well, they didn't have no one put in the injunction, and Tom Homan was the same guy under Obama that's doing the same thing that under Trump.
Yeah, but Tom Homan had his hands tied.
But you have people like this governor or this guy running for mayor in New York that's wanted to speak out. You got all these other Democrats hollering about, oh, Bass, none of this would have happened had not ICE came to our city and disturbed our peace, even though you see videos of them tearing up all this shit. Like, what?
Yeah, and these business owners, like this black guy, because they were like, oh, blacks are finally getting involved. He's like, oh, they're arresting workers, not criminals, or not illegal immigrants or something. I'm like, bro, y'all just want these people to keep working for y'all for pennies on the dollar. That's all these people care about. I feel like these corporations are paying people to go out here and do this. Because this is fake outrage to me.
Dude, we literally just gave a 64 pack of crayons with a sharpener on the side to 500 Marines to go there and figure it out. Like, they're ready to rock and roll. Like, I don't think you understand how much these Wonderlickers are ready to get something going on.
This was inevitable. This was going to happen. I mean, Doc, you went overseas. Is the enemy overseas or is it internal? It's internal. The enemy is here.
It's foreign. It's both foreign and domestic.
But even our domestic enemies lied to us about foreign enemies. The real enemies and traitors are internal. They're mostly the politicians.
You're not wrong. I mean, not the current politicians. I wouldn't agree with that sentiment. Well, not all
The
of
current
them anyway.
Karen
Like,
Bass.
AOC, fucking like Nancy Pelosi, all those people. Like, the sad thing is, I'm still a Democrat, and I've been a Democrat since '93, and the party left me. I didn't leave the party. I still vote in the Democratic primaries. The fact that they're like, oh, the Republicans are the death of democracy. I'm like, well, I voted for, Joe Biden because I thought Trump would kick his ass. And then when they told me, like, oh, well, Kamala Harris is going to be our candidate, I'm like, well, I didn't get to vote for her. Can I vote for Fetterman? And they were like, no, you can't vote for Fetterman.
Listen. This is insane. Okay, so here they're trying to make this crazy number. It says as of June 1st, 2025, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which is ICE, has 51,302 people in its facilities detained. This marks the first time the total number of detainees has exceeded 50,000 since September 2019. But then I looked up how many detainees that Obama had. He had 4,209. Sorry. Because I'm fucked up with this number. This can't be real.
So
429,000 detainees by 2011.
Why do you think we call him the deporter in chief?
429,000. In 2016, the last year of his presidency, ICE detained and deported 63,332 individuals.
Yeah, but they're going after worse offenders right now.
That was a significant decrease from the years earlier by 9,216.
But you know what
Obama deported in his first term 1,609,200. Oh my God, these numbers kicking my ass. 1,609,249 people.
I'm telling you, man.
And what number is Trump at again? Hold on.
It's nowhere near that.
And we're crying about somebody was crying about 44 people being rounded up in fucking Home Depot, and yet you tell
50 people in fucking Martha's Vineyard.
We've rounded up criminal elements of the hundreds at one
time. Or the Hamptons, whatever it was.
And no one gave a damn. But now we crying over 44.
So, there's no official number. It says the Trump administration claims 140,000 people have been deported, though some estimates put the number at roughly half that amount. So we're at 6 months, 140,000, let's double that. That's going to be 280,000 times 4. That's not even 1 million people. Well, it might be 1 million people. But
we're at 5 months, but okay.
Just give them 1 million people. Give them a soft rounded 1 million people. Obama was doing that a year.
Yeah, it's at 1.5. 1.6.
Like, what are we talking about? Obama could afford 1 million people a year, and we crying over what? Because Trump doing it? Like, come on. That's how you know it's all a grift. None of these people care. They're either getting paid or they got these other wound up idiots that they can charge up to do this dumb shit.
There's always an ulterior motive, dude.
I'm just wondering, like, as we look at sort of the future roadmap of America, are we going to go through this sort of ebb and flow of illegal immigrants in and out of this country depending upon, like, which party's in office?
Yep.
Oh, of course.
Part. It's like, what good does it do when one does it? Someone comes in and undoes it. What good does it do?
Oh, dude, I've seen that between like Reagan and Bush Senior, and then Clinton, and then like you end up with Bush Jr. and I served under him in the military, and then we end up with Obama, and then you end up with fucking Trump, and then Biden. Yeah, it's still.
It's
totally. I would say it's a totally an ebb and flow. I'll end there.
Yeah, because it's like, the illegals that are being deported now, like, if the Democrats are, back in power, they're just going to come back. And the Democrats are going to welcome them back. It's just weird.
Yeah, I totally
Where
get
were
what
the
you mean.
Democrats when Obama was deporting people?
That's the point. No one ever talks about this.
Dude, I can really show you.
Hold on.
Damn. Tom Homan was the same guy in charge of doing the same thing under Obama, and there was no court case. There was no, oh my God, woe is the illegals. Like, no, they just shipped up illegals up out of here. But this same guy now under Trump, it's a problem.
Well,
there were court cases. The problem is, this is why I said the media is sowing seeds of dissension right now, because the media didn't cover it. There were 300,000 kids missing to date from them kids in those cages. They keep saying, where are the fucking kids? They were asking Kamala Harris, where are the kids? The same kid, like, bro, y'all don't even understand. This shit is deep. So, I don't know why they don't talk about anyone other than Trump. It's like he's trying to fix something, and every corner he turns, they keep saying all this shit. Like I just said, now he's kidnapping people. This is insane. And they're about to start insurrections in every major city in the country. Y'all just watch and see.
That's what's shaping up.
It ain't gonna come here in South Georgia, I guarantee you that much.
2025 George Floyd.
This is politics.
Nah, this deeper than politics. This is some.
Well, this is international treachery. This is NGOs funding. I mean, they are hiring these paid agitators. When I went to Trump's speech in Chicago when he first started running, there's a young African American guy shut the whole thing down internally, and outside the event, there were about 50 people causing an absolute chaos. They were all paid agents, and they were all being paid by Soros.
I don't know where they're being paid by, but I did see a guy on Instagram.
George Soros, we've been talking about him since before.
Right, but it's more than George Soros. It's easy to just blame George Soros.
It's Open Society, which is funding this shit.
Soros is still a puppet. He's not the marionette. He's a puppet himself.
Well, then who is the puppet master?
There's
that's what we don't talk about, or that we don't know. Like,
hold on, I'm speaking. 1 second. There's a guy on Instagram that has a company that if you have a protest or a cause that he thinks he can get on board with, he'll send like 1,000 or 5,000 people out to your protest to protest with you for a fee. So there's definitely other people than Soros out here.
Fucking Diddy's got 24/7 Diddy guards out there.
Yeah. So it's more than Soros. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Who's Jeremy?
Hoodrich. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, we just only sort of like focus on like the politicians, but it's really like these wealthy oligarchs and these special interest groups that are dictating like our politics, and we just don't know who those people are. And
dude, I thought the same way about the Koch brothers.
Yeah, like somebody had mentioned, like who are the puppet masters, and that's a fucking good question. Like, who are these motherfuckers? Like, I don't think anybody knows who they are.
And it's designed that way. The people that run the country, we don't really know them. We just know the puppet.
Well, Mark Benioff, everybody who arrested Trump and tried to prevent him from becoming the president, those are the enemies. But it's very difficult to just go arrest people because they have expensive lawyers that can get them due process. You can't just pluck a billionaire off the street and not expect serious repercussions.
Epstein didn't kill himself.
See, they can't even, Kash Patel can't even actually talk about it because it's that dire of a national secret because we got played. Because if it was Mossad, it makes us look like a bunch of fucking dummies.
Right. And this brings me to the major topic of, unfortunately, the Mossad is going to say we're Jewish. This is why people are like, we don't like Jews.
Bro, Mossad calls me Esau. I don't even know what you're talking about.
No, I'm just saying, like, there are a lot of entities that run the world that mask it. No, go ahead.
I would say I think it's in a connection with the three big heads of the heads of the Catholic Church, the heads of Israel, and the heads of the Islamic.
Yes.
They all work together.
But who is the head of the Islam?
Saudi Arabia, Qatar. Listen.
Well, I mean, those are two different countries. Which one's
I
the leader?
know it is, but just hear me out. The UAE, whoever, they're all rich as hell. Just hear me out. When I found out that Qatar gave Netanyahu money to further the mission to kill the Palestinians, and they're supposed to be in the Arab League of Nations, and they're supposed to protect other Muslims, right? That's what they were saying. Oh, we stand with our Muslim brothers and sisters, and they're paying Israel to kill them. Okay?
Well,
and now,
when I tell you when I was in Iraq,
one second, now they're working with.
Crap.
I'm not done. Now they're working with Donald Trump to rebuild the same rubble that they paid to tear down.
Girl,
the UAE and Qatar and Saudi Arabia.
Do you know how the Middle East?
They're helping devalue it. So
holy crap! I know you hear me talking, young man.
Make a whole bunch of money off of this. Well,
yes.
You're doing it the whole time, Doc. So just you don't like how it feels, do you?
No, I'm not over talking you. I'm like you're not making sense to the point.
He did make sense.
What did he make sense about? What did he make sense about then?
He just said they're gonna make a whole lot of money off of it. They just devalued it, and then they're gonna buy it at the lowest value, and then rebuild it and make all these resorts and islands, and yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
How? Netanyahu was literally being investigated.
Are you talking about Saudi Arabia or Qatar? Are you talking about Saudi Arabia or Qatar?
No, Doc. Tell us again.
It's Qatar, by the way. But
actually, I've been to Qatar, and that's what the local nationals say. Like,
you've never been to Qatar. It's Qatar.
Really? Then where do you think I went on R&R? When I was in Iraq.
It's Qatar.
Yeah, well, like, and it's Iraq or Iraq.
Anyways, back to what I just posted. I'm gonna go look in a second. I'm on another app.
You're gonna like tomato me with the inflection with AI?
No.
What in the fucking nigger shit are you on, girl?
Better watch yourself.
Bitch, I wash myself every day with washcloth because I have black friends. They taught me how to use washcloth to clean my ass.
They should have taught you how to use your damn mouth right.
Well, I mean, I like to use my fist better.
Yeah, but that right left jaw be a whole lot nicer once the problem.
I wish you would. I wish you would. I think I'll be good until I'm 60. I bet you don't want to fuck with me. I got another 10 years of badassery. Once I get above 60, I don't think I'll fight anymore. I'll just keep shooting everybody. Well, I'm not 60, so yeah, I'm not ready to be 60 yet. I've got 10 more years, a whole another decade. I had the back end of my life. If you don't like it, go fuck yourself.
Just open the BTCC app. Choose your private zone and click trade, set the amount.
You're just mad because I've been there, done that, and got the t-shirt. Your mama never fucking, buy your t-shirt without using her fucking Section 8 fucking, food stamps.
Look, the other claim is Netanyahu got his security, and one of the claims they're looking into that Qatar reportedly hired close Netanyahu aides to launch a public relations campaign in Israel. Qatar, a mediator between Israel and Hamas, was also the source of millions of dollars in cash sent to Gaza with Netanyahu's approval. The money meant for poor families is seen as having helped Hamas bolster its military capabilities ahead of October 7th. Oh, God. Anyways.
That's a lie.
It's really lie. Hold on. And
girl, have you ever been to Yemen? Jazzy, have you ever been to Yemen? Have you ever been to Yemen, Jazzy? Have you ever been to Yemen?
I'm posting it in the chat.
Do you know what the Yemenis are like?
I'm posting it in the chat.
Wow, you're gonna AI versus somebody that's actually been to Yemen.
This is not AI. What are you talking about?
There's a chance that Trump actually takes California under complete and total federal control.
I hope he does.
Oh, dude, yeah, 100%. And dude, it needs to happen.
I'm not gonna lie, John. If he doesn't, they're gonna think that they could do this again whenever they want.
Well, what that means? They're gonna enact martial law, and they will deputize the police to actually carry out forced alien deportation. The police will actively get involved in it.
Well, he gave the police authority. DeSantis gave the police authority.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, I mean, not DeSantis. You're talking about Gavin Newsom. We're talking about LA.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying the police can already get involved if the governor allows it.
Yeah, but Newsom isn't allowing it.
You didn't look at the fucking podcast I sent you, Jazzy. Now I know you didn't watch it.
Doc, how could I watch it? I'm on here talking to y'all.
Take 5 minutes, go on mute, and then watch the fucking link that's put in the chat. I did it like fucking half an hour ago.
That's fine. Oh, it's a John Kitover nigger. Do not go to johnkitover.com. Repeat, do not go to johnkitover.com.
4.5.
Al, did you hear me? Do not go to John Kitover.
Why? What's there?
Just don't go.
What is it?
Do not go.
Don't do it.
Is it like
Don't do it. I told
device?
Do not do it. Don't tell me what to do. I'll do what I want. You know Honey Boo Boo?
Don't go.
I love her.
Honey Boo Boo. That's right.
It's a success story. She's in nursing school. I like her.
I'll do what I want.
Honey Boo Boo?
Yeah.
Wow. Is this like a nigger? Who the fuck's Honey Boo Boo?
What was that thing you were talking about?
Blake was in here earlier talking about Mexicans helped us build this country. I said, nigga, so did a lot of other are putting a public establishment out that is safe for anyone to walk into, and you're assuming they're killing people? That's insane.
Now you know how we Arabs feel. I mean, I'm not, but as an
No, I
Arab,
don't
that's what I would
understand how
say.
you fucking crazy people think. Not at all. Every
Well, the
time
Arabs.
I step on another landmine of your stupid ideas, I'm exploded with an apprehension that there are crazy people all around me.
Sir, I find your visual description there culturally offensive.
Did you have to use the word that mind? Like, really?
Nora, so do you understand why me and Mixed find it offensive that you think that we're murderers just because we work at a Jewish deli? Can you understand why that would be offensive to us?
Nora, it's because they don't want people to know that, and you're saying the quiet part out loud.
Nora, I just want you to be a
Right,
decent
I'm
person.
just scared. That's it.
Okay, well that's okay. And do you see why we think that's retarded to think that way?
Diamond tip yarmulkes, Nora. Stand your ground.
Shop, diamond.
There's a little guy that runs the smoke shop I go to. Nice guy. Talk to him once in a while. I have no he's the only one in there, right? Tiny little room. He could kill me, I guess. Never really thought about it until now because we've been totally cordial with each other. Because it's just man in a fucking business to sell to whoever shows up. I didn't think that because I'm very obviously and noticeably Jewish that he would secretly kill me. Because that would be insane.
Sam, I have a question for you. As a Jewish
Don't
person,
get upset like that.
would you be uncomfortable going into a German-owned and run home appliance place that I can't make this joke. I gotta back up. Pull the cord.
So Nora, I just want you to say, hey, yeah, I can understand why you would find it offensive that people would assume that you're a murderer because you're Jewish. Can you I'm asking for the most tiniest amount of empathy that it might be offensive to think that I'm a murderer because I'm a Jew. Can you understand? Can you have a little tiny inkling of empathy?
I'm not calling you a murderer. I'm just saying that I'm scared of Zionist people. That's it.
And you're afraid that they're going to kill you, right?
Oh.
And can you understand why that is a gross thought to have about a stranger that you don't know?
Sam, in 2005 I came to United States. The first plane I boarded, I called my friend and I talked with them in Farsi. Everybody on plane was scared and looking at me weirdly. So should I call them and say, all of you are retarded, all of you are American, all of you are crazy? What's the difference? No.
Yes. When people assume that you're a killer, which makes you look funny, you're a fucking dumb cunt. How is this not obvious?
They do it to Persians all the time. They do it to Arabs all the time. This is an everyday event for them.
What you see is what you believe. If Nora is looking at the media which portraying Jews as dangerous, she naturally believes they are dangerous. I mean, there is nothing
That's stupid, and that's the opposite of natural. That is a cultured response. You're saying she watched media and was taught that these people are dangerous killers, and we all just have to live with it? The fact that there are lies being spread about millions of people that have already been genocided, you psychopaths? What the fuck is wrong with you morons?
I'm saying we can educate them, not...
Yeah. And I'm saying you can shut the fuck up. Jesus fucking Christ. Nora, just because someone's a Jew, the probability of them hurting you is very small. And it makes you a small-minded idiot to not understand that just because someone's Jewish, that they're going to hurt you. That's a small-minded thing to think. Do not get it.
I mean, I get your point, Sam, but I wouldn't call her an idiot.
About black people? Should we think about German people? Should we think about Russian people? How about Asian people? Japanese people? Koreans?
I agree with the point.
Who should we is going to murder us when we walk into
Short people are the dangerous ones. It's a little problem, and it's hard to see coming because
Because of our height, that's right.
It's so fucking crazy. I can't get the tiniest of fucking smallest of concessions out of people. Like, oh yeah, you're right, Sam. It is, I
just because of my race. I understand why you wouldn't want that. I understand why you wouldn't want people to think you're a murderer because you're racist. I'm sorry. Yeah, that was prejudice of me. The tiniest of fucking concessions.
Wait, but what did they make Zed upset about? I've never heard him that upset.
Nora was saying that she's afraid to go into any Jewish-owned deli in New York because she's scared that the Zionists are going to murder her. And I'm trying to tell her that this is small-minded, bigoted, retarded, and evil. But
don't listen to him, Nora. Don't listen to him. They will kill you.
Yeah, come on.
The yarmulkes, diamond-tipped yarmulkes, Nora.
They're killing babies under the fucking
the tunnels. The tunnels.
Sam, you're bigoted. You've stated in another room that you are a racial realist and that black people are.
I never said that you are a racial realist.
Sam, I gotta admit something. I will not go into a Jewish-owned deli if the Jewish person is short. I'm sorry, I won't do it.
I mean, Sam, if she makes like one of those like inductive inferences, though, like we have to say she's being reasonable, no?
No, you don't. What? Okay, this isn't funny anymore.
Yes, you do.
This isn't funny. I'm actually getting annoyed at this. To think that someone who's a fucking Jewish deli owner is going to murder you because you're Jewish is evil. And this app is turning me into a fucking Jewish rabid psycho. I've never faced anti-Semitism in my real life in America. And because I have to talk to actual fucking retards like Nora, it's turning me into the most rabid fucking nationalist in the world. Because when I look at you, Nora, I just go, I need to stay away from peasants like you. You fucking low IQ peasant. I have to fucking deal with you.
Stand your ground, Nora. Stand your ground.
Human being that I have to interact with. You're a fucking monster that I have to avoid. You're a fucking psycho. You can't understand. You can't see the humanity in other people. You think that just because I'm a Jew, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Don't let the Jewish propaganda trick you, Nora. Don't let him trick you. Stand your ground.
Hey, wait, but it's not. Where is she from? Nora, where are you from? What's your ethnicity?
I'm South Asian Muslim.
So, like Indonesian or something?
No.
South Asian. Sorry, I think it's Southeast Asian.
Like, how tall are you?
She's okay, and then okay, but then so what is it based on, Nora? Like, so okay, you have this conclusion that you think Jewish people are out to kill you. What's that based on?
We should have picked up the artichokes.
For 22 cents a pound.
So?
I'm not paying that.
What are we, paupers? Selling artichokes, for God's sake. Well, I just sprayed all this.
It's midnight here in New York, and it's my birthday. Ultra fire service.
In the U.S., Israelis have gone out and purposely attacked people. So the thing is, I named a couple of people. In fact, there was a story about this little kid who got whose family got attacked by Israeli family, even in the U.S. Not really directly, but that person was attacked. You know.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this question.
I don't support that.
Let me ask you this question just to see how you think about things. If I don't know how old you are, but if you were alive in the early 90s, and you were made aware of the 800,000 Rwandans were killed by their fellow Rwandans, albeit from another tribe, would you think it was reasonable to be just afraid of Rwandans generally? So, for instance, if there was a Rwandan corner store in New York City, you'd say to someone, I don't want to go to that Rwandan corner store, they'll probably murder me. And when they say, why? Haven't you seen the news? The Rwandans are killing people in Rwanda. Do you think that's like reasonable?
Okay, that has nothing to do with it. And I'm Muslim, and I'm proud to be that. So guess what? Like to Muslims are the third holiest place is Masjid al-Aqsa. So if someone is going to come and tell me that they want to claim that Al-Aqsa compound because they claim that to be holy to them, yes.
Can you focus on what I asked you about Rwanda?
I did have
do you think
problem with that. I cannot support Zionist war.
Listen.
There's nothing you can do to make me support.
No, I'm not asking you to support Zionism. I don't support Zionism. I'm against Zionism. I condemn the rogue state of Israel. That being said, I'm just asking you kind of a separate question. I'm asking you, like, do you think if a white guy in, like, 1995 said, oh, no,
clowns always have clown hair.
owned by Rwandans,
Why do clowns always have clown
they
hair?
kill each other. If they kill each other, they're definitely going to kill me. I don't trust those Rwandans.
I'm just telling you. That's all. I mean,
let's say he says the same thing. He says, I'm just telling you, this white guy says, Rwandans, they just creep me out. It's creepy Rwandans. They kill each other. Yeah, disgusting. Rwandans.
Do you see yourself, and are you committed to still being the chief executive of Tesla in 5 years' time?
I have a question after this, actually, about something similar.
Yes. Nora, do you mind?
No doubt about that at all.
I do not want to answer it.
give me 1 second. I'm just taking out some lemonade.
Alright, don't try and judge me.
Okay, short of that.
Let me see if I'm dead.
So I
had that one of you.
I was just checking to see if I went viral.
This is
Stop. Are you having an identity crisis? Are you wondering who you are, where you came from, or if you're enough? God knows you. God knows
You know, like poverty, Tesla, fried chicken, party in the Hollywood Hills.
And then one day,
So apparently I'm not 23 years old, I'm 14.
Exactly. That's right. So maybe I didn't say that. I probably wouldn't have said you any because it's like because you're like an actual like close friend of mine. I say like neutral people. Although I didn't say Sam, so I don't know. Yeah, maybe I didn't see you. Yeah, sure, buddy. Alright, you're first on my list now.
What are you asking?
Hey, Lily, you're first on my list now. Fuck everyone else, okay? It's just me and you, buddy. Absolutely.
Okay, ask me what you were asking me. Ask me what you were trying to say.
I said, you know, if there was like a white guy in like the early 90s, you know, like, are you familiar with like the Rwandan genocide in like 800?
No, I'm not. I was born in 85, but I have no clue.
It's in the early 90s, I think when the Belgians withdrew from or ended their colonization of Rwanda, or at least, you know, the sort of entitled colonization of Rwanda. There was a slaughtering of one of the Rwandan tribes, okay, by the other Rwandan tribes who were left in charge, okay? So 800,000 Rwandans were killed. Now, do you think it would be reasonable for a white guy to say, oh, they're killing Rwanda, I don't want to go to any store owned by a Rwandan because they're likely to kill me? And when someone says, why do you think that? They say, look, they're guilty of a genocide. Rwandans are genociding each other. So they're obviously inherently evil people. And because of that, I don't want to patronize any of their stores because they're likely to kill me. Do you think that guy's like being reasonable? Do you think he's a racist? Like, what do you think of that guy?
Maybe there's personal reasons behind why they're saying it. I don't know.
You're so bad at abstraction. You're so bad at abstraction. Of course you shouldn't fucking judge the fucking random Rwandan store owner because just because the fucking Hutus are killing the Tutsis in Rwanda, you shouldn't assume that a random Rwandan fucking restaurant owner is a fucking genocidaire. It's a fucking stupid fucking inference to make. And it makes you a fucking evil person that you think this way. You're fucking stupid and evil. Nora, don't you get it? Evil. No, Nora, you're such a despicable person. I'm blocking you and kicking you out of the room. Fuck you. I hope I never see you again. You're just a fucking trash human being.
nefarious. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're just being conditioned to believe that, like, you know, here are these connections, and these connections are, like, true. And then, like, in the other case, you see this, like, it's not like, I don't know how many organizations, but I see this shit happen a lot.
Yeah, that was something I wanted to echo.
Do you see a lefty brain rot?
There was this weird lady, really creepy.
I'm a lefty, by the way. I'm a lefty. I'm just saying, like, that's the kind of.
No, I know. I just didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
Yeah, lefty.
There was this lady, creepy lady from, I believe, Algeria. And the reason I say she was creepy is that she spoke in, like, the sweetest kind of nicey voice. Going like, oh, hello, how are you? And the things she said about Jews was that she was afraid they would murder her. And I said, like, I'm Jewish, like, do you think that will murder you? And she said, yes, I do. You're a murderer. I'm afraid of you. And I, like, what I mean is, this is out there. Like, there is straight up people just, like, warning each other that Jews are evil people. Like,
I literally was not even that much of a Zionist when I joined this app, and now I'm a fucking uber Zionist. Like, fuck all of you fucking.
I don't think you should be a Zionist as a consequence, though.
Oh, it actually could be a safe. You can be produced.
Zionism was founded on a protection from anti-Semitism.
No, but like, guys, can we just stop? Like, you guys are smart. I feel like a lot of my arguments don't find a home with people like El Norma and stuff, because they're just like these weird kind of like moronic zealot dogmatists. I take you guys to be somewhat reasonable, okay? This is a kind of topic close to your heart, so I think like some level of irrationality is excusable. But on this point, it's obviously not the case that like Israel is this safe haven for Jews, when the greatest atrocity that has ever befallen the Jews since the Holocaust has happened in Israel, and they are under constant threat. They require billions and billions and billions of dollars in the way of defense from America because they are constantly under threat. It's just like that. That's not true. Like, the fact that this is the fucking ideal solution for anti-Semitism is obviously fucking stupid. The fact that this obviously, what they're doing to the Palestinians is a cause for a lot of anti-Semitism. I don't think it's justified. I don't think it's warranted hating Jewish people because some Israelis, not all of whom are even Jewish, are responsible for the grave mistreatment of Palestinians. Nevertheless, it is obviously a cause for it. Like, it's obviously fucking stupid. And I think it's almost like equally kind of like racist and biased to completely ignore the crimes, the war crimes being committed, right, by Israelis as like a cause or part of this causal story of rabid anti-Semitism. Like, you're doing Jewish people around the world a disservice if you don't address the fact that these people who claim to be representatives of all Jewish people are committing fucking atrocities in their name.
Timothy, guess what? Every fucking nation that's ever been founded in the history of the fucking world has been built on atrocities. Mongolia fucking committed atrocities. China, the UK, every fucking committed atrocities. That doesn't mean having a safe haven.
Come stop the crying. It'll be alright.
Military that will defend them.
Just take my hand. Hold it.
This is worse than what happened.
All I dream of is your eyes. All I long for is
ChatGPT.
Can't you see?
Outside of Israel, the big motivators, different countries around the world are being safer than the people.
All I dream of.
When they hear a siren, it's every fucking evening. Niggas think they're no safer.
Oh yeah, because if Israel got destroyed, it would be so much safer. The world would be so much safer if there's no Israel. You're right. It would be so much safer with that.
Do you think the girl was being paraded through the streets of Gaza, right, with blood over her genitals and stuff? Do you think she would have rather lived in Israel if she could go back in time? Do you think she would rather have stayed in Israel and moved to fucking America?
All I know is that if these fucking crazy psychos like this fucking Nora lady hands on power. They're going to want to hurt us, and there needs to be a place where we can go. And I understand it's not ideal. I understand what's happening to the Palestinians is fucking terrible. I understand that Israel is this fucking precarious thing. But it's better that there's a place where we can go to when we're unsafe than there isn't one. And it obviously makes me as a Jew in New York safer that if America goes fucking sideways, I go to Israel.
Germany doesn't. Like,
what happens is they make a law where you have to high five.
At least 50%, I would imagine. By the way, this is just like a random estimate, right? It's like an educated guess I'm making. But I feel like probably over 50% of terrorist attacks against Jewish people are at least in part justified by their mistreatment of the Palestinians. So you're literally not safe abroad because of Israel. Like, if we talk about the ramping up of anti-Semitic attacks in America, those 2 people that tragically died recently, like, what do you think? People are citing the war crimes that Israelis are committing in the name of other Jewish people, okay? Like, they cite that as the justification for these crimes. It's obviously not fucking making you safer. Like, it's not.
Hey, Timothy.
It's like fucking retarded.
It's just giving you more opportunity.
It's just
We tried your strategy before the founding of your strategy
got cited by the tune of $6 million, right?
Yeah, we tried your strategy.
That's safer, right? Safer?
What's safer? What are you talking about? I didn't hear what you said.
You said we're obviously safer without Israel. 3 years right before Israel, right?
Look,
tried.
Obviously, there's going to be a counterfactual issue.
We tried the strategy of trying to be minorities around the world. It didn't work. It was a failed experiment, and now we're going to do a different experiment. Now that experiment might not work, but we know the experiment where we're minorities in these fucking doesn't work. So we're not going to do that experiment. Because the definition of stupidity is trying things over and over that you know don't work.
That's not true. But secondly,
Jews are safer because of Lakewood, New Jersey.
Hold on, can you someone move this fucking stuff?
Also, Lakewood.
But no,
I don't think you know what Lakewood is.
I can't shout, yeah. But but basically, yeah. Oh wait, hold on, just.
I don't think you know what Lakewood is.
Hold on. Can I get Ultra Rose?
First in a Lakewood.
Stop, Ultra.
Exactly what you said.
I said, of course, I know where Lakewood is. A friend of mine just moved there. It's a burgeoning Jewish community in Jersey.
It's not burgeoning. It's it's more it has more Jews than Brooklyn.
Yes, it's getting huge. Muncie, North Carolina, Richmond, the Jews.
I have a real gripe with Jewish people because of the Hasidic Jews in Lakewood. I'm gonna tell you what it is. Why won't the women high five me?
This guy's a fact.
That's bullshit.
But Sam,
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Sam, that's not funny. That's like fucking.
It was a little funny if you. It was a lot funny.
Sam, fucking. What was the last thing? Remind me of the last thing you said.
I feel like we should have before we continue.
Would the Jews be safer with Israel or without it?
We tried the experiment of Jews and minorities around the world.
I remember.
And we knew that experiment.
Okay, so I want to impose my
So now we're
theory
going to try a
on
different
you.
experiment.
Yeah,
We're
So
going to try this
for the
one now.
past
okay.
15
No,
years.
but that's not obviously like you're not in a post-human rights world. Like that's not what happened. So all the anti-Semitism that you're going to point to, which just to be clear, I'm not 100% sure, but like if we take out the kind of crimes against Jewish people at the turn of the century, namely pogroms in Russia and the Holocaust, I'm not sure if there was like any single attack. Well, maybe there probably was actually. To be honest, there's been many pogroms, I guess, throughout history. Yeah. Okay, so scrap that last bit. I was going to make. But look, we're talking about in a post-human rights world, and the fact that we do have strong evidence that crimes like the crimes that were committed on October 7th have not been committed towards Jewish people and actually a considerable amount of the terrorist attacks that Jewish people have been the victims of have been justified by the atrocities committed against the Palestinians. It's just evidence that if we took a post-human rights world where Jewish people lived in diasporas and as minorities, yes please bro, just that. Just that.
Did they need to justify what they did to Palestine and Germany? Is that the justification they needed?
Just wait. If we take that as evidence, then obviously there's far more reason to believe that had Israel not existed and Jewish people lived in diaspora in Europe and America in a post-World War II, post-human rights world, clearly there would have been, or declaration, or charter, human rights charter, sorry, for what I'm looking for.
So you just want to ignore what happened with Germany. We just don't even talk about that.
Then yeah, I think there is like far better evidence for it. And like maybe we could lay it out. We could go in more depth in terms of like just like historical evidence for it. But I just think it's like obviously true. Like right now, if Israel stopped its bombing campaign of Gaza, obviously I think there would be like far less anti-Semitic attacks.
You're saying after the Nazis,
why do you need to ignore this? Why do you need to ignore this guy?
So I just want to say that I don't understand why you don't viscerally understand. Okay, here's 2 rooms I was just in. I was in a room with a guy named Lonzo, who was a black man, who was blaming the Jews blaming the Jews for the slave trade, thinking that millions of black people died to save the Jews, even though it was closer to like 2,000 in World War II. And then thinking that fucking what's it called? What else did he think? He thought that
these Semites exist. I don't know what you're making this point. I don't disagree with this.
What else did he?
Because I don't disagree that independent anti-Semitism. Look, I don't disagree that there's independent anti-Semitism. I don't know why you need to make this point.
He also says some other anti-Semitic shit. I don't remember what it was.
Yes, independent anti-Semitism exists.
And then I go into a room.
I agree.
Then I go into a room with this dumb idiot Nori, who's just literally like an airhead, who's like, I'm scared the Jew's going to kill me because I'm a dumb bitch, and I can't understand why that would be offensive. And I had this interaction in a fucking half hour, these 2 interactions. And if you don't understand why I would want to take a machine gun and have a place where me and military exist to be fucking safe from the
But you know, so that you don't have empathy. You're just like you're bad at reasoning. You're not good at reasoning because you're not responding to what I'm saying. So I don't agree with you that you are safer. Who's denying the things that you're saying?
Timothy, your terms are ridiculous.
Who is denying what you're saying? These kinds of things that completely don't contact what I'm saying. Why? I don't know why. Okay, makes sense. Here's what I think is going to make it.
Here's what I think. After World War II, if there was no Israel, Jews would be safe in Europe and the Middle East for 40, 50 years, and then there would be people like Nori and Lonzo and Lion that would see the Jews in finance and in law, and they'd go, you know what? I think they are evil and should die. And then they would try to kill us because that's what keeps fucking happening.
They still can kill you. Like they still have to.
Yeah, it's gonna be harder now. It's gonna be harder.
Okay, and now we have an army. No, it's not. It's actually not. It's evident. We're gonna hold on to our army. The whole point is you listen. The whole fucking point is they're the people, ironically, that are responsible for helping you establish this state in the fucking first place. They're the people that offer you the kind of security that makes you this source of instability in the region. Okay, so they can always still take that away from you. So you don't really. And actually, just to be clear, in fact, it's probably made it worse because if someone now, if you're saying like, oh, there's greater concentration of Jews in a particular area, protect us against these people that want to, that seek to harm us. What if these people presumably got power? If Nori became the president, well, now it's just like a symbol. Now we've got like a precise location to get rid of the majority of the Jews in the world, with one strike. It's like, okay, clearly it just hasn't helped you. Empirically, it just isn't the case. In fact, it's the source, an increase in anti-Semitism in the world, okay? It's just like, none of this shit is true. So for you to correlate, like, for you to say the solution for anti-Semitism is ramping up Zionism, it's like fucking retarded. So in fact, it's the cause of more anti-Semitism. It's not Zionism, alright?
Really?
I'll take your counsel consideration.
Yeah.
Super granted. I'll
I remember you.
I'll take my Jewish brothers. We'll talk amongst ourselves. We'll take your advice into consideration. And then when us fellow Jews say, you know what, we actually do want an army to protect us. And then when they don't listen to you, I'll go, oh, so sorry. They should have listened to him. But actually, oh no.
Stem, you should ask them for a final solution.
Make sure you send it to them for me, though, right?
Okay, but make sure you ask for a final solution, dude.
Okay, so Timothy, in terms of your point, here's my broader point. The reason why this conversation always gets convoluted is because you're right. The justification of Zionism is the anti-Semites and the large power that they can gain in the world. But you're also correct that the way that the army acts when we do have a functional state can also be a source of anti-Semitism, which is why I will always be like firmly, powerfully Zionistic of we Jews need a special place where we can kind of just avoid everyone that we want to. Just like leave it at that. And the thing is, that can be 3 states, a dozen states, it doesn't fucking matter. And no one has to die. Timothy, you're right. Your words are not lost on me.
Alright, honey badger, I'm gonna restart this room.
The pain and the death of how it's currently being handled. But it is insane. It is insane to question the legitimacy legitimacy of the state. Do you understand how stupid that is? How backwards?
No. Can I? So I just want to make an amendment to a point. Like, I'm also challenging, just to be clear, I'm not saying the source is solely the mistreatment of the Palestinians in terms of the quote-unquote operations they purport to be conducting. No, I'm also saying that just establishing an ethno-state is bad. That's not a good way of solving the anti-Semitism problem. Saying, don't mistreat us. We're good people. We should never be the victims of racism. Racism is bad. Also, we're going to establish an ethno-state in which we receive privileges and more rights than anybody else that lives here. Obviously fucking stupid. Obviously fucking dumb to combat racism with more racism. Like, that sounds very fucking stupid. So I'm saying that I criticize that as well. And that is, just to be clear, when I say I condemn the state of Israel, when I believe Israel to be wrong for the crimes it commits against the Palestinians and its neighbors in the region, and also an apartheid state, it's for those reasons. It's because it's established, it's almost the model here is to be discriminatory. And that's just bad. You should be against that. Of course, I would love for a place in the world where Jewish people are just like sufficiently represented, as in there just exists a society in which it's just unable to be corrupted by anti-Semitism. Any kind of level, systemic or just like popular opinion or whatever.
Where is this from? I can't find it.
It's called Black Hatred of Other Races Has to Stop. It's in Sam's house.
Not at the expense of another group of people.
Sam? I don't know. What is his last name? Rosen.
That's where I agree with you. I don't want indigenous people hating the Jews living in their indigenous land. I want them living and whatever degree necessary separately.
The good. I hate this guy Himotheus, and to like have Sam and McZed tag team this guy, fucking awesome.
You think that it's all focused on this ethno-state, but I'm explaining it's not an ethno-state that they're building. They're building a state that is founded.
See, aren't you glad that I'm recording rooms? Otherwise, how would you even know what's happening?
It's not Israelis, the Palestinians
I told you I was appreciating you more and more.
That
was a sincere confession. I know you're laughing, but it's oh, here's Bastard. Bastard, come on up.
Bastard.
Bastard. Oh, I found it.
He's talking about Jewish people having the right to self-determination in Israel. He's talking about
I'm gonna go to that room straight.
privileges, all these like land benefits, all this kind of stuff.
Give you more context.
It's like the exclusion of.
Looking forward to your contribution.
Every other non-Jewish person. So clearly that's not picking out the Palestinians specifically. But nevertheless, my point is that you don't need an ethno state to have adequate representation, right? In fact, all you need to do is in the land
for a culture.
So if no, I'm saying
we are not an ethnicity. We are black, white, gold.
Brother, no, it's fucking ethno-religion, my friend. Like, don't argue with me, okay? Argue with the scholars who are responsible.
Ethnicity comes from people sharing the religion with their children. It is a religion, a culture, a community, a constitution, a nation.
Buzzword.
Timothy, look, if you deny an ethno-state, then I agree with you.
Judaism is not ethnic.
Who do you think is more concerned about Jewish safety? Just out of curiosity, if you had to guess, me and McZed or you? Okay.
I think this is just to be clear. I would probably just relax. I always answer directly first. Can I have the opportunity to elaborate on the answer I give? Is that okay?
Well, I wanted to say.
Of course I'm gonna do. Okay. Never mind. I'll say yes or no. I'll say yes or no. I'll say you.
Timothy, never mind. I'm gonna just make a point. I care more about Jewish safety than you care about Jewish safety. So when we are focused on how can Jews be safe, we are more attuned to what will make Jews safe than you are, because you are focused on other things like human rights and the plight of the Palestinians and other considerations. You don't have your eye just on Jewish safety. So when you are telling us and lecturing us about what will make Jews safe, it's kind of not plausible, given that we are hyper-focused on what will make Jews safe. So
I just think I reject that reasoning, like bad reasoning, but and I'll explain. So just the intuition is you, so I would say you. And I obviously I think like it is clearly it's possible that I actually do care more, that like your intent for like rabble rousing and stuff is more for your own personal gain and for like conquering and stuff than it is for actually Jewish people being safe in the world. And I definitely think that we all care. So just to be clear, I'm not saying I'm accusing you of that. I think we all do care about Jewish people's safety, just to be clear. But yeah, I'm happy to say intuitively, I think it's probably, or you're, at the very least, you're more focused on it, right? I'm also happy to grant that, like, maybe someone like McZed, who seems very active in his community, is maybe more attuned to it. Or maybe someone like McZed, who knows more of the history of Jewish people and their mistreatment, is also more attuned to it. That being said, I don't think it follows from the fact that you're more concerned with Jewish people's safety, that you have a better solution for it. Like, obviously, that's retarded. That's not a good way to reason about these things. And the fact that what we should be doing is just arguing and reasoning through these problems. And I think I've presented legitimate objections. I don't think you've responded to them well. It seems like the juncture we're at now is that we agree that ethno-state, not good for, like, ethno-state, irrespective of whether or not crimes are perpetrated against the Palestinians, is not good, is not a solution, is not likely to assuage the amount of anti-Semitism that exists in the world. So if we all agree with that, then I think we're pretty much all on the same page. I don't think we do. I was about to say, I don't think you agree with that, okay? And that's where you need to address these kinds of problems. Because you can say, I know what's good for my people, man, okay? And then think like the solution is establishing an ethno-state and committing crimes against the Palestinian people that, you know, have an equal claim to indigeneity to the land. And I think most people think you're an idiot for thinking that. I think most people think you're stupid to think that that was the solution to the problem of anti-Semitism globally. So
yeah, I've lost hope that you can make the world not anti-Semitic. So all I just want is to be away from them. Away from the fucking people that are so stupid and ridiculous. I just want to be away from them. So you want
to really bad fucking spot.
Away
pick the fucking horrible spot.
I don't care.
Pick the fucking horrible spot. Go to Antarctica then.
We'll have one Israel in Alaska, one Israel in Palestine, and one fucking Israel in Greenland. And then we'll be 3 Israels, we'll be even safer. Great. I'm glad
I don't want
super Zionism, where there's even more Zionism.
I'm not an Israeli.
I agree with that.
No, I'm not an Israeli separatist.
To someone who's trying to fucking stop drunk driving. And there's someone else who just generally is concerned about, you know, well-being generally. The one who's only focused on drunk driving is going to keep their eye on the prize of, hey, that could fucking increase drunk driving. You're the person who's concerned about, you know, well-being generally. You're not only focused on drunk driving. I'm the person who's focused on only drunk driving. I say, I don't want Jews to be fucking slaughtered. And so I understand that it's not amazing that Jews have a spot where you can go fucking drop a nuke on us. That's not great. But no, it's worse. Us having nowhere. That's worse.
Okay. But this isn't a good, like, you're not responding to what I said again. Like this. So first, I just want to be clear, I'm not advocating for any kind of separatism at all. I think ethno-states, even if they're in Antarctica, are bad. I don't think ethno-states should exist. Okay? In the case of Jewish people, I'm not advocating for that. You're right, I am on some kumbaya, increased well-being thing, and as a consequence, yes, I'm against drunk driving. So yeah, that's the case of anti-Semitism. I'm against all forms of racism, so as a consequence, I'm against anti-Semitism. But nevertheless, it doesn't mean that my solution, it doesn't mean because you're more like kind of concerned with it or acquainted with it or something, that like it means your solution is better. We should just be discussing solutions on the merits. And what you just said is like really telling. Because you said, I just want to be away from all the drama. So what do? I establish a state on land that's occupied by people that are very like, are almost intrinsically hostile towards me because of their religion. And you think that's the fucking solution. We're going to be more safe. Let's find a place that's right in the heart of all our fucking enemies. And also displace 1 million people there, okay, in doing so. Like, you know, that makes perfect sense. It's really reasonable. That's the best way to get away from everything. It's a real Middle Eastern fucking retreat.
Jewish history is that place.
Look at my...
Okay, so it's a different argument.
That's not a different argument.
That's where we're from.
Why do you think the Jews go there? That's so fucking stupid that you just think it's real estate.
Timothy, should we get rid of Greece while we're at it? Should we get rid of Serbia?
He just said, just to be clear, we want to get away from all of these people, right? So obviously the history, the cultural connection you have to the land isn't relevant if your sole goal now is to get away from all of your enemies, right? Finding a location that's bang in the middle of all of your fucking enemies isn't like a good strategy if you want to fucking
our ancestors are very good. We always go back there. If anyone ever wants to hurt us, all they ever have to do is destroy the land of Israel.
That is a different argument. You're fucking slow.
He's not arguing with you. He's arguing with what Sam said.
I'm saying if I'm trying to pull in all the Jews, the land of Israel is one of the Jews. We need to be with all the other Jews.
Okay, yeah, I get it. The land of Israel is a human being now. Cool story, bro. Like, that's obviously not what I'm addressing, and nor am I really interested in addressing that.
You want to get rid of police power? Okay, this conversation is bothering me.
No, thank you.
Okay, this conversation is bothering me.
Serbia?
I have just dealt with an annoying amount of anti-Semitism just today. It makes me want to put an M16 in the hand of every Jew, so they don't have to deal with fucking psychos in this world that want to kill us for no stupid reason because they're fucking low IQ peasants that can't fucking handle us. And that's just what I want. I want every Jew to have an M16. And I understand that you feel like this is like irrational.
Do you understand that we
whatever.
That's Sam and people dumber than Sam? We are a community. You can't just demand that we all be fucking angels. We are human beings, and some of us are stupid, and some of us pick up guns, and some of us throw rocks. And the only thing we can do is unite them all together as one to protect all of us.
I mean, I'm in the gym anyway. You guys can have the last word.
Yeah, I just want my people to have guns in their hands. You can't fucking kill us. Everything else right now, because I'm just fucking livid over the anti-Semitism I just dealt with on Zap. All I can just, the thought in my head, every fucking Jew in the world have an M16 in their home, that if you try to kill them, get fucking shot in the head, which makes me incredibly happy. There's so many fucking anti-Semites in this world. People that want to kill me for blood libel. They want to kill us. They think that we're responsible for the slave trade. They think we're responsible for getting kicked out of every country. So we're responsible for our own fucking genocides. They think that we're, everything in history they want to blame on us. They can't handle the fact that we have more money than them. They can't handle the fact that we do well under oppression, and we still manage to survive and thrive under oppression. They want to kill. They see us, they want to fucking kill us. And so, I just want all of us to have, like, M16s. So, you're going to have a harder time killing all of us if we have M16s. As the guy said, Baba fucking Yaga said it, whatever that Josie is, it's going to be hard to fucking take two women down a fucking mountain without your arms and your legs. It's going to be hard to fucking kill every Jew in the world, and they'll have a fucking M16 in their hands. And I'm fucking sick and tired of this anti-Semitism. It's fucking disgusting. It should have ended the Holocaust. I get it. You hate us. Oh, you killed us. Good job. You got your hatred out. Now maybe you can fucking cut it out. Oh, but you don't want to cut it out. And we still have to deal with it in 2025. So fuck you. I don't want to fucking try to make peace with you. I don't want to fucking live amongst you. I just want to have my fellow Jews to be armed so you can't hurt us because you're all fucking pieces of shit.
Sounds good to me. I'll take an M4 though.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So
Any other Jew wants Shadowbox?
Can I get a 50 caliber machine gun, a package of Claymore landmines, and 100 hand grenades as well?
You want an LMG?
I also want an X16 on every Jewish person's home.
Finally, we've got the Swedes on our side.
Sam, you know that would
Close friends with the
include
Jews.
Sam, you know that would include the Israelites too, so you may not want that.
It absolutely will not include fucking anti-Semitic fucks.
I'm just messing with you. Listen, you're on an app.
Just convert to Judaism. You can be a Jew. Just convert.
Sam, you're on an app.
Wait, we can be a Jew
stress
and convert, did you say?
Samuel.
Are you nuts?
Yes.
Did you just say
Sam
that?
wants them all. He wants everybody. He wants to turn them all. In an hour or whenever you're ready, can we do a trivia, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
On what topic?
You know
Who flung anti-Semitism?
I had one guy named fucking, I don't know, Lonzo, who was blaming Jews for slavery, was blaming Jews for getting kicked out of these countries, was blaming Jews for something else I don't even remember.
And then what do you say that the Jews did in slavery?
I swear, Clubhouse is
No, they
like...
said we were in the whole thing.
In the 1450s from Portugal.
You don't even know.
They should legitimately be stopped for like black people coping.
I literally think, this is one of my things
That's all we got is
something that I should not admit is one of my some of the most anger I get towards black people is merely the fact that a lot of Jews helped them in the civil rights movement, and they seem to not give a fuck about that and just literally just have rampant anti-Semitism, more so than white Americans or black Americans in terms of anti-Semitism. And it makes me so mad that Jews did a lot to help, the civil rights movement, and they don't give a fuck about that. It makes me feel like they're just so ungrateful, and it makes me really mad at them. Now, I know that I can't just, treat whole groups of people like this, but it's just, in my gut, it just makes me feel so fucking unjust and so ungrateful that we are a fellow oppressed people that helped you deal with your oppression, and then you're still anti-Semitic. Why? Why?
When you mean Jewish people didn't. Like, some Jewish people did. And some black people are racist.
Now you want every single person to do it.
That's the point. It's like, the way you think about things, the way you think about things is just silly for that reason. So yeah, some individual black person who has some view of, like, you know, all Jewish people are his enemy is like fucking stupid for the reason that he's like generalizing. Okay? So like, just generalizing is the thing that's like bad and stupid, right? It's like, obviously, yeah, some Jewish people help, some Jewish people are racists. I mean, I don't know what's the...
Oh, yeah.
Just thinking about it in terms of like, oh, this community did this and this community is like, I think it's like really dumb.
Jews disproportionately helped out during the civil rights movement, and I can give you a list.
It is how people think about things, though.
30 different...
Yeah, I think that's ultimately what's bad, because then when you meet the community, that for whatever reason, you know, you get this really bad, like, biased sample, then it justifies all level of inhumanity. And that's why it's like very dumb. Because you wouldn't accept any of those reasons that were being provided to you by a fucking Nazi. Because if a Nazi said, oh, they're overrepresented in the production and manufacturing and dissemination of porn, and that has this impact on our society and blah, 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 blah. You said, like, obviously that's like fucking stupid. Yeah, some Jewish people, you know, they're overrepresented in terms of, like, you know, per capita porn production or whatever, are responsible for this stuff.
Not illegal.
Yeah, but just to be fair, I don't think that's that bad, but I'm just giving you an example.
Yeah, that's not illegal. What's your point?
So I literally...
Like, obviously, my point is very fucking simple, dummy.
He's saying that you can't use...
It's like, you don't generalize, like, that's the reason. You don't do...
We're not generalizing. He's making a point about specific individuals.
He's saying you can't use a few anecdotal stories to do a sweeping generalization over a whole culture of people. That's what he's saying.
But statistician, I get
dealing with the dominant anti-Semitism from enough of the diverse cultures around the world, the Jews are entitled to feel like they kind of just want to be left alone sometimes.
The predominant feelings of Jews during the 60s was, hey, these people are oppressed, let's help them. And then to have that be turned around and go, oh, yeah, you know what, fuck you Jews, you actually are slaves.
No, a lot of Jewish people were liberal. Look, a lot of Jewish people are liberal, so yeah, it would be expected that...
But we also experience redlining.
You'd expect that. Similarly, a lot of Jewish people themselves were victims of discrimination and stuff.
Yeah.
So you'd expect them to ally with black people. Okay, cool. The point is that if the sample was like somewhat negative, for instance, this insane woman who's saying, I take most Zionists to be kind of complicit in fucking genocide, and therefore I think deli shop owners that have Israeli flags flying above the deli, I think those people are likely to kill me or something. We think she's a fucking retard. If she brought you some fucking set of stats table that show Jewish people are like over fucking represented or something when it comes to, you know, accusations of genocide, we still would think that was a good reason for her to believe that about the deli owners. And that's what I'm saying. The point is, it's like, when you do though, when you appeal to that kind of reasoning, why is it true? No, why is it true for the positive sample? Right?
I gotta just say, as a kid, grew up in a Jewish neighborhood, Jewish, like, Hebrew school, shit like that, I was often told, listen, you know, we gotta help the black people, they're also oppressed, like us Jews dealt with, you know, all this stuff in history, so black people, you know, we should help oppressed people. That just was in the air, in my culture when I was a kid. And I basically never fucking heard black people say, goddamn Jews, you dealt with a lot, I'm fucking, like, yeah, like, we us oppressed people gotta stick together. I've not, nary a fucking lip has fucking said that on this app. Fucking not a single one. And
I'm black. What do you mean I'm black? I acknowledge Jewish people. What do you mean?
Thank you, Hamid.
And Sam,
after all that bullshit.
Between a white Jew and a white person. So when they say white people helped out in the civil rights movement too, they're probably talking about the white Jew. They don't know the difference. No one is. A lot of black people in black communities stay in their own communities and are not involved in the Jewish community. I'm from Detroit. In Oak Park, there's a Jewish community that does not interact with the black community that's a block over. So, you know, when they're saying white people were a part of the civil rights movement, it's probably
it's also cross-continental. Some of Nelson Mandela's staunchest supporters and ones who got arrested with him were South African Jews. I mean,
of course, Jewish people. What do you mean? There's lots and lots of fucking great Jewish people, magnanimous Jewish people, 100%. In fact, the irony here is that, like, there's a lot of magnanimous Jewish people, white people in America, homeless white people, veterans, all this kind of shit. It's like, yeah, and guess what? There's disproportionate, I would imagine, also there is a real kind of pervasive issue of anti-Semitism amongst white people as well. And those punks would be ungrateful too, wouldn't they? Those anti-Semites would be fucking ungrateful too, because those Jewish people are helping white people as well, or So clearly the issue is like there is racism amongst lots of different communities. And part of racism, one of the consequences of racism, at least in the kind of negative, non-like fetishizing racism, is that you hyper-focus and amplify a small sample of a group. Sometimes that sample doesn't even exist, to be honest. You just villainize and demonize with no justification a particular group. And that's just bad. But like doing all this weird generalization, like, oh, Jews are good to you in particular.
Okay,
Like that's just.
Can you not understand how radicalizing it would be to me as a kid being told all the time, hey, black people are fellow oppressed people, we should help them out because they have to deal with oppression. And then I fucking deal with black people in this app, and it seems like not one of them, except for maybe you, Timothy, has been told, oh yeah, Jews are fellow oppressed people, so you should get their backs. I fucking never fucking hear it. And I don't think they were told it as a kid. I guess their education was fucking...
Timotheus believes that Jews would be better if decentralized than centralized in their homeland, that Jews are murderous, genocidal killers, and are responsible for regional wars. He is a moron.
White people are agreeing. You're fortunate enough, like, presumably that isn't going to be the case. Like, I don't think there's a case that, like, many people on this app are just like, well, maybe in our circles, but, like, many people on this app are very well educated, personally, in my experience at least. But obviously, I think that is going to be, like, I was educated in the right way, you know, so presumably that's going to be the case for many other black people that you just, unfortunately, have not become acquainted with. But you made another point I wanted to... Sorry, do you mind repeating it? I said white people, sorry, I feel like the white people should be, it's like even more egregious that they're racist.
He's all talk, Clubhouse Hero, a real world
They haven't been
zero.
impressed in that way by the Jewish people, right? They haven't been impressed, actually, in fact, they've been responsible for the oppression.
Timotheus believes that Jews would be better if decentralized than centralized in their homeland, that Jews are murderous, genocidal killers, and are responsible for regional wars. He is a moron.
For a group that like is kind of still under this level of like sort of oppression.
He's all talk, Clubhouse Hero, a real world zero.
Oppressing both parties. Yeah, you can see how like maybe their sole focus isn't the like positive exploits of Jewish people and the Jewish community, right? Maybe they just feel like besieged by like all groups or anyone who's kind of like white. Who's like what's that phrase that you used the other day, D? About like black people who appear white to people. It's like a phrase, like white passing or something.
Passing.
Yeah, white passing, sorry, that's the one. So, yeah, maybe like all white passing people, as far as they're concerned, are just like guilty of oppressing black people or receiving a privilege that they don't have access to or something, you know? Maybe that's just their position. And okay, maybe you can understand that. But so the white people who have been responsible for Jewish people's oppression and are the beneficiaries of some of Jewish people with magnanimity, right? Like, it's far more egregious that they're anti-Semitic, you know what I mean?
Timotheus is a hyperverbal moron who never shuts up.
I got no idea how much if 40% of black people were like, you know what, we got Jews' backs because they had our back in the civil rights movement, and us oppressed people got to stick together. If that was like the sort of dominant tenor, or like 40% of black people said that sometime publicly, you know how much fucking money and investment Jews would make and want to fucking help out the black community? You know how fucking white on rice these fucking...
That seems a bit mercenary though, bro.
It's not fucking mercenary.
It's very transactional. Like,
not transactional.
We'll give you money if you're nice.
Unless there's data brought to bear.
You want to help people have your back. It's not mercenary to want to help people have your back. And when you don't have your back, you don't want to fucking help them.
Do you think this is
Sam?
Wait, do you think this is a formal debate, bro? Like, we're having a conversation. Obviously, we're going to opine on
Unless someone brings the actual data, this is just all opinion.
Why don't you fuck off and find some then? Why don't you go find some then? Fucking guys, I hate these fucking police, these fucking conversation police officers, bro.
I'm just making a judgment. I'm not the police. Don't even have a green bean.
Don't make Sam use chat.
Sam will give you one.
For the rest of the
time. Just kind of enemy of Zionists, they'll give you one.
I'm not.
I don't influenced by webs.
Jews do not need black support in America. They don't. Okay, but black people just seem to not understand how much Jews instinctively want to help the underdog, because our entire national story is we are the underdogs and we fucking that is like our fucking part of our fucking our fucking story of our people. And then if black people are like, yeah, you Jews are the underdogs and we're the underdogs too, and us underdogs are gonna work together, Jews be like, fuck yeah, that's what fucking Jews are like.
You are
the
Jewish.
civil rights movement. That's why they fucking want to
the big irony here is that the Jewish
you are Jewish.
They're just like, oh, you Jews are fucking slave owners. Oh, you Jews are fucking responsible for all these fucking crimes in history. God, they're so fucking self-destructive.
Firstly, just to be clear, like, firstly, you're talking about some ridiculously biased sample in like fucking black Hebrew Israelite dickheads on Clubhouse. Okay, so one, I don't necessarily think that's a representative sample, and if you do, I think that's probably the most racist thing that may have been said today. If you think fucking chillism is a representative sample of fucking black Americans,
his
then I think
opinion
that may be the most
is
racist thing that has been
always
said this evening or this morning.
the best opinion.
This evening for you, but in terms
Always
of
superior.
in terms of the state of Israel, ironically, which you want to say is representative of the Jews. I mean,
Morpheus knows everything. He's so smart, and his opinion is always the best opinion. Always superior, right? He loves to mention how highly educated he is.
Forcing fucking African immigrants on birth control.
He loves to mention how highly educated he is.
In Eretz Israel, there's accusations of kind of this like legislative kind of apartheid in terms of like land ownership rights and rights to self-determination. So I mean, ironic, you know, if we want to do this kind of generalization game, which I think is a bad game to play, but like actually there may be a strong case for like Jewish people by and large being like racist towards black people and racist towards these other communities. So I think like that's probably not the best way of like analyzing these things in terms of you should be grateful because we've been great to you.
It's the same propaganda every time with
The Jews have been good to black people. They were incredibly helpful in the civil rights movement. They were incredibly instrumental in fucking helping black people get freedom in America. They've been incredibly helpful for that. And I don't need people to fucking grovel.
Crushed.
How about don't fucking spread blood libels around us?
I agree with that.
How about just say, yeah, Jews, you guys had it hard. I appreciate you. And if you want to say, yo, bro, I got your back and you got my back, that would be amazing. But just don't spread fucking blood libels.
Firstly, you shouldn't spread blood libel because it impacts libel. Okay, that's number one. Number two, like, I agree. There is enough. There have been enough and are enough
What would be the equivalent?
Jewish people actively working towards black betterment. And I'm just like, you know, let's save some time here. I just think are really good people, racist people. So for it to be irrational to generalize about Jewish people in that way, that they are bad people. Okay, that's all you need to say. And what you say is just like, I don't know, it sounds even
what
like,
would be the equivalent media award? A Grammy
do you not see
or
how like
Emmy?
tone deaf it is at the very least? Like, you possess the social awareness to hear how weird it is to say like, oh, black people, you should be grateful.
He represents but he's in the UK.
Can I ask a question? What do you guys mean by?
Did that point come across though? Sorry, just to me. So I was being overtalked, so I don't know if my reception's cutting out.
I mean, I understand that it's fucking maybe it sounds tone deaf, like be grateful. And I'm not asking people to fucking grovel. I'm just asking, be aware. Just like me as a kid was taught the black fucking oppression and taught that they are a fellow oppressed people and they should, you know, that their struggle is like your struggle. That maybe black people, when they're kids, should be told that you also have struggled like you've struggled. And there can be some sort of mutual understanding and sympathy for each other's causes rather than fucking enmity.
6.9 to 25.
That's right. The problem, you can't say like
Monday.
That's good.
Sam has won a Clubby Award
as a sample size. Okay, like,
exposing
that's really bad. Like that's
derangement,
really bad, and it undermines a lot of what you say.
Racism.
It's just the point is a simple one, which is Jewish people have definitely collaborated with black people for the betterment of black people, and maybe themselves as well, something mutually beneficial. And because of that, it would be irrational and irresponsible to condemn Jewish people because of perceived injustices against black people. Because those people exist, and they serve as counterexamples to that fucking racism. Okay? Or that justification for the racism. That's what you need, that's what you should be saying. If what your goal isn't to just antagonize a bunch of black people, that's how you should phrase the person. Like, that's my opinion.
Now, I personally would love it if there was mutual, you know, kumbaya.
The users of Clown House have spoken. Today on 6/9/25 Monday, Sam has won a Clubby Award for exposing the derangement, racism, and hate of Jewish people today. Sam is the Clubhouse king.
Are sufficiently uneducated because of their lack of education. They fill their minds with the most ridiculous conspiracy theories because that's what happens when you're uneducated. This most ridiculous conspiracy theories fester in your mind. So a huge swath of the black community now has just got the most ridiculous conspiracy theories rattling around their brains, and they can't fucking help themselves. That's a fucking damn shame. So I really do wish we could have each other's backs, but I guess we can because of the fucking lack of the education system. Maybe one day we'll
so uneducated.
What kind of data do you have to support? Like, if you were like, what's the threshold of literacy proficiency that countenances, or sorry, that results in somebody being like just abjectly conspiratorial? Like, what data do we have to put to, like, because you might want to say, like, relative to, let's say, the white population or Jewish people, black people are uneducated and they haven't, like, reached these educational standards. Okay, like, literacy proficiency or something. Okay, that's fine. Okay, but how do you know that results in them being anti-Semites?
Join the war.
How many figures do you have for, like, anti-Semitism?
I don't
have here's how much education you need to fucking not be anti-Semitic. But I do know that fucking uneducated
as many
people
Jews
tend to be anti-Semitic. And black people can't
as I can from murderous.
And then also complain that I'm saying, they don't have access to education. Like,
psychopaths.
I'm granting you. I'm saying, look, to be honest, I'm trying to steel man the inference. I'm saying you don't even need to make an inference from some pure data about anti-Semitic beliefs that black people hold. You can just probably infer, like, you want to infer.
I'm moving to Israel this weekend and cutting all communication with Clubhouse, joining the Mossad, and I'm going to join the war against terrorists to save as many Jews as I can from murderous psychopaths like Timotheus as I
The
can.
question should be, what do you think black people think about Jews? Like, what are these things that you think? Like, we barely get.
He thinks black people are he thinks black people, a significant amount, or potentially a majority of black people, are anti-Semitic. This is obviously what he thinks. And I'm saying, okay, and he's basing a lot of that on the growing number of BHIs that he takes them to be inherently anti-Semitic, which I will grant him, I'll grant him that.
You're anti-Semitic, Timotheus.
I think calling Jewish people, calling Jewish people imposters and stuff. I think that just is kind of anti-Semitic.
That's
So I'll go, but BHIs are growing just generally in America, right? I think there is a trend. Wait, just listen. I'm trying to explain the point to you, and I'm saying, he thinks that. Wait, just okay, and he also thinks that just the majority of black Americans are, and I'm saying, okay, what's the evidence for that? And he thinks, look, it is true, people argue for it, that black people are, like, systemically disadvantaged in the education system. And clearly a consequence of that is the educational kind
How much coke or Adderall does Timotheus do?
Them being worse off than, like, let's say, non-black people. And now the relevant question is, okay, show me, not like just some kind of, like, vague abstract correlation. Show me how, like, the kind of educational standards black people achieve.
How much coke or Adderall does Timotheus do?
You know I'm not literally going to be able to pull up the numbers here, but you know that if you really want me to, I could pull up a fucking reasonable amount of evidence for this claim. And the claim is going to be something like this. If you just have, like, a fucking high school education, if you're not fucking you don't go to like high quality schools, you're gonna fucking not have access to. Okay, there's just a surprising number of people on this app in this world that just are completely. They have no idea what the academic consensus is on the vast majority of topics. It's like kind of crazy how little people even know about, like, regular academic subjects. Like,
black women are one of the most educated groups of people.
Who is?
And if black women.
So I guess you have no problems with educational. There's no problem with education. Like,
it's not what I'm saying, but you're making a generalization.
You're right. No, we should give money to black women.
We hear from an American black woman.
Thank you, Michaela. I appreciate that. You're making a generalization. Everybody get on coke.
When she's done, I want to jump in.
You're making a generalization that there's a correlation between being uneducated and anti-Semitism in the black community. I think your experience if you're from New York, if that's what I have heard, might be different in Middle America when you were talking about the civil rights movement. I know that there is a difference between white Jews and white people. However, when we are taught about the civil rights movement in general, they just say white people were part of us getting our rights. When I look at you, I didn't know you were Jewish, and I had nothing against you. Like, it's not a running theme in our communities that we hate Jews. It's not a thing. I just think being on Clubhouse a little too much can cause you to think that all people think one certain way because you disagree with what they're saying. And I think you need to adjust that, because in the real world, it doesn't work like that. Majority of Black Christians are pro-Israel. Majority of Black Christians are pro Martin Luther King. So I don't know where you're getting this information from.
I totally disagree with what she said. But I'm not a Black American, so you take what I say with a grain of salt. But I think that the history between the Black community and the Jewish community, I've been in the room long enough to know what's been said. But from what I'm hearing from Sam, he seems to think that Jewish people have just been the best friends of Black people for thousands of years, or at least for the last 60 years or so. I don't think that's the case. Almost every single progressive Black leader has been called anti-Semitic. Marcus Garvey was called anti-Semitic. Desmond Tutu was called anti-Semitic. All he did was disagree with Israel. Dr. Amos Wilson was called anti-Semitic. Nkrumah was called anti-Semitic. Even Mandela was called anti-Semitic at some time. This tension between the Black community and the Jewish community has a lot to do with, well, number one, it has had to do with certain, even Malcolm X, who made certain comments about the economic relationship that Blacks and Jews have been having with each other in America. But then historically now it has to come back to this whole Jewish identity thing, as to where Black people's role has been in the Bible. And the first problem that was raised was this myth that was created by Talmudic scholars that Black people are cursed and that we're the descendants of Canaan. I want you to deny that story was not made up by Talmudic scholars. Because that's what started this whole thing.
No, literally more.
That's been going on for over 1,000 years. So that problem.
Here we go again.
Reaction to racism from the Jewish community is what's
Bro, it's transcendent psychology, not literally, you moron. Here we go again.
Because it must be, they're the ones who are actually anti-Black. So they're just reacting to that anti-Blackness. And now they're saying, we must.
You don't have to be in the story.
I totally disagree with the Hebrew Israelites on this because it's ahistorical. But I haven't heard anyone bring that up in the conversation. What has the Jewish community done to
learn from it?
Warrant this kind of distrust and response? So I'll stop there and I'll hear what you're saying. There's a lot.
You don't have to be in the story to learn from it, you schmuck.
I think it's really rich for you to say, I don't see this anti-Semitism. You're literally in the BHI community, and these people fucking call me a fake Jew and an Edomite, and that I'm gonna fucking die someday when the fucking revolution.
I'm talking about on the app.
Okay, so when you're so you're fucking deeply involved.
You don't have to be in the story to learn from it, you schmuck.
Do you know Nation of Islam is one of the most fucking anti-Semitic organizations in the world? So, Malcolm X was called anti-Semitic. What a fucking surprise! A fucking Nation of Islam person was called anti-Semitic.
I think we need to
it's already an unfucking deniable that Jews helped a fucking lot with the civil rights movement. Now, whether or not Desmond Tutu, when he criticized Israel being apartheid, he got some heat for that. Okay, yeah, I agree that the term anti-Semitism is thrown away around too much, and Desmond Tutu didn't deserve it. And I agree that when it comes to fucking, I'm sure Nelson Mandela didn't fucking deserve it. And when it comes to but then this whole thing of the Talmudic scholars invented the curse of Ham. Have you ever fucking read about the fucking curse of Ham and the whole history of it? It's true that Jews, Talmudic scholars, had the idea that Ham had some curse, but it wasn't racialized and thought to be all of Africans had this curse of Ham until the fucking first the Arabs had dealt with this idea and made it their own. Then the Christians made it their own, and then it was racialized and scientized during the fucking slave trade. And it was not, when you had it was the Talmudic thing, it was not this racialized thing that all Africans are fucking cursed with Ham. So again, this is spreading fucking misinformation about Jews, about the harms we do.
Sam,
and why?
I think you need to.
Hey, Jews, you are a fellow oppressed people.
And
also
separate the political aspects from the actual individual person, and that's what Ben was making. That's what Ben went.
No, he's not. Ben's doing ironically exactly what Sam's doing. And the point is, he can make inferences like that. He can also make an inference about the exploitation of Black recording artists and stuff. Instead of the Jewish people really did it. The point is, if you generalize it that way, then you have to take the good with the bad. And that's going to justify kind of racism in the same way it's going to justify some panegyric for that community.
What I think is happening is that the state of Israel, the political aspect of Israel, is being tied into the everyday Jew person. That's not the same.
I just gave you an example. I just gave you an example.
I understand your argument. I'm not disagreeing with your argument. You're showing a mirror to Sam about if you do this, then we can do that. I understand that. But what I'm trying to tell Sam is he has to separate someone talking negatively about the state of Israel from black people being racist. It's two different things.
No, he agreed with that. Sam pretty fair to him. He said the Desmond Tutu and Nelson Mandela were ever critiques aren't warranted. But the point is just that it's this kind of reciprocal generalization that you should agree is bad, and the way you argue against it.
By the way, so the Biden administration changed what the meaning of the word was for asylum. Right, they started granting economic asylee status as political. Right, that's why we had NGOs coaching these migrants on how to respond to CPP when they got picked up over here. They knew exactly what to say. That way, the Biden administration would illegally designate them as asylum seekers and then give them a day in court, often to which they never showed up for, or were 5 years out, right? So, in fact, a lot of these people, besides the gotaways, a good swath of the country, technically illegally right now.
As you go from high school to college, bachelor's to postgrad, was associated with statistically war attitudes towards Jews, calling the inverse education anti-Semitism one of the most consistent findings in the literature. So that's interesting.
Jesus Christ.
And then also, studies by Steinberg, also observed the same patterns. Now here's some other interesting data. It turns out that U.S. education attainment by group who has a bachelor's degree. It turns out that Black African Americans have 28% of them have bachelor's degrees, whereas Asian Americans and Jewish Americans have 60% of them have bachelor's degrees. So there is a difference in how much education Black people have compared to Asian people and Jewish people. And it turns out there is a relationship between the lack of education.
Don't you separate from us now?
So this whole thing of Sam, you're just making stuff up.
Who accused you of making things up?
So Sam,
Sorry, who accused you of making things up, sir?
Pivot things. Asians are not anti-Semitic, is what I got out of that.
Well, you should have.
No, Asians are pretty racist and with Jews, but they're kind of philo-Semitic. They're like, oh, Jews are like this, but that's fine. That's good. They're interesting. Let's learn from them and also learn from them. They think that if they copy the Jews, they'll get richer.
According to Sam, the more education, the less anti-Semitic. So Asians should be not anti-Semitic.
Because there's also dumb Asians. That's the way communities work.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot about the.
Yeah, but okay, but look, the point is.
One though.
The point, it may be true that there is relative to, let's say, I don't know.
Why are you conceding that? Just because
No. It's not about making it true or not. He's just provided data. He's supported the inference.
I think those sources are accurate.
Look, I'm saying I'm happy to grant it. It doesn't really change. Nothing really turns on it. Other than, just be clear, I didn't say he was lying anyway. Okay, I was trying. Oh, Sam,
if you're gonna represent the black
data,
you never concede.
Well, what I'm saying is that even if it's true, it wouldn't rock my worldview if we just found out relative to white people, black people were disproportionately anti-Semitic. I wouldn't be like, oh no, what am I to do that justifies all of this racism towards black people?
Did black people cause what damage have black people done to the Jews that requires this big?
Nothing.
What damage?
That's irrelevant. He's just justifying his own.
The Holocaust.
Rioting, there were some Jewish communities that got destroyed in the rioting of the civil rights movements. But no, the African American communities have no huge gripe against the Jews. I think the African Americans dislike that the Jews sometimes are their landowners.
No one else here has the black people. Nobody else.
People dislike when they see exploitation. It's not all Jews, but you can't tell me that Jewish people have been saints in this relationship between blacks and Jews. Just because you say anyone's financed the civil rights movement. I think
everyone's being an asshole, but they don't have to generalize.
I'm not generalizing. I'm just putting this in context. Black people learn something about what some people in the Jewish community have done, and then they react and they start saying, "Oh, okay, they're just like white people. There's no difference between them and whites." let's separate from them, or let's investigate their history better. Let's try and say the truth, quote unquote, about what this community is doing. And that's how it starts. Now, all this other stuff, the Hebrew Israelite stuff, we can dissect where that comes from. So the title of the room should, if you have a problem with Hebrew Israelites, we can talk about that and how nonsensical and historical their beliefs are. If you have a problem with the Nation of Islam, we can talk about that and where their ideas came from. And if you want to talk about the entire black community, why should black people support Israel?
Hey,
why should black people support Israel? I don't see why we should. Why should black people support us?
Here's what I want, Ben. The black Africans have dealt with the Arab slave trade, colonialism, the transatlantic slave trade. It was really horrible. Your people have dealt with a lot of horseshit. Now, can you acknowledge that my people, the Jews, have dealt with a lot of horseshit?
Yeah, from Europeans, sure, not from us.
Can you just acknowledge that we've had it fucking rough?
That's not true. Also, the Berbers, it's not all of Africa, but the Berbers did expel them from Spain.
Why? Wait, what are you saying? I'm saying what I fucking despise is how little black people acknowledge the brutality that Jews have felt historically. When all my childhood, I was told about the fucking oppression of black people and how we should fucking see how they are a fellow oppressed people and how their struggle matters. And then when I talk to black people, I can't even get you to say, yes, your people have dealt with a lot of fucking horseshit, Sam. That sucks. I can't get that fucking even a little bit of sympathy. No, it's not me. It's not me.
Sam, I think it's because until recently, Jews haven't looked oppressed to the rest of us. They're a successful minority. Now, recently, because of the whole thing with Israel, people are, I think the anti-Semitism is rising because of all the people against what's happening in Israel. But I think, you just haven't looked like a group of people to feel sorry for in America.
Ben, can I please get an acknowledgement that what my people went through was fucking brutal?
Right.
No, I'm asking.
Of course, everybody was.
Asking Ben this question. Ben, can you acknowledge that my people have been through brutality historically?
Sure, I can acknowledge that. And I can acknowledge that Jewish people have suffered in Europe, expelled from 109 different countries. I'm trying to think of a specific. Holocaust, obviously, that's an example. Even if you don't agree with the number, 6 million people died. People were genocided, put in gas chambers, and so on. So, sure, I can acknowledge that.
Okay, thank you. I don't know why it feels to me. This is what I just want: is black people to just see Jews as other people that also felt oppression, also have struggled. I find it really gross that I can see the oppression that black people faced historically, but when I ask black people, can you see the oppression that Jews have faced? They're like, you're rich, so why the fuck do we notice your oppression? And it just makes me fucking go crazy. We've dealt with all the horseshit.
Sam, it's the media that minimizes what's going on. So the thing is that, like Michaela said, when you see a group of people who have their own country, who was given reparations, who were placed in their own situation, and you see all of these things, you're like, we get it. The Holocaust was bad, and that shouldn't happen to anybody, and we recognize that. So we're wondering, outside of that, and we acknowledge that, where is this hostility coming from?
Jews own Clown House. Jewish monopolists own this room. Jews own my every waking second of thought and anger. The Jews own my brain.
You were just in a trial of somebody else on Clubhouse. So I think if it's that emotionally traumatizing, maybe just not go into those rooms that discuss, like the Hebrew Israelite rooms. They just don't go in there.
I think that what Sam is reflecting is pretty accurate. Most black people are quote unquote waking up, and we're going down a lot of conspiracy rabbit holes. And a lot of them don't have nice things to say about Jews. I'm going to be real. I've been in all these spaces, and it's not just Clubhouse. I've been to America. I live in South Africa. I've traveled the world. I've traveled all over Africa. Look, it's a sentiment that you find in the black community, and I get where Sam is coming from.
Because it's the dumbest, lowest hanging fruit. That's why. It's what stupid people do.
Can you let Ben talk some more?
We're not having these conversations.
because that's what stupid people do.
I mean, come on, let's be real, man. And even if you, I mean, he clearly has a problem with Malcolm X because he was a member of the Nation of Islam. Most black people love Malcolm X. We may not agree with everything theologically the Nation of Islam teaches, but Malcolm X was a nationalist. Malcolm X was progressive. He impacted our community. Muhammad Ali as well. These are all people that were called anti-Semites. And we have to wonder why is it that all the people that want to do good things for our community, all of a sudden they get to a certain level and then they start fighting with Jews. Then you have Kanye West doing what he's doing. Obviously, Kanye is insane. But I get where Sam is coming from, but I feel like the way he's approaching the issue is he's general. He's not going into the substance of what he's discussed. That's why I said it has